Section 18 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 7, Tribal Customs of the Tribes Conquered by Charlemagne, Part 4. 4. Lex Angliorum et Veranorum hoc est Thuringorum. We may probably follow Richthofen in his conclusion that the Thuringians of these laws were the tribes settled with the Anglii and Verani in North Thuringia, and that they were promulgated under Charlemagne about AD 802. In the first title, the Vergels for homicide are stated: Adeling, 600 solidi, Liber, 200 solidi, Service, 30 solidi. These are evidently unaltered gold values. The rest of the first 5 titles relate to wounds, and we need only mention that the destruction of an eye, hand, or foot, or a blow causing loss of hearing, was to be paid for with half the vergeld of each class, following in this respect the custom of the Frisian and Saxon tribes. These 5 titles in the Convict manuscript of the 10th century constitute a whole under the title Lex Thuringorum. The remaining titles are, in this manuscript, added to the Lex Saxonum, to which, however, they do not appear to belong. The triple vergeld of the adeling of these laws may have been the result either of noble birth or official position, or both combined. The vergeld of the Liber of 200 gold solidi, presumably of 3 trimisses, seems to connect the customs of the Thuringian tribes of these laws with those of the Salic and Ripuarian Franks, rather than with those of the Saxons and Frisians. It is worth notice, too, that, while in the Lex Saxonum and the Lex Frisonum, the figures seem to follow a duodecimal system. In these laws, the more usual decimal reckoning is retained as in the Lex Salica. The fact that among the additional titles there is one de allodibus connects still further these laws, notwithstanding their later date, with the Salic and Ripuarian laws, which contain similar titles, and it is worthwhile for purposes of comparison to give it at length. 1. Hereditatum defuncta filius non filia suscipat, si filium non habuit, qui defunctus est, et filium pecuna et municipa, terra vero et proxima paterni generationis consanguinan pertinent. 1. Let the son of the deceased and not the daughter receive the inheritance. If he who has died had no son, to the daughter shall go the cattle and slaves, but the land shall pertain to the next blood relation of the paternal generation. 2. Si autem nec filium non habuit, sora aegis pecuniam et manciapia, terra proximus paterni generationem accipitet. 2. But if he had no daughter either, his sister shall take the cattle and slaves. The next of the paternal generation shall take the land. 3. Si autem nec filium neca sororum habuit, sed matrum tantum superten reliquit, quod filia vel sora deberit, mater suspiciet, it est pecunum et mancipia. 3. But if he had neither son nor daughter nor sister, but he left a mother only surviving, what daughter or sister should have had, let the mother take, i.e., the cattle and slaves. 4. Quodsi si filium et filiam nec sorium aut matrum demissit superstitis, proximus qui fieret, paterni generationis, haris et toto succedat, tam in pecunia acti, in municipis quam in terra. 4. But if he leaves neither son nor daughter, nor sister nor mother surviving, he who shall be next of the paternal generation shall succeed as heir of the whole, as well in cattle and slaves as in land. 5. Et cumquo Herodotus terri pervenerit ad illum vestis bellica, it est lorica, et ultia proximi, et solutio ludus debet perterni. 5. And to whomsoever the inheritance in the land shall come, to him ought to pertain the coat of mail, i.e. the byrnie, and the avenging of the next of kin and the payment of vergeld. 6. Mata moriens filio terram, mancipia, pecunam dimitat, filia vero spoilio coli, it est numeralis, muscus, monala, inoris, vestis, armilis, vel quicquid ornamenti, probii videbatur habuis. 6. A mother dying shall leave her land, slaves and goods to her son, but to her daughter her neck treasures, i.e., necklaces, buckles, collars, earrings, robes, bracelets, or whatever personal ornaments she appeared to have. 7. Sic nec filium habuit, servorum vero habuit, servori pecunam et mancipia, proximo vero paterni generis terram relinquit. 7. If she have neither son nor daughter, but have a sister, to the sister shall she leave the cattle and slaves, but the land to the next of the paternal kin. 8. Usque et quintum generationum paterna generatio succedat, pot quintum autem filia ex toto, sive de patris sive de matris parti, in hereditatem succedat, et tunc demorum hereditas et fusum e lancia tensiat. 8. As far as the 5th generation the paternal kin succeed, but after the 5th the daughter, whether on the father's or on the mother's side, may succeed to the whole inheritance, and then finally let the inheritance pass over from the spear to the spindle. As in the other laws, so under these rules the allod clearly embraced both the land and the pecunia and mancipia upon it. Its object, like that of the similar clauses in the other laws, and also like that of the Edict of Chilperic, seems to have been to protect the land in ordinary cases from passing over from the spear to the spindle, while at the same time sanctioning inheritance by females, even in the land of the allod, when otherwise there would be danger of its passing away from the kindred altogether. In certain cases the land of the allod was made to go to male heirs, while the pecunia and mancipia upon it went to females. Whether the word pecunia in such cases should be translated by cattle, on the wider word chattels, it must have included the cattle, and at first sight it is not easy to see how the rule would work which gave the cattle of the allod to a female, and the land to a distant male heir. The cattle must in the nature of things have remained, or be put upon the land, and the awkward question arises upon whose land they remained, or were put. And so we are brought once more to the practical question of the position of women in relation to the land, that in certain cases in default of male heirs, they could inherit land is one thing, but the question of the cattle and slaves involves quite another. When a sister received her portion of gwottle under Cymric custom, and when she received so many cows for her maintenance from the chief of kindred, she must have had rights of grazing for her cattle in the family herd of her gwelly. Till she married, her cattle would graze with the cattle of her paternal gwelly, and when she married, with the cattle of her husband's gwelly. And so under the rules of this clause, de allodibus, it does not follow that the distant male heir succeeding to the land of the allod was to evict her and her cattle from it. With the land he had to take also the responsibilities involved in the family holding. Clause 5 states that to whomsoever the inheritance of the land shall come, to him ought to pertain the coat of mail, i.e. the byrnie, and with it the duty of the chief of the kindred to avenge his kin, and to see to the payment of vergeld if any one of the kin should be slain. Read from this point of view, this clause, de allodibus, becomes good evidence that, whatever changes may have been made as to female inheritance, the land of the allod had not yet lost all its tribal traits. It had not yet become the res propria of an individual possessor under Roman law. 5. The so-called Lex Charlemagne. This document, according to most recent authorities, relates to a district between the Frisians and Saxons to the north and east, with the river Meuse to the south. Its real title seems to be Notitia vel commemoriatio de illa Eva qui si ad amorum habet, and it seems to be not so much a code as a memorandum of the Vergels and finds of a Frankish people settled in the district alluded to. Probably indeed it may belong to the time of Charlemagne, but before his changes in the currency. It is of some interest to this inquiry because of its peculiar position as relating to a tribal people under Frankish rule, and yet with custom of its own which has survived Frankish conquest. The Notitia starts with the declaration that in ecclesiastical matters, as regards the Banus Dominicus, the same law prevails as other Frank have, and then it at once describes the Vergeld as follows. The Vergelds of this law are as under: whoever kills, homo Francus, 600 solidi et pro frida, 200 solidi; ingenuus, 200 solidi et pro frida, 66 2/3 solidi; litis, 100 solidi et pro frida, 33.5 solidi; servus, 50 solidi et pro frido, 16 2/3 solidi. Then follows a clause 7, which states that if any comus be slain in his own comitas, the Vergeld is to be 3 times that according to his birth. The homo Francus thus has a triple Vergeld, like the comus, but the comus may possibly be not ingenuus. He may be litis with official position, and so, presumably, according to clause 7, with the threefold Vergeld of only 300 solidi. In the next clause, the royal missus is put in the same position while on the king's business. His Vergeld is also to be trebled. What then is the homo Francus with the Vergeld 3 times that of the ordinary ingenuus of the district of Armor? The Vergeld of the latter is the full normal Vergeld of 200 solidi. The homo Francus in this district was therefore very much above the ordinary freeman of other laws. He was evidently a Frankish landowner on a large scale, towering in social position above the ordinary freeman of the district. The casa and curtis of the homo Francus alone were protected by special clauses 19 and 20, and of him alone are any hints given as to kindred or inheritance. Clause 42 in the following few words enlightens us as to his social position. If any Francus homo shall have sons, his inheritance in woods and in land shall pass to them, and what there is in slaves and cattle. Concerning the maternal inheritance, let it go in like manner to the daughter. We must probably consider the privileged position of the homo Francus as presumably the result of Frankish conquest. The great landowner may have been the holder of a benefice or a tenant in capita placed upon the royal domain with ministerial and judicial duties, and the triple Vergeld may fairly be assigned to his official position. But to return to the Vergelds, the payment pro frida seems to have been equal to an additional 1/3 of the Vergeld. From clauses 20 and 33, it appears that the value of an eye or hand or foot was 1/4 of the Vergeld, instead of half as in the Salic and Ripuarian laws. Theft was to be paid for 9-fold with 4 solidi pro frido. The further clauses regarding theft in this border district of forest and cattle and mixed population are not quite easily understood, nor need we dwell upon them. In c. 30, the penalty for letting a thief go without bringing him before the comus or centenarius was 60 solidi, as in the Ripuarian laws. 6. Concluding remarks. Before passing From the laws, the compilation of which seems to date from the conquests of Charlemagne, it may be well to note that, regarded from the point of view of the Vergels, the tribes whose customs have been examined in the last two sections seem to have belonged to the Frankish group with Vergels of 200 gold solidi, while on the other hand, the Frisians and Saxons seem to have belonged to the other group with Vergels of 160 gold solidi. This grouping of the tribes may not be exactly what might have been expected. Geographically, the Frankish group is sufficiently compact. The other is widely extended and scattered. Frisians and Saxons remain in their ancient homes. The Alemannic, Bavarian, and Burgundian tribes have wandered far from theirs, but in their northern home, they may have been once sufficiently contiguous to have shared many common customs, and among them a common Vergeld of 160 solidi. Settled in their new quarters, the Rhine and its tributaries seem to have been the great highways of commercial intercourse and the connecting links between them. Immigrants from them all met as strangers at Veni, in the Ripuarian district, and, as we have seen, we owe our knowledge of some of their Vergels very much to the recognition of them in the Ripuarian laws. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. The Tribal Customs of the Oldest Scandinavian Laws, Part 1. The Monetary System of Scandinavia. The facts needful for the understanding of the monetary system of the Scandinavian tribes need not detain the reader very long. The weight system applied to gold and silver was that evidently derived from the Eastern Empire. It consisted of the mark, the oar, and the oartug. The mark was divided into 8 oars or ounces, and the oar or ounce into 3 oartugs, which were in fact staters or double solidi. The ounce being the Roman ounce of 576 wheat grains, the oartug contained 192 wheat grains, and was the exact counterpart in wheat grains of the Greek stater, i.e. Professor Ridgway's ox unit. Reckoned in wheat grains, 2 Scandinavian marks of 8 ounces were, as we have seen, exactly equal to what the early metrologists called the light mina attica, which consisted of 16 Roman ounces, or 9,216 Roman wheat grains. 4 gold marks thus made a heavy gold mina, traditionally representing a normal Vergeld of 100 head of cattle. But this heavy gold mina of 4 marks had been seemingly twisted from its original Greek character to bring it into consistency with Roman methods of reckoning. It was divided no longer into 100 staters, but now into 96 oartugs, so as to make the oartug double of the solidus and 1/3 of the Roman ounce, thus throwing it out of gear, so to speak, with the normal tribal Vergelds of 100 head of cattle. It was thus made to contain only 96 ox units, although in actual weight its 32 Roman ounces really did contain, so long as the standard of the Roman ounce was adhered to, 100 Attic staters or ox units. That the light mina of 2 marks or 9,216 wheat grains had found its way by the eastern trade routes into Scandinavia appears from its survival in the monetary system of countries on both sides of the Baltic to quite modern times. In northern Europe, the pound of 12 ounces was not, as elsewhere, the usual larger unit. The pound of 2 marks or 16 ounces had taken its place. And except in Norway and Denmark, which sooner or later adopted the monetary and weight system of Charlemagne, the ounce remained the Roman ounce of 576 wheat grains. At the same time, as in the case of the Merovingian system, in spite of the imperial influence of the gold solidus, there were evident marks of a tendency towards the ancient Eastern standard of the stater, rather than the heavier standard of the double solidus. The oartug of 192 wheat grains seems to have often sunk in actual weight below even the Attic weight to that of the ancient Eastern stater of 8.18 grams. Thus, when the Russian weight system was recorded in the time of Peter the Great, the unit both for precious metals and goods was found to be the zlotnik, or gold piece. Thus, Volya equals 0.0444 grams equals 1 wheat grain. Zlotnik equals 4.265 grams equals 96 wheat grains. Funt equals 409.511 grams equals 96 zlotnik, or 9,216 wheat grain. Here then, in wheat grains, the funt is the light mina attica over again, Romanized in its divisions. The zlotnik is the solidus or half-stater, but in actual weight, the pound is exactly half of the ancient Eastern gold mina of 818 grams. The fund of Silesia, Breslau, according to Martini, was 405 grams, and that of Poland, Krakow, the same. Only Sweden and Riga seem to have adopted or preserved higher standards, the double mark of Sweden being 425 and that of Riga 419 grams. But even these fell far short of the standard weight of 16 Roman ounces, that is 436 grams. But throughout, low as the standard of the Baltic funts or double marks may have been, they were divided according to the Roman commercial weight system into ors or ounces and loths or half ounces, and gwenchen or drachmas of 1/8 of an ounce, just as if they were of full imperial weight. The marks and the ors remained, but the old division of ors into ortugs or staters had long ago disappeared. The division into marks, ors, and ortugs was, however, in full force at the time of the Norse laws, both for gold and silver. And the evidence of actual weight seems to show not only that for the purposes of the eastern trade routes, reckoning in marks, ors, and ortugs was in common use, but also that the standard, like that of the Merovingian coinage, was the ancient Eastern standard. Thus, the following weights, believed to belong to the Viking period, from the island of Gotland, are now in the Royal Museum at Stockholm. 819 grams equals 100 staters or ortugs of 8.19. 56.25 grams equals 7 staters or ortugs of 8.1. 32.65 grams equals 4 staters or ortugs of 8.16. 32.4 grams equals 4 staters or ortugs of 8.1. 24.35 grams equals 3 staters or ortugs of 8.12. The unit of these weights is exactly the Eastern stater of 8.18 or 2 Merovingian solidi. Whether this standard had been arrived at independently of the Merovingian standard, or adopted from it, we must not stop to inquire. It is enough that the ortug at the date of the laws through Roman influence had come to be reckoned as 1/3 of the ounce. Whatever may have been the early Byzantine influences and that of Eastern trade routes, long before the date of the Norse laws, Scandinavia had come under Frankish influences also. Already during Merovingian times, chiefly through the Frisian mint at Dürstead, Merovingian currency had become well known on the Baltic, and we have seen that the first Scandinavian coins were copies from those of the Dürstead type. Hence it came to pass that in the most ancient of the Norse laws the old Scandinavian reckoning in gold and silver marks, ors, and ortugs had become connected with the Frankish currency. During the period of Merovingian influence, the Merovingian ounce and the Norse ore were both reckoned in wheat grains, the ounce of the Roman pound, whatever may have been their actual weight. The mark of 8 ounces contained 4,608 wheat grains of gold or silver. But at last, as the result of Charlemagne's conquest in the north, his nova moneta with its higher standard was brought into contact with Scandinavia. His mark of 8 of his ounces, or 5,120 wheat grains, ultimately superseded in Norway and Denmark the old mark of 8 Roman ounces. Hence, as all the Scandinavian laws as we have them are of later date than Charlemagne's conquests, the question must arise, which of the two marks is the one in which the wergelds and other payments are described? In the oldest Norse laws, the wergelds are stated mostly in silver marks, ors and ortugs. The ratio between gold and silver was 1:8, so that an ore of gold equaled a mark of silver, and thus the translation of silver values into gold is easy. The laws themselves, as we shall find, make this perfectly clear. A wergeld stated as of so many gold marks is divided in the details of payment into silver marks, ors, and ortugs at the ratio of 1:8. End of section 19. Section 20 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law, by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 8. The Tribal Customs of the Oldest Scandinavian Laws. Part 2. The wergelds of the Gulathing and Frostathing Laws. In approaching the consideration of the Scandinavian custom as to wergelds and the structure of tribal society as disclosed in the ancient laws, I do it with great diffidence, especially as, for the translation of Old Norse, I am dependent on others. On the whole, it seemed best to concentrate attention upon the Gulathingslag as the oldest of the Norse laws. The Danish and Swedish laws in the Grogos of Iceland no doubt under competent hands would yield valuable additional evidence, but the oldest of the Norse laws may probably be fairly taken as the most representative of early northern custom, and at the same time most nearly connected with the object of this inquiry. Geographically, the Gulathing law was in force in the southern portion of Norway. It seems to have embraced, in about the year 930, 3 and afterward 6 fylkes or districts, each with its own thing and local customs. In this respect it resembled the Frisian and Saxon laws, both of which recognized, as we have seen, the separate customs of tribal divisions contained in a larger district over which the laws had force. The Gulathing law must therefore be regarded as in some sense a compilation or collection of customs, rather than one uniform law. For instance, there are 3 or 4 separate descriptions of the wergeld and the modes of its payment and receipt. One of these is avowedly of later date. The older ones may probably describe local variations of general custom belonging to one or another of the divisions, and even these bear marks of later modification and additions. As usual, the introduction of Christianity was the occasion and perhaps the cause of the compilation, and therefore from the time of the formation of dioceses by King Olaf, A.D. 1066 to 1093, ecclesiastical influence must be expected. But on the whole, this Gulathing law presents in some points a far more interesting and instructive picture of social conditions resulting from tribal custom than the laws of other tribes already examined of much earlier date. The next important of the ancient laws of Norway is the Frostathingslag belonging to the more northerly district of Trondheim. Without pretending to have made it the subject of special study, I have here and there found it useful in elucidation of the Gulathing law, and as showing that tribal custom, though with local variations, was in force over a wider district than that under the Gulathing law. The question of the structure of tribal society and the division of classes in Norway may be most conveniently approached from the point of view of the ret, or personal right, somewhat analogous to the Irish honour price and the Welsh sarad. Both in the Gulathing law and in the Frostathing law, this personal ret lies at the root of the graduated payments for insults, wounding, and homicide, and the statements of it are practically identical in the 2 laws. They are as follows. Gulathing, 200. Lacing, 6 oars. Lacing son, 8 oars. Bondet, 12 oars. Haldman, 24 oars. Lendman and Stellaire, 48 oars. Frostathing, 1035. Lacing before Freedom's Ale, 4 oars. Lacing after Freedom's Ale, 6 oars. Lacing son, 8 oars or 1 mark. Rikstan, 12 oars. Ardbordenman, 12 oars or 2 marks. Haldman, 24 oars or 3 marks. The chief difference is that the Frostathing law divides the lacings into 2 classes, a significant point on which important considerations turn. The things for which full ret was paid may be described as insults. If a man were knocked down, even if he fell on his knees, or if his mustache were seized with hostile hand, or if a man were called a mare or bitch, these were insults for which full ret was to be paid. The payments for inflicting serious wounds, sar, were regulated in the same gradations according to rank as the ret, but were 3-fold in amount. These payments were made in bugs, or rings, each of 12 oars of silver. Gulathing law, 185. Lacing, 1 ring. Lacing son, 2 rings. Bondet, 3 rings. Odel-born man, 6 rings. Lendman and Stellaire, 12 rings. Jarl, 24 rings. King, 48 rings. Frostathing law, 953. Lacing, 2 rings. Rikstan, 3 rings. Arborenman, 4 rings. Hald, 6 rings. Lendman, 12 rings. Jarl, 24 rings. King, 48 rings. These were the penalties paid by the person inflicting the wound, i.e. 3 times his own ret, and besides this he had to pay sarbot according to the extent and character of the wound, as in other laws. He also had to pay the healing fee of the injured person. Passing from insults and wounds to homicide, throughout the Gulathing law, the Halt or Odel-born man is taken as the typical tribesman. His Wergeld is described, and then the Wergelds of other classes are said to vary according to the Ret. But before we consider the Wergelds, it must be remarked that here, as elsewhere, there is no Wergeld for a murder within the family. In clause 164, under the heading of a madman's manslaying, is the following. Now, if a man has done the slaying of a madman, if a son slays his father, or a father his son, or a brother his brother, or any of his sisters and brothers, or a child slays its mother, or a mother her child, then he forfeits the inheritance he ought to take. The one next to him in kin takes that inheritance, and the king shall have it rather than he. But he shall stay in the land, and be shriven, and keep all that is his. In the Gulathing law, the kindred within which there is no Wergeld is thus the actual family, and it is in full accord with the instance in Beowulf in which the old father is represented as having to put up with the presence of a son by whose arrow another of his sons had been slain, such a crime being one which under tribal custom could not be avenged. Turning now to the amount of the Wergeld of the Gulathing law and the Frostathing law, it must again be remarked that there are in these laws varying accounts of it. In the first place, there are some avowedly of later date than others. Thus, in Frostathing 6.1, the description of the Wergeld is commenced as follows. Here begins and is told that which to most is dark, and yet many had need to know, because difficult matters increase among men, and those grow fewer who both had the wits and the good will for it. How to divide the fixed boats if they are adjudged, for it is now more the custom to fix the boats, how many marks of gold shall be paid on account of him who was slain, and the cause of that is that many know not what the lawful boat is, and though they knew it, few will now abide by it. But the Frostathing book divides the lawful boat to every one according to his birth and rank, and not those boats which they that sit in courts and make terms of peace put too high or too low. Here the writer clearly refers back to the ancient Frostathing book as the authority for the lawful boat, but on examination he seems to add certain additional boats which the courts now include in the round amount of so many gold marks awarded by them in each case as it comes before them. The writer takes first the case of an award of 6 marks of gold and describes how it is to be divided, and then the case of 5 marks of gold, and so on. The division is throughout made in silver marks, ors, ortugs, and penningar. But when the items are added up, the total in silver, divided at the ratio of 1 to 8, brings back the result as nearly as may to be the number of gold marks from which the division started. Thus, in the clause describing the division of the Wergeld of 6 marks of gold, the silver items add up to 48 marks exactly, and the division of this by 8 brings back the amount to 6 marks of gold. And so, in the clause dividing 5 marks of gold, the items seem to add up to 1 ortug only less than 40 silver marks, and again a division by 8 brings the amount sufficiently near to 5 marks of gold. In each case, however, the writer adheres to the same scheme of division. When he has 6 gold marks to divide, he first assigns 18 silver marks to Boga men, i.e. the near group of kinsmen of male descent on the paternal side only, and then he adds half as much, i.e. 9 marks, to a group of Nefgildi men, among whom are included, with others, the kinsmen of descent through females on both paternal and maternal sides, so that these 2 groups of Buga men and Nefgildi get 27 marks. In all cases, he makes the group of Nefgildi receive only half the amount received by the Buga group, the whole amount being reduced according to the number of gold marks to be divided. After the amount allowed to these 2 groups, the remainder is made up of additional payments, some of which he expressly declares were not included under old law. Thus, in clause 6, he adds an amount which he says was not found in the old Frostathing book, and justifies it by saying that there would be danger to the slayer if it was not paid. And so again, in clause 9, there are additions for half-brothers, sons, etc. of the same mother. And these additions are included in the 6 marks of gold according to new law. Evidently, therefore, we must not take these Wergelds of 6 and 5 marks of gold with their divisions as representing the ancient customary Wergelds of this class, or that in the social scale, but rather as showing the extent to which the system of Wergelds had become somewhat arbitrarily expanded and elastic in later times. The total amount with additions was apparently increasing as time went on. As in the Frostathing law, so also in the Gulathing law, clause 316, page 104, there is a statement of Wergeld, avowedly of a late date and added under the name of Bjorn Marsson, who lived about AD 1223. And this, too, seems to belong to a time when the amount of the Wergeld was awarded by some public authority in so many marks of gold. He takes the case of a Wergeld of 6 marks of gold and shows how it ought to be divided, and then the case of a Wergeld of 5 marks of gold and shows how that should be divided, what each shall take of 5 marks of gold, and so on, just as was done by the writer in the Frostathing law. One might have supposed from this that, as the method of awarding fixed amounts and the amounts to be divided in gold marks were the same, so the groups and the persons included in them would have corresponded also. But they differ considerably. Bjorn Marsson, up to a certain point, follows the same scheme as the writer in the Frostathing. In his division of 6 marks of gold, he, too, draws a line at the amount of 27 marks, and he also divides this amount into thirds and gives 2/3 to one group and 1/3 to the other. The son of the slain and the brother of the slain form the first group and take 18 marks, and a second group take 9 marks, the two together taking 27 marks. The group who together take 9 marks, like the Nefgildi men of the Frostathing, embraces, however, by no means the same relatives as are included in the latter. The only persons included are the father's brother and his children, i.e. first cousins or bro-rungs of the slain, but among them are included the sons of concubines and of female first cousins. And after the mention of these is the statement, all that these men take amounts to 27 marks and 2 aurar. Out of the remainder of the 6 gold marks or 48 silver marks, other relations take to the 5th man on the male line and the 6th on the female line. Bjorn Marsson seems, like the writer in the Frostathing law, to have had to some extent a free hand in the division. It is clear that there was much variety in the course adopted. Nor does he seem to have been by any means so systematic and accurate as the other writer. The silver amounts, when added up, do not so accurately correspond with the 6 gold marks to be divided. We turn then from these later statements to what seems likely to be an older statement of the Norse Wergeld, that is, which commences at clause 218 of the Gulathing law. It describes the division of the Wergeld of a Hald or Odel-born man, and it begins with the explanation that the mansgild or Wergeld decreases and increases from this as other rets. It describes the various amounts both in silver marks and in cows, which the other statements do not, and this, so far as it goes, is a sign of antiquity. In clause 223 is inserted a statement of the various things in which Wergelds may be paid. The only item the value of which is given is the cow, which is to be taken at 2½ oars if not older than 8 winters, and if it be whole as to horns and tail, eyes and teats, and in all its legs. And the silver value of the cow, 2½ oars, is the one used in this older description of the Wergeld. The Wergeld, according to this statement, consists of booga payments and upnam payments. The first are received in 3 boogs or rings thus. Hufutboog, taken by the son and the father of the slain, 10 marks or 32 cows. Broturboog, taken by brother or if none by the son of the slain, 5 marks or 16 cows. Brorungsboog, taken by the father's brother's son, i.e. first cousin of the slain, 4 marks or 13 cows minus half an oar. Total 19 marks or 60 cows plus 2 oars. To this is added for women's gifts, i.e. the mother, daughter, sister, and wife of the slain, or in default to the son of the slain, 1 mark or 3 cows plus half an oar. Total 20 marks or 64 cows. After this statement is the declaration, now all the boogs are counted. A clause here is interpolated, changing the point of view so as to show how and by whom on the slayer's side the same 3 boogs are paid. The slayer shall pay to the son of the dead the hufutboog. The slayer's brother, if he has one, shall pay to the brother of the dead the brotherboog, otherwise the slayer shall pay it. The broderung of the slayer, if he has one, shall pay to the broderung of the slain the broderungsboof, otherwise the slayer shall pay it. He is reckoned the son of the dead who takes the gild, whether he is father or brother or however he is related. Then follows the declaration, now all the boogs are separated. It seems clear, then, that the slayer was in the last resort responsible for the whole of these boog payments, as it was the son of the slain who would take any part of them lapsing through failure of the designated recipients. The small payments to the mother, daughter, sister, and wife included in the boog payments are evidently additional and exceptional payments in regard to close sympathy. The slayer does not make these payments. It is expressly stated that they are made by the kinswomen of the slayer, but they are included in the even amount of 20 marks or 64 cows. The recipients of the 3 books, it will be seen, were limited to the nearest relatives on the paternal side, fathers, sons, brothers, and first cousins, with no descent through females, while the recipients in the next set of groups, or utnams, include also relations through females, but, again, only males receive. There is, however, one exception. In clause 231 is the following. All those women who have sons are in the suk, suit, and sisters capable of bearing sons. They shall all be held to have an equal part in it till they are 40. Evidently they partake, as under Cymric custom, only in respect of possible sons who, if born, would partake themselves. Indeed, the sons only appear in the list of receivers, and in no case the mother, except among the women's gifts included as above in the book payments. Clause 224 describes the utnam set of recipients as under. It will be seen that they include descendants of great-grandparents, but no more distant relations. Saktal of utnams or groups outside Buga men. First utnam. The slain person's father's brother, i.e. uncle, brother's son, mother's father, daughter's son. Each gets a mark from the slayer if a hald be slain, and this amounts to 4 marks. Second utnam. The slain person's father's brother's son, bruerum, brother's daughter's son, mother's brother, sister's son, sistling, father's sister's son. Each gets 6 oars from the slayer if a hald be slain, and this amounts to 3 marks 6 oars. Third utnam. The slain person's mother's sister's son, sistrung, broerung's child, father's broerung, mother's mother's brother, sister's daughter's son. They get half a mark from the slayer if a hald be slain, probably half a mark each, i.e. 2 marks 4 oars, making the total of utnams 10 marks 2 oars. Then follows the declaration, now all the utnam men are counted. If we add up the amount of the 2 sets of payments, the result will be as follows. The 3 buga payments of near relatives with addition of women's gifts, 20 marks or 64 cows. The utnam payments within descendants of paternal and maternal great-grandparents, 10 marks 2 oars or 32 4/5 cows. Total 30 marks 2 oars or 96 4/5 cows. As in the Frostating law, the Nefgildi men took as a group an amount equal to 1/2 the amount of the Buga group, so here the Utna men do the same. Evidently this is the intention. Now if we may take the Buga payments and the Utna payments as representing an intention 30 silver marks or 96 cows, then, at a ratio of 1:8, the 30 silver marks equaled, in wheat grains, exactly 200 Merovingian gold solidi, and this may have been the ancient wergeld of the hald. There is, however, in clause 235 a further payment mentioned extending to the 15th degree of kinship, and amounting to about 1 mark and 3 oars. Possibly, though I hardly think it likely, this formed a part of the original wergeld, and if it be added, it would increase the wergeld to 31 marks, 5 oars, and at 2.5 oars to the cow the wergeld would be increased to 101 1/5 cows. If we might take this as roughly aiming at the round number of 32 marks and 100 cows, the wergeld of the hald would be, at the ratio of 1:8, 4 gold marks or 100 cows, i.e. in actual weight the heavy gold mina of 32 Roman ounces, which under Greek usage was divided into 100 staters or ox units. The confusion between 96 and 100 cows is so likely a result of the application of Roman methods to the division of the mina that we need not regard it. That the one or the other of these amounts may have been the original wergeld of the hald, representing originally 100 cows, is consistent at least with widely spread tribal usage. This view is confirmed by the fact that the further payments mentioned in the Gulathing are distinctly abnormal ones, and so presumably added at a later date, like those mentioned in the Frostating law. We are justified in so considering them, because in the laws themselves the persons to whom they were made are expressly called sok akar, or additional persons in the sok or suit. And when we examine them further, we find that they were hardly likely to have been included among the original recipients of the wergeld. Among those of clause 236 are the thrall-born brother and thrall-born son of the slain, and the half-brother by the same mother, and Clause 239 extends the number to the son-in-law, brother-in-law, stepfather, stepson, oath brothers, and foster brothers. Evidently, in these exceptional cases, the rules of strict blood relationship have been broken away from, and additions have been made to the normal Wergeld to stay the vengeance of persons sufficiently nearly connected in other ways to make them dangerous if left unappeased. It was probably these additional payments, added from time to time in contravention of the strict rules of blood relationship, which caused the uncertainty of the later laws, and led to the new system of awarding a round number of gold marks as the total Wergeld, included in which were additions intended to meet the introduction of half-blood and foster relations, and others the risk of whose vengeance it seemed needful, apparently in later times, to buy off. Returning, then, to the original Wergeld of the Hald without these additions, we have seen that it consisted of two sets of payments, Buga payments and Upnam payments, and possibly the small addition of those of more distant relations. Now in the Gulathing law there are two other descriptions of the amount of the Buga payment, and it will be useful to examine them. The first is to be found in clauses 179 and 180. In clause 179, the payment for cutting off a hand or foot and for striking out an eye is said to be half a giold, and it is added, "But if both hand and foot be cut off the same man, he is worse living than dead, and is to be paid for as if he were dead." And then in the next clause, under the heading About Giold, is the following. Now shall be told payments in Gula. A halt shall be paid for with 18 marks of lawful orar. Starting from this, the payment shall increase or decrease as other wrets. Now it would seem that this payment for the death of a Hald was not the whole Wergeld, but only the Buga part of it. No details even of the Buga payments of 18 marks are given in this clause. It seems to be inserted in this place simply with reference to the full limit of payments for injuries. Liability for wounding, under Cymric custom, was confined to the kinsmen of the Gweli, and so it may well be that under Norse custom it was confined to the Buga group. But the amount in this clause is only 18 marks, while that of the Buga payments of the Wergeld we have just been considering, as probably the earlier one, was 20 marks. How is this to be accounted for? The answer surely must be that 18 marks of Charlemagne, reckoned in wheat grains, were exactly equal to the 20 of the Roman or Merovingian marks of the earlier period. The other statement alluded to is also a statement avowedly of the Buga payments, and begins with almost the same words. Now the giold for the Hald shall be told. In this case the details are given, and the detailed payments add up between 18 and 19 marks, and yet the total is given as a little more than 20 marks. This statement differs from the older one in its divisions, but it has an air of antiquity and reality about it which suggests that it may represent a local custom actually in force. Little touches of picturesque detail seem to bring it into contact with actual life, and to show how local custom might work out a common object by its own peculiar method. It meets us abruptly in clause 243 under the heading On Bugar, and commences thus. Now the giold for the Hald shall be told. 6 marks of 12 ells to the oar in the head book, 4 marks in the brother's book, 2.5 marks in the brorung's book. It then introduces quite another element, that is the tryggvakup, true spying. 2 tryggvakup shall go with every book. Each tryggvakup shall be 1 1/5 oars. Tryggvakup shall go between buchamen. In the next clause it is explained that this peace price, sakdarkup, is paid when the kinsmen come together to make peace, and that 3 marks are also paid as skoarkup, forest price, i.e. payment to release the slayer from being a skuarmar, or outlaw living in the forest. The slayer pays a book to the son of the dead, and 2 truce prices, one to the brother and the other to the brorung of the dead. And the slayer's brother pays a book to the brother of the slain, and again 2 truce prices, one to the son of the slain and the other to the brorung of the slain. And the brorung of the slayer pays a book to the brorung of the slain, and again 2 truce prices, one to the son and the other to the brother of the slain. All this is for peace buying, setdarkup, when the kinsmen are met together to make peace. Then in clause 245 the women's gifts are described. The slayer, his mother, his daughter, and his wife each give a gift of 1 1/5 oar to the wife, mother, and daughter of the slain, making 12 gifts. The sister of the slayer gives a half gift to the sister, wife, daughter, and mother of the slain, 2 gifts, and the slayer, his mother, wife, and daughter each give a half gift to the sister of the slain, making the number of women's gifts 16 in all. The amounts thus stated add up as follows. Book payments, 12 marks, 4 oars. 6 truce payments, 7 1/5 oars. Forest price, 3 marks. 16 women's gifts, 2 marks, 3 1/5 oars. Total 18 marks, 6 2/5 oars. The amount aimed at seems to be 18 marks, the Upnam payments being 9 marks, and yet the total is stated as follows. Now with Bugar and with Tryggvakup and Skorakup and women's gifts it is 20 marks and 2 2/5 oars. Absolute accuracy need not be expected, but there must be a reason for the difference between 18 and 20 marks, between the detailed payments and the total, and it is difficult to suggest any other than the one already mentioned. The total amount of the Buga payment seems to be the same in this as in the other statement, but a new element is introduced with an obvious and interesting object. The Buga men, as before, consist of 3 groups. The slayer pays the Buga of the son to the slain and appeases the other 2 groups by payment to each of them a truce price, so that to all the 3 Buga groups of the relations of the slain he has acknowledged his wrong and desire to make composition. And so, in each case, the representative of the other 2 groups of slayers' relations paid the Buk to the corresponding group of the relatives of the slain and a truce price to the other 2, so that no relation of the slain could after this point to any individual as not having joined in the payment to himself or his group. The women most deeply concerned on both sides are also present at the gathering, and each of those connected with the slayer is prepared with her gift of 1 1/5 oars for the corresponding relative of the person slain. Women's gifts were included in the Buga payments in the other statement also. The clauses relating to the Buga payments are followed by 3 others, headed on succor, and the further recipients of Vorgeld, as before, seem to be divided into Upnams and Saukukar, but in this case there is a strange mixture of the 2. The mother's brother and the sister's son are excluded from the Upnams to make way for the half-brother by the same mother of the thrall-born son. Clause 246, on succor, gives 12 oars to each of the following, who in clause 250 are called Upnam men. Father's brother, 12 oars. Brother's son, 12 oars. Brother by the same mother, 12 oars. Thrall-born son, 12 oars. Daughter's son, 12 oars. Mother's father, 12 oars. Total, 72 oars, or 9 marks. So that the Buga and Upnam payments, 2/3 and 1/3, added together once more make a normal Vorgeld of 27 marks, that is, 30 of the Merovingian standard. Then clause 247, further on succor, gives to mother's brother 9 oars, sister's son 9 oars, thrall-born brother 9 oars, father's sister's son 6 oars. And in clause 248, further on succor, a thrall-born father's brother and a thrall-born daughter's son by a kin-born father take each a mark. The traditional Vorgeld seems, therefore, once more to be 27 marks of Charlemagne or 30 Merovingian marks, and the additional payments appear to be Saukukar. But the Upnam group in this case includes the brother by the same mother and the thrall-born son, leaving outside a Saukukar the mother's brother and the sister's son and the father's sister's son, along with the thrall-born brother. It is not within the scope of this inquiry to attempt either to explain or to explain away, as of no moment, the variations in the persons included under the various schemes in the groups of Buga and Nefgildi or Upnam men. Even such a question as that of the exclusion from the Upnam group of the mother's brother and the sister's son, to make way for the illegitimate half-brother and thrall-born son, is not necessarily to be disposed of as a later alteration in favor of those illegitimate birth. For the Cymric precedent might well lead us to an opposite conclusion, inasmuch in the laws of Howell, in spite of strong ecclesiastical opposition, the ancient pagan custom of admitting illegitimate sons to share in the father's inheritance was defended and retained as too fully established to be given up. Looked at from the point of view of the feud, they were naturally more on the spot, and therefore of much more moment than the mother's brother or the sister's son. Professor Vinogradov has suggested that the evidence of Norse and Icelandic Vorgeld seems to point to an original organized group of agnates who were Buga men and formed the kernel of the kindred liable for Vorgeld, as contrasted with after additions of relations on both paternal and maternal sides, and others more or less nearly concerned. The Cymric precedent would lead us to expect to find thrall-born sons as well as legitimate sons among the Buga men, without any special mention as such. Under Christian influences, they may have been excluded from this group to find a place ultimately, sometimes with special mention, in the Upnam group. It may or may not have been so, according to the stage of moral growth arrived at in the particular case of this tribe or that, at the particular period in question. Hence, although under Norse custom the amount of the normal wergeld of the hald may have been constant, the way in which it was divided and the group responsible for its payment may well have varied from time to time and in different districts. It has already been noticed that even under the later methods of awarding as wergeld an even number of gold marks, both the Gulathing and the Frostathing laws, in the case of the award of 6 marks of gold, draw a line, the one at 18 and 27 marks, and the other at 20 and 30 marks, as though these amounts had a strong traditional sanction. Even in the case of the lower awards, the scheme of division being the same with proportionately lessened figures, this portion of the wergeld was always divided into 2/3 of buka payments and 1/3 of nefgildi or utnam payments. This seems to be strong evidence that, although the persons forming the groups may have differed, the two groups formed originally an inner and an outer kernel of the wergeld proper, the additions to which may fairly be regarded as saukukar. The repetition of evidence in both laws that the buka payments of 2/3 was followed by another third of nefgildi or utnam payments, when connected with the further fact that the two together made an amount which was, at the value of the cows stated in the laws, equated with 96 or 100 cows, seems to confirm the hypothesis that in this amount we have the normal wergeld of the hald. To Professor Vinogradov's suggestion that the buka payments may have formed an original inner kernel of the wergeld, we may therefore perhaps add that the nefgildi and utnam payments may have formed an outer shell of the kernel, and that both may have been included in the original normal wergeld of 96 or 100 cows. Finally, if this may fairly be taken to be the wergeld of the hald, then, recurring to the repeated statement in the Gulathing law that the wergeld of the hald being told, the wergelds of others varied according to the ret, the wergelds of the several classes in Norse social rank may, it would seem, with fair probability, be stated as follows. Lacing before freedom ale, ret and silver oars, 4. Wergeld and silver oars, 40. Lacing after freedom ale, ret and silver oars, 6. Wergeld and silver oars, 60. Wergeld and cows, 24 or 25. Lacing sun, ret and silver oars, 8. Wergeld and silver oars, 80. Wergeld and cows, 32. Bonde, ret and silver oars, 12. Wergeld and silver oars, 120. Wergeld and cows, 48 or 50. Arboren or Eitboren man, ret and silver oars, 16. Wergeld and silver oars, 160. Wergeld and cows, 64. Hald or Odelborn, ret and silver oars, 24. Wergeld and silver oars, 240. Wergeld and cows, 96 or 100. The significance of these gradations in the rets and wergelds of Norse tribal society will become apparent in our next section. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ernst Schnell. Tribal Customs in Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 8. The Tribal Customs of the Oldest Scandinavian Laws. Section 3. Part 3. The Gradations of Social Rank disclosed by the wergelds, etc. We are now able to devote attention to the interesting question of the gradations of social rank under Norse tribal custom. And we are fortunate to have the guidance of Dr. Konrad von Maure's valuable paper written in 1878 and entitled Die Freigelassenen nach altnorwegischem Rechte. Although tribal custom, viewed as we view it after the acceptance of Christianity, may not be altogether what it was originally in its actual working, yet still it is worth while to seek for the principles underlying the separating lines between social conditions as revealed in the laws. So far as they can be discovered, they are sure to be instructive, for they cannot have been the result of the sudden change in religion. Their roots, at any rate, go far back into tribal custom, however much, as in other cases, the Church may have adopted and modified what it could not eradicate. The hard lines of distinction between social classes, were kept up even in the churchyard. Kirkegardet skipt I fjördange til grifter. Skal grafwa ländamen avstanna kirku och landsudar under uxadrapa efter egu lut I kirkugert. En efter egi lut I kirkugert, da skulle der ligga I bondalego. Da skal grafwa halsmenn och dera börn. Ennes kirkugarde, da skal grafwa hjonmans, och da män räkna ero att sy får strandu, och hafwa harskurt I norrena. En if mader lägger man I fjällsgäfua lego, säkert 6 aurum. En if mader grafwa fjällsgäfua I lösinga lego, säkert 12 aurum. Grafwa lösinga I halsmans lego, säkert 3 merkum. The churchyard is divided into 4 quarters for burial. Landmen shall be buried to the east and southeast of the church, under the eavesdrop, if they have taken part in the building of the church. If they have not done that, they shall lie in the burial place of a bonde. Next to them shall be buried howls and their children. And next to the churchyard wall shall be buried the servants, thralls of a man, and those who are cast upon the seashore and whose hair is cut in the Norwegian manner. If a man buries a thrall in the burying place of a fjallskjaf, he is liable to pay 6 aurar. If a man buries a fjallskjaf in the burial place of a leysing, he is liable to pay 12 aurar. If he buries a leysing in the burial place of a hauld, he is liable to pay 3 marks. Borgarthing Law 13. Referring to the gradations of ret, it will be seen that there are apparently 2 classes of leysings, whose social condition was next above the thrall at the bottom of the ladder. This was first made clear by Conrad von Maurer. The thrall, who by purchase or by gift had been made a freedman, frialskjafi, had only taken the first step towards even that limited amount of freedom which belonged to the leysing. Another step had to be made good before he became a full leysing, and the step was accomplished by the ceremony of making his freedom ale. The leysing before making his freedom ale was still so far the property of his master that his children did not inherit his goods. They belonged to his master. Nu ero bröder tverföder upp anotger att eins mans, och ero der bäde bröder och fostbröder, och Leisax der undandratne sinum, och fyrask egi foster, egi sammanverk och orko. Da kommer fartvägar, deira till annars arvs. Börn dera komma egi till, nema der geri frälsis ölsit. If 2 brothers are brought up as thralls at one man's house, and are both brothers and foster brothers, and they are freed by their master and continue in fosterage, and have their work and employment together, then either of them inherits from the other. Their children do not inherit from them unless they make their freedom ale. Gulathing 65. This passage shows that the link of blood relationship between 2 brothers and foster brothers, by reason of their being fostered together in the case of thralls, was recognized before that between parent and child. It was the fosterage in this case which had forged the link. Blood relationship in thralldom counted for nothing. The ceremony of making a freedom ale is thus described in the 2 laws. Nu vil leysing I rada kaupum sinum och kvanfengum, da skall han gera frälsesöl sitt, 3 salda öl hit minsta, och bjöda skapdratne hans till medvatom, och bjöda egi sökunautum hans till, och sissa hanom I öntväge, och lägga 6 aura I skalar hin fyrsta eftan, och bjöda hanom leysings aura. Nu if han täcker vid, da väl, en if han gäfra upp, da sem goldet se. Eftrell kommer a gjort edda vir, da skall han gera frälsesöl sitt, för mader, njumela öl, och skära av väder. Ett borin mader skall höfut avskära, en skrapdrottning han skall taka haslausen av halse honom. Nu vill skrapdrottning hans leifa honom att göra frälsesöl sitt. Där skall han beida han med vatten tve att han megi göra frälsesöl sitt. Och bjöda honom med 5:e man till ölders dress han gerir frälsesöl sitt. Där skall han då göra och lita öntväg i hans och gano hans kurtligga. Gulathing Law 62. If a lazing wishes to have control of his bargains and his marriage, he shall make his freedom ale out of at least 3 sippfuls of malt, and invite his master to it, in the hearing of witnesses, and not invite his master's foes, and seat him in the high seat, and lay 6 aura in the scales the first evening of the banquet, and offer him the lazing's fee. If he takes it, that is well. If he remits the sum, it is as if it had been paid. Frostathing Law 9:12. If a thrall takes up land or sets up house, he shall make his freedom ale, every man of 9 mäler, equals 1.5 sippfuls of malt, and kill a wether. A free-born man shall cut off its head, and his master shall take the neck release off his neck. If his master will allow him to make his freedom ale, he shall ask his leave to make it, in the hearing of 2 witnesses, and invite him and 4 with him to his freedom ale. If they do not come, yet he shall make the ale, and let the high seat for his master and his master's wife stand empty. A master might dispense with this formality. He might take his thrall to church, or seat him on the kist, and if then he proceeded formally to free him from all debts and dues, the lazing need not make his freedom ale. G61. Now let us see what change in social position and rights the ceremony of making freedom ale, or its substitute, produced. The lazing was still unfree in the sense that he could not leave his master. The following is from the Gulathing Law 67. Nu förläsingi årfulki 4 utan rat drottningsins, och afflar ser där 4 edda kaupa, där skall skapdottern vara efter med vatta. If han vill afterfara, da väl. En if han vill eigi afterfara, da lady han vittni a hon hanom att han läsing i hans, och föri han afterfart som han vill lausan, edda bundin och sätja han i sessim sama, där som han var fyr. Now a lazing leaves the district without the advice or will of his master, and earns property or concludes bargains, then his master shall go after him with witnesses. If he is willing to come back, that is well. If he is not willing, he, the master, shall call witnesses that he is his lazing, and bring him back, fettered or unfettered, as he likes, and set him in the same seat that he had formerly. But on the other side, the master might not sell even a thrall out of the land. F 1120, so that probably he could not turn his lazing adrift at his pleasure. The lazing remained under thermsel towards his master, or obligations involving personal loyalty and duty, and upon any breach of these he could be put back into thraldom. En hef han gera einvern lutera, da skall han fara after i sessin sama han var fyr, och leisask thedan vadaurum. Fesin hever han och fyrigord. Should he make himself guilty of any of these things, he shall go back to the seat in which he sat formerly, and buy himself free out of it with money to his value, and his property is forfeited. G66. The reason assigned in a clause above quoted for the desire to make freedom ale was that the lazing might have control of his bargains and his marriage. He gained, therefore, both as regards property and also in family rights. In Gulathing Law 63 is described what happened on his marriage. If he marries a kin-born, Edborin woman, and they afterwards separate, all the children go with her. He, not being kin-born, has no kindred. She, being kin-born, her kindred have rights over her and obligations as to her children. En if han verder fyrdaut, da skolo børn verve til fader sinds after, og etter fe hans medan dat til. En da dat alt ettet, da skolo børn after verva I hit betre kin, en han under skapdrotten sin. If she die first, all the children shall go back to their father, and eat his property so long as it lasts. And after it is all eaten up, all the children shall go back to the better kin, and he back to his master. If one lazing marries another, and both father and mother have made their freedom ale, the children of the marriage inherit from both. This is the beginning of the rights to inherit. But it is accompanied by the obligation to keep the children, who are no longer thralls of the master, but lazings like their parents. What happens then if the parents fall into poverty and cannot keep their children? Is the master to keep them, or are they to starve? En if thou verde ad drotum, da dat gravgangsmenn. Skal grava grøv I kirkegarde, og setja thou dari, og lata der deia. Take skapdrotten dat lengst liver, og further dat sidan. 63. If they come to extreme want, they are gravgangsmen. A grave shall be dug in the churchyard, and they shall be put into it and left to die there. The master shall take out the one who lives the longest, and feed that one thereafter. But it is not all lazing families which come to this gruesome pass. It may be presumed that the lazing, who has made his freedom ale and married, and could make his own bargains, and keep what property he and his wife could accumulate, was mostly prosperous. In clause 106, the rules as to lazing inheritance are described. If the lazing, who made his freedom ale, afterwards had children, they could inherit. But he had no other kin who could inherit. So if he died childless, the master took the property. As generation after generation passed, and a wider kindred was formed, any one of his, the lazing's kin, took in preference to the master and his descendants. But the rights or chances of inheritance on the side of the master's family did not cease for 9 generations from the first lazing who had made his freedom ale. So that if a lazing even of the 8th generation died without kin, the inheritance in this extreme case went to the descendants of the master of the first lazing, to the 9th knee, rather than pass by failure of kin to the king. Lazings erf skala taka till 9:e knäs, furen under konungange. Degar lazing som taker efter fader sin, da taker ver efter annan. Nu verder daar aldaude arfer I lazingskinni, och engisa mader, da I erfdatale vita han, andader lazingskini nu. Da skal hin or skapdortens kvisel taka till 9:e knäs för en under konungange. Thå att sa se hin att det andader fra lazingjanom. GC 106. A lazing's inheritance shall be taken to the 9th knee before it falls to the king. When a lazing's son takes after his father, then let one take after the other. If in a lazing's kin there comes to be an all-dead inheritance, and no one has inheritance right after the deceased man of the lazing's kin, then one of his master's kin shall take to the 9th knee before it falls to the king, even though the deceased man be the 8th from the lazing. Thus we seem to see the family of the lazing, who had made his freedom ale, gradually growing up into a kindred in successive stages, until in the 9th generation a kindred of lazings had been fully formed and might be very numerous. In the corresponding clause in the Frostathing law, 9.11, further details are mentioned. If not previously purchased by agreement with the master, the thermsel came to an end after 4 generations. That is, the 5th generation was free from them. They lasted, therefore, over the first 4 generations from the original lazing to his great-grandchildren. For these 4 generations, the lazing and his descendants were the lazings of the master and his descendants. Then the clause goes on to show that the first Laysing, having made his freedom ale, shall take inheritance only of his son and daughter, and of his own freedmen. The sons of this Laysing take inheritance from 6 persons, viz. father, mother, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and 7thly, from any freedmen of their own. Sva skal suner Laysinge taka og sunar og dess suner, og sva dotter og syster, sem suner og brødre, efter egi til. Og sva skal far deira hygge fyri ödru. So shall the son of a Laysing take, and his son's son, grandson, and his son, great-grandson, and daughter and sister like son and brother, if there are none of these. Each of these shall provide for the other. Failing these Laysing claimants, the inheritance rights revert to the master to the 9th knee, and it is added, also providing for these if needed. There is here something very much like the Cymric gwely, or family of descendants of a great-grandfather, with rights of maintenance under the rules of tir gweliog, and mutual liability. Until a kindred has been formed, the master's obligation to provide for the Laysing remains, and it does not cease altogether until the kindred is complete. In the meantime, as the kindred is formed, its members are mutually liable for each other's maintenance. In this respect, within the group of descendants of a great-grandfather, there is solidarity for maintenance as well as weargeld. We are dealing evidently here with a family of Laysings growing into a kindred, as under Cymric custom the family of the Ailt and the Althoot grew into a kindred. During all these 4 generations, the family were Laysings with the ret of 6 öres. But the 5th generation seems to rise into a 2nd grade of social rank and to attain the rank of Laysing sons, with the ret of 8 öres. And further, in another 4 generations, those of the 9th generation again rise in social rank and seem to become arborin or etborin men, i.e., men born in a kindred, with the ret of 16 öres. They can now boast of a full Laysing kindred. Their father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were born in a kindred, and they have now full rights of inheritance. The master and his descendants have no further hold on them or obligation for their maintenance. Any lapsed inheritance now goes direct to the king. The arborin or etborin man, therefore, seems at last, at the moment when a full kindred of his own has risen up to swear for him and protect him by feud or weargeld, to have become clear from any claims on the master's side. And accordingly, if any claim be set up, he has to prove his freedom by witnesses that he can count 4 of his forefathers as arborin men, and himself the 5th. That is, he shows that his great-grandfather was a man with an et or kindred. If he can prove this, he is free from any claim in regard to his Laysing descent. NF saga kallas arborin, för sökväder, där telli han 4 langfäder sina till arborina manna, en självfra han hin 5, och hafi till dess 2 buanda vitni arborina. NF han svar lidlaus, att han fär det ägi, och hefyr då dessa vörn fyrer ser, där sanni ett sina arborna med gudskrillum. NF han värde skryr med järne äda vittnesbörd, där gäldi hin honom fullrätti, en biskop i äida sekt. NF han fär sig ägi skirt, där hefyr han fyrigård för sino ölu vid skrapdortnin, och ligga att 3 märker sulfurmättnar nämmer han launi av ser, och sva vanar man. Frostathing 9:10. But if the accused calls himself arborin, let him reckon up 4 of his forefathers as arborin men, he being the 5th himself, and have for it the evidence of 2 arborin householders. But if he is so supportless that he does not get this, and yet sets up this defense, viz. That he is arborin, then he shall prove his kin to be arborin by ordeal, and if he is cleared by iron or evidence, the other shall pay him full atonement, and to the bishop an oath fine. If he cannot clear himself, he has forfeited all his property to his master, and is liable to pay 3 marks in silver, unless he work it off. The same applies to a vanarman, man of hope, i.e., the higher class of lazing. So far the conclusions drawn from the laws respecting the lazing do not vary much from the views expounded by Dr. Konrad von Maurer in his Die Freigelassenen nach altnorwegischem Rechte, and confirmed by so great an authority they can hardly have wandered very far from the truth. The theory of this gradual growth of the kindred of the lazing is so nearly analogous to that of the Cymric altud and the Irish Gwydir, and at the same time so logical when the tribal theory of blood relationship is applied to it, that we cannot be dealing with a fanciful theory of legal enthusiasts which have never had an actual place in practical life. Behind all this imperfect description in the laws of social conditions and landholding, there was, no doubt, a reality the features of which may be difficult to grasp from our modern point of view, but which become, I think, fairly intelligible when approached from a tribal point of view. When we consider that in the course of the successive generations during which some kind of shadowy lordship seems to have prevailed over the family of lazings, they must generally have multiplied into considerable numbers, and that the descendants of the master of the lazing, who made freedom ale, must during the same period also have multiplied. And further, when we consider that the descendants of the lazing were in some sense, it would seem, Cbteddy, we have to recognize not merely a relation between individuals, but something approaching to a relation between 2 classes, tribesmen and non-tribesmen, the one in some sense in a kind of servitude to the other. In other words, we have to conceive of a kindred of half-free tenants living under the joint shadowy lordship of a kindred of fully free men, probably in some tribal sense landowners, with complicated tribal rights among themselves. It would seem that this semi-subject class of lazings were mostly the descendants of a class of thralls. It may be perhaps in origin some conquered race, members of which had gradually grown into lazings, and were now gradually in successive stages growing into freemen. Before we can fully understand this process, we must examine the other side of the question and learn what was the position of the fully free class, by whom this more or less shadowy lordship over the lazings class was exercised. In the meantime, it may be remarked that the shadowy lordship of one class or tribe over another finds parallels enough in Indian experience, and that, coming nearer home, we have only to remember the petty exactions of the cadets of French noble families upon the peasantry, over whom their family, or the feudal head of it, held a quasi-manorial lordship. 4. The classes of freemen and their relation to land. Following again the clue of the statements of the personal right of the different classes, and commencing with the bonde or ordinary freeman settled upon land and presumably having in some sense, as in Wales, originally tribal rights to share in the land or its use, the next class which claims attention above the bonde is the odalman, or odalborn man, or hauld, whose weregeld of 96 or 100 cows was taken as that of the full and typical freeman. Now in the Frostathing law there is a statement as follows. Engumani verder gjord at odali 4 en 3 langfeder hafer at, och kommer under hin 4 stamflit. 12.4. No man's land becomes an odal to him until 3 forefathers have owned it, and it falls to the 4th in unbroken succession. And again in the Guldathing law is the following. Nu skall der gärda tälja åderlom skolo följa. Så ein ave ever ave levt. 270. Now shall the lands be told that are odal. The first is the one which grandfather has left to grandfather. His grandfather's grandfather had the land. The odal-born man inherits land from his grandfather's grandfather. The son of an odalman, who claims odal as odal by inheritance, counts 4 or 5 forefathers who had the land before him. In Gulathing law, chapter 266, is a description of the mode of settling a claim as to land. It describes the sitting of the open-air court, from which both bogelsmen and nefgildsmen and relations by marriage of the claimant are excluded as ineligible. The calling of witnesses all to be odel-born men of the same fylki as that in which the land lies, and so on. The validity of the claim is made to rest according to this statement upon the ability to count up 5 forefathers who have possessed that land, while the 6 possessed it both by ownership and by odel. Þeir skulu telja til langfeðra sína at hafa, en sá hinn setti bæði at eigen og at oderle. 266. They, the men who claim odel, shall count 5 of their forefathers who have owned the land, and the 6th having it both in ownership and odel. If then, at the time of the laws, we look at the class of landowners who were prominent as odelmen or houds, typical men with weregelds originally of 100 cows, they were not only men of full kindred, whose full pedigree of freedom went back the necessary 9 generations, but their grandfather's grandfather must have possessed the land. The 6th generation of owners were the first to hold land both in ownership and odel. The steps in the rank of Norse aristocracy were marked, therefore, as in the case of the more dependent class, by the number of the generations of ancestors through whom they could claim their landed rights. Nor in the case of the odel-born man, any more than in the case of the leasing, must we look upon the odelman or hald merely as a detached individual landowner owning his own separate estate, like a modern country squire. Such a conception would be far indeed from the truth. It must be remembered that holdings in odel were subject to rules of division. Moreover, indications appear in the laws that the division was not merely one between the heirs of a single holder, but something more like what took place between the group of kinsmen in the case of the Cymric Gweli and Tir Gweliog. How otherwise can this clause be read? Odals jarðar. Nu skal der jarða telja oderlom skulu fylgja. Svo ein hefur afleifd. Svo önnur golden in mansgjöld. Der skulu oderlom fylgja, og allar der I odalskipti hafa kommit med bredrom og med frändom þeim. 6. Allar adrar aurum. G. 270. Of odel lands. Now the lands shall be told which are odel. One is that left by grandfather to grandfather. Another is that paid as weregeld. These shall be odel, and all those which have come under odel division between brothers and their kinsmen. All other lands shall be counted aurar, money. At the time of the laws, owners of odel had, it appears, certain powers of selling their odel, but even then it was not an uncontrolled right of a man to do what he would with his own. His first act must be to go to the thing in autumn and offer it to his odel sharers, odelsnoter, one who has odel right to land in common with others. G. 276. If a man buys without its having been thus offered, then the odel sharers may break that bargain. G. 277. Even when the sale and purchase have been made by the public ceremony of skating, i.e. by taking earth from the 4 corners of the hearth and from under the high seat, and where field and meadow meet, and with witnesses at the thing, G. 292, the odel sharers of the seller have the right to redeem it within a 12-month. G. 278. Take again the case of 2 brothers dividing odel, and observe how careful law and custom had been to prevent either of the odel sharers going out of the family. The odel rights between them were maintained for as many generations as must pass before the sharers could be united again by a lawful marriage between a son of one family and a daughter of the other. G. 282. One is tempted to say that here again there may be something very much like the Cymric Gweli, and to suppose that marriage was forbidden within the Gweli, for example between second cousins, and that the odel sharing continued so long as the Gweli held together. Nu skipta bröder tver oderlom sina milli. Da skal tingat verva I da kvísel odel, sem låten bæði at bodom og at abus bjóda, 3 at eins, I adra kvísel da söker prot æda a lauda á ververde. En egi skiljask odal med þeim at heldur fjör en fartvegja ma eiga dotter annars. If two brothers divide their odals between them, the odals shall pass into the hands of the branch which receives them by lot, in respect both of right of redemption and of occupation. They shall only be offered to the other branch if this one comes to utter poverty, or the inheritance is left without a legal heir. Yet the latter does not lose its right to the odals until each of the two can marry the other's daughter. If the family of one of the brothers sinks into utter poverty, or is left without a legal heir, the other family have the right of redemption and occupancy, and yet the poverty-stricken or heirless branch does not lose its right to the odal altogether. There is still the chance that its rights may be restored when a son on each side can marry a daughter of the other side. There is a further clause in the Gulathing law which provides that when land falls to a woman, the men of the kindred, if their relationship be so close as to be nefgildi or baukgildi, that is, as we have seen, paternal and maternal relations, descendants of great-grandparents, have a right to redeem it from their kinswoman at 1/5 less than its value, paying 1/2 in gold and silver and the rest in thralls and cattle. The men then keep the odal, and their kinswoman keeps the orar. Even if odal has passed 3 times under the spindle, it comes back at last to the male kinsman. 275. Nú verður kona bágríkur, verður hon bæði arfa odals og ára, og að engi maður undan henni að leysa. Nú þeir konur, odals konur og odrum skulu fylgja, dotter og syster og faderssyster og broderdóttir og sonardóttir. Þeir bágríkar tver, dotter og syster. Þeir skulu bágum bøta og sva taka sem karlmenn, og sva eigu þeir boð að jörðum samt sem karlar. Nú þeir arfa fader síns. Nú önnur dóttir eina, en önnur son ein. Það skal sonur leysa undan frendkonum sínum sem lög til. En ef en skiptist og ansson in der dötter, skulu þeir leysa undan þeim slíkum árum sem hann leysti undan möður þeirra, og skal það liggja jörð kjör þar sem komin Það jörð komin þrisvar undir snúð og undir sneldó. If a woman is a bágrir, an only daughter who in default of heirs male could receive and pay weargeld, she inherits both odal and árar, and no man requires to redeem it from her. The women who are odal women and take odal are daughter and sister, the father's sister, and brother's daughter and son's daughter. Daughter and sister are 2 bágriar. They shall pay and take bágar as males, and they may redeem land as men. Now if they are their father's heirs, and one of them gives birth to a daughter, and the other to a son, the son shall redeem the odal from his kinswomen as the law is. But if things turn around again, and she has a son, and they, masculine, have daughters, they, masculine, shall redeem it from them, i.e. from the daughters, for the same payment by which he redeemed it from their mother, and the land shall then remain where it is. Then the land has passed 3 times under the spindle. Now when these remarkable survivals of tribal custom are found still remaining in the laws as to odal and odal sharers, and the rights of kinsmen who would have to pay weargeld to redeem odal, so that it may be kept within the ring of odal sharers, they cannot be regarded as laws framed to meet the needs of individual land ownership. They come down in the laws as survivals of family ownership under tribal custom, and the principles of which are by no means wholly obsolete, even though society may have passed onwards some stages towards individual land ownership of the more modern type. And when we consider the solidarity of kindreds, as regards the payment of weargelds on the one hand, and the corresponding solidarity in the matter of land ownership on the other hand, we can hardly fail to recognize that the two are connected, that both spring from a tribal principle which lies at the root of tribal polity. the solidarity of kindreds taken together with the liability of individuals to take their share in the payments for which their kindred is responsible, corresponds to the solidarity of odal landholding, taken together with the individual rights of the odal sharers. Unless everyone in a kindred has his recognized tribal rights on the land, unless he were possessed of cattle and rights of grazing for their maintenance, how could he pay his quota of cattle to the Housevergeld of 100 cows? The two things seem to hang together, as in the Cambric instance, and the one makes the other possible. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 8. The Tribal Customs of the Oldest Scandinavian Laws. Part 4. 5. The Lex Scania Antiqua. The Lex Scania Antiqua might perhaps be selected as fairly typical of Danish ancient custom, as the Gulating has been taken as typical of Norse custom. But apart from this, it contains some chapters which seem to throw further light on odal and family holding, and so can hardly be overlooked in this inquiry. There are two versions of the Scanian law, one in Latin and the other in Old Danish. They differ considerably and are certainly not translations one of the other, though an older text may have been the foundation of them both. They both refer to recently made modifications of local custom, which fix their date to the early years of the 13th century. The author of the Latin text was the Archbishop of Lund, Anno Domini 1206 to 1215, and from the use made by him of legal terms borrowed more or less from Roman law, it may be gathered that Scanian custom required for him more explanation than the Danish writer deemed it necessary to give. The rules with regard to vergelds cannot be quoted as representing unmodified ancient custom. They avowedly are the result of modifications made to remedy evils which had arisen partly, no doubt, from the gradual loosening of the ties of kindred. In the same way, the clauses as to property represent the results of long-continued conflict between ancient rules of family holding and gradual innovations in the direction of individual ownership. In this they resemble the lex salica. Still, if family holdings, more or less on the lines of the Cumric Gwelu or the Salic Allod, had once been the prevalent form of occupation, even new rules making alterations could hardly fail to reveal traces of older custom. The special value to this inquiry of the Lex Scania Antiqua is that it does so. Disguised as some of these traces may be in the Latin text, under Roman phraseology, with the Danish version at hand, it ought not to be difficult to recognize the meaning of the facts disclosed. The first chapter relates to the rights of a wife surviving her husband when there are no children of the marriage. Quote, Omnia quae in hereditate sunt mobilia, vel se moventia, vel immobilia, precio tempore matrimonii comparata, equis sunt partibus dividenda, medietate heredes defuncti proximus cum prediis, que propria ipsius fuerant, et uxorum altera cum suis prediis contingenti. All things in the hereditas which are movable or cattle or immovable, brought in by value fixed at the time of the marriage, are to be divided in equal parts, one part appertaining to the next heirs of the deceased husband, with the lands which were his own, and the other part to the wife, together with her lands. End quote. This clause may very possibly represent an extension of the rights of a childless widow beyond what tribal custom may have originally given her, but certainly the fact that under Scanian law the childless widow was entitled to half of what by compact at the time of the marriage had become the joint property of husband and wife, while the other half went to the husband's next heirs, is good evidence that marriage was by no means a surrender of the wife and her property once for all into the power of the husband and his family, and evidence of the accord of Scandinavian with other tribal custom on this point is not without value. It may be observed, however, that in the case mentioned, there had been something like a compact or valuation of the property brought under the marriage arrangement at the time of the marriage. The result might therefore have been different if no special compact had been made. The inference might well be that the childless widow in that case would not have been allowed to take her half-share with her away from her husband's kindred. Chapter 3 refers again to a wife's property and adds important information. It brings before us a family group with something like a family holding, and it becomes intelligible only, I think, when approached from this point of view. Into this family group a wife has been brought, apparently, without the special definition or arrangement. There are also children of the marriage, and the question asked in the heading of the Latin text is, what shares the grandchildren take on their father's death, not in their parents' property, but in the property of the grandfather. The grandfather is the head of the family group. In the Latin version, he is elsewhere styled the pater familias, and in this clause his sons are filii familias. In the Danish version, the family group is simply that of an ordinary bonde, and the family character of the holding is taken for granted as not needing special mention or explanation. The chapter is as follows, divided into sections for convenience in comparison of the Latin and Danish texts. Quote, De bonis avites quae portio contingat nepotes post obitum filii familias. Unus. Filii familias in sacris paternis cum uxore constituti, si sine definitione certe quantitates bones patris addiderit bona, que ipse habituit cum uxore quodcumque fuerint filii de communi substantia, etiam prediorum post contractas nuptias comparatorum cum avo et aliis consortibus post obitum patris viriles et equales accipiant portiones. 2. Per priorum gradum ab alis predis excludendi. 3. Si vero in mansione patris bona quae abuit cum uxore fuerunt definita illa sola, si viventi avo pater obierit filii quodcumque fuerint obtinebunt. Of the grandfather's property, what portion goes to the grandchildren on the death of a filius familias? 1. If a filius familias established with his wife in the paternal rights shall, without definition of the exact quantity, have added to property of his father, property which he himself had with his wife, then however many sons there may be, they shall, after the death of their father, receive equal shares per capita with the grandfather and co-sharers in the common substance, even of lands acquired after the marriage was contracted. 2. They having to be excluded from other lands by the prior grade. 3. But if in the mansio of his father the property which he had with his wife had been defined, that alone, if the grandfather was alive when the father died, shall go to the sons, however many they may be. End quote. The Danish text, 1.5, is as follows, quote, bonde sun fuera conosina jebo moet facer sinum, en farbonde sun conu ok forerane jebo meit facer sinum, ok öflar barn vither hana ok legs, I felig dere e-mailen sador bondans sun. Taki all hans bön fulan lot efter dere father vel I kuppe iors som I wolfe. 2. Ein af hans faderins jorso fade vate mer ein han will ge dem. 3. Lees velach dafa te mer ein han atta bo. If a bonde's son brings his wife into the house with his father. 1. If a bonde's son gets a wife and brings her into the house with his father and begets a child with her, and no partnership is made between them, if the bonde's son dies, then all his children take a full lot after their father as well in land purchased as in movables. 2. but of his, the bondest father's lands, they get not a whit more than he will give them. 3. If partnership is made, then take they no more than he, their father, owned in the house. End quote. This clause in both the Latin and the Danish version confirms the inference from the previous ones that there was a difference of destination as to the property of husband and wife, according to whether it had or had not been defined and so put in partnership as joint property of the husband and wife separately from the property of the family group represented by the grandfather. If not so defined, it became apparently under ancient custom part of the common family property, and so divisible after the grandfather's death among all the consortes, instead of going solely to the children of the marriage. The clause pictures for us the family group as bound together by paternal rights, sacris paternis. The grandfather is alive and is the pater familias. A son who is a filius familias, that is, as we shall see presently, not an emancipated son, has married and brought into the mansio, or family homestead of the grandfather, property which he had with his wife. This, not having been defined on marriage so as to keep it separate, has become, in the phrase of the Latin text, added to the property of the grandfather. The husband has died, leaving several sons, it matters not how many. The question is, what share these grandsons are to take in the property which their father had with their mother, which, for want of definition, has become added to the grandfather's property, or in other words, become part of the substantia communis. The answer is that the parents' property does not go exclusively to their children as it would have done if it had been defined in separate property. It has become merged in the family property, and there's no sharing of this till the grandfather's death. But apparently by a compromise, due probably to recent legislation, they are allowed on their father's death, according to the Latin text, to take equal shares in his property per capita with the grandfather and other consortes, or, according to the Danish text, a full lot in it. We are not told who were the consortes with whom and the grandfather it was to be shared. The consortes, whether uncles or cousins or both, were the co-sharers in the communis substantia of the family holding. In the final paragraph of the clause, both texts give the alternative rule applying to cases, probably the most frequent, in which proper definition of the wife's property had been made on the marriage, and the rule is stated to be that the property so defined and made joint or partnership property on the marriage, and that alone, illa sola, would go to the children of the marriage at their father's death during the life of the grandfather. According to the Latin text, they were excluded from the other family property by the prior grade. As the Danish version puts it, not a whit of the other property would they get, except what the grandfather chose to give them. That this is the true meaning of these clauses is confirmed by other chapters. Chapter 16 is headed, How much may be conferred by a father upon the sons of a deceased son during the lives of the other sons, their uncles. The text is as follows, quote, Licet quicque post mortem filii quantum ipsi deberentur, si viveret, eius filio nepoti confere. It is lawful to everyone after the death of a son to confer upon a grandson, the son of that son, whatever would have been due to the son had he lived. End quote. This seems to be a special permission to the grandfather during his life to mitigate the injustice of the customary rule excluding grandchildren from succession by representation in their deceased parents' property. If under Scandinavian custom the children of a dead filius familias had succeeded by right to their father's property, this special permission would not have been needed. But it seems to be clear that no such right of succession was recognized by ancient custom. Chapter 11 opens with the following general statement, there being in this case no question of a marriage or a wife's property. Quote, Patre superstite defunctus filius familias nullum habet, ac si nunquam fuisset genitus successorum. The father surviving, the dead filius familias, has no successor, as if he had never been born. End quote. This seems to make it clear that the grandfather being alive, the grandchildren took by right under ancient custom no share in their deceased father's property. It was simply merged in the family holding, and they must wait for their shares in it along with the other co-sharers after the grandfather's death. The growing feeling of the injustice of this from the individual point of view was probably the reason not only why the permission in Chapter 16 was given, but also why, following the example of Roman law, the emancipation of sons was admitted. Chapter 11 proceeds, after the initial sentence above quoted, to tell what happened in the case of the death of an emancipated son dying without children, but this does not concern us. It may be well, before passing from the consideration of these clauses of the Scandinavian law, to bring into notice a short, isolated clause from the Gulating law, which seems to accord with them, and so to connect the Scandinavian rules of family holdings with somewhat similar rules as to the Norse odal sharing. The denial of the right of representation in both Scandinavian and Norse ancient custom suggests that a common principle may underlie the custom in both cases. The clause of the Gulating law, 294, is as follows, quote, Nu o broder, tver och andast, anar fyr in fader, tere och liver, soner efter in dauze. De skal han dan lot läsa åthla att femtungsfalla, undan fader, broder sinum, sem fader, han stod till efter fader sin. An eigi ma han fyr läsa an fader, hans an daser. Now there are two brothers, and one of them dies before their father, and a son lives after his death. He shall redeem from his father's brother at 1/5 less that part of the odal to which his father was expectant, heir after his father, but he may not redeem it till his father's father be dead. End quote. In this case, as before, there are living a grandfather and a grandson, son of a deceased son. The share which the deceased son, as co-heir with his brother, might at first sight be expected to take in the grandfather's odal, does not go directly to the grandson. By apparently a new law, he has permission after the grandfather's death to redeem it from his uncle at 1/5 less than its value. This can only be explained upon the principle that under ancient Norse custom, the sons of a deceased son would not succeed by right of representation to their deceased father's share in the division of the grandfather's property. Evidently, the right to redeem it from their uncle was an innovation of later law. These and other innovations may have been the result of a new sense of justice brought in with Christianity, or under the influence of Roman law. The question for us is the meaning of the ancient custom. And we are brought back to the point that insofar as the family group more or less may have resembled the Cumric Gweli, and is approached from this point of view, it must be regarded as the group of descendants of a common grandfather or great-grandfather, who is, in the Archbishop's phrase, the paterfamilias. While he is alive, the landed rights are vested in him. On his death, his sons take his place with divided or undivided equal shares, but still as the representative members of the original Gweli, or family group. One of them dies, and the question is whether the surviving brothers of the prior grade are to promote into this grade at once the sons of their deceased brother. Such a course might naturally be regarded as preferring these nephews to their own sons. The rights of all the members of the lower grade will come in time when all of the prior grade are gone, and the grandsons share equally per capita in the family property. In the meantime, the sons of deceased parents, like those whose fathers are alive, must wait. So it may have been under ancient custom, but in course of time family ties weaken and individual rights grow stronger in national feeling, as we have seen them everywhere doing, and then little by little compromises are made. The joint property of husband and wife, even if not properly defined, is recognized in the Scandinavian law as belonging to the sons of the marriage to the very limited extent that they may have equal shares with the other consortes, whether uncles or cousins. The sons of the deceased brother, when the grandfather is dead and division among the brothers comes in question, are allowed by the clause in the Gulating law to buy back their father's share in the odal at 1/5 less than its value instead of sharing in it as family property. So far, the clauses in the Scandinavian and Gulating laws, considered together, seem to throw light upon the traditional principle on which the rights of the odal sharers of the Norse laws may have been founded. The rules of Cumric custom may not be identical with those of Scandinavian custom, but we seem to recognize very similar tribal principles at the root of them both. Finally, other clauses in the Scanian law may be alluded to as pointing to the common liability of the family group, that is, of the paterfamilias and others in communione with him. Chapter 9 is as follows, quote, Universos contingit de communi consortio quid vel culpa amittitur vel industria conquiritur singulorum. As regards the common consortium, whatever is lost by the fault of or acquired by the industry of individuals concerns all. End quote. And in chapter 87, it is enacted that if a person denies that he is in possession of a thing stolen, and if afterwards upon scrutiny it is found in his house, double the value of the thing stolen is to be taken, not only from the portion of the paterfamilias, but also from the common property, de bonis communibus, however many there may be with the paterfamilias in communione. And the reason stated confirms the prevalence of family holdings of the kind already mentioned. The double value is to be taken, quote, non de sola patris familias parcioni, sed de bonis communibus quodcunque fuerint cum patre familias in communione, nam cum omnes lucrum respicerent in detentione non est mirum, si dampnum in eiustem rei contingat omnibus restitutione. Not from the portion of the paterfamilias alone, but from the common property, however many there may be with the paterfamilias in communione, for since all expect gain from the detention of the thing stolen, it is not strange if all sustain loss in its restitution. The paterfamilias in whose house the stolen property is found is evidently himself a member of a wider family group with common interests and liabilities. And the clause goes on to say that the accused must deny the charge with 12 co-swearers if the thing stolen be worth half a mark, or submit to the test of the ordeal of hot iron. In chapter 99, the ordeal of hot iron is described as having 3 forms. 1, that of walking on 12 red-hot plowshares. 2, that called trux iarn, applied to cases of theft, that is, carrying an iron 12 feet and then throwing it into a basin. 3, that of carrying it 9 paces and then casting it down, called from the throwing scus iarn. After the ordeal, the feet or hands, as the case might be, were to be wrapped in cloth and sealed to prevent fraud, and so to remain till the Sabbath, on which day it should be opened and viewed in order to ascertain the innocence or guilt of the accused. This is one of the causes which fixes the date of the Latin version, for the ordeal was abolished in A.D. 1215. On the whole, we may fairly conclude that the Scanian law, when regarded from a tribal point of view, affords additional evidence of family occupation or ownership, and of the solidarity of the family group in Scandinavian society. But at the same time it shows that in Scandinavia, as elsewhere, family ownership was gradually succumbing to the new rules of individual ownership. The same process of gradual disintegration of tribal usage is visible also in the chapters relating to weergelds. In chapter 43, it is enacted that the amount to be paid for homicide is not to exceed 15 marks of silver. In chapter 44, it is stated that the weergeld is to be divided into 3 equal parts, of which each is commonly called a sal. And in the next chapter, De Compositione, we are told that before the time of the last constitution, it always lay upon the slayer or his heir to provide the first portion only from his own property. He might then exact the second portion from his agnates, and finally the third and last from his cognates. Then it proceeds to say that as excessive amounts were levied by violence upon the kindred, King Canute had laid down certain rules for the payments. Inter alia, it was enacted that of the 2/3 falling on the kindred, both agnates and cognates being computed in their grades of kinship, the prior grade should always pay twice as much as the grades behind it. Further, in chapter 47, it is stated that according to ancient law, the distribution should be so made that each third should be divided again into sub-thirds, one of which should be paid to the heirs of the slain, the second to the agnates, and the third to the cognates. It appears also from chapter 45 of the Latin version and section 84 of the Danish version that special care had been taken to prevent fraud on the part of the slayer in claiming the aid of his kinsmen. He was to pay 1 sal of his own payment before calling upon them for their portion, which was called the oitebot. He then was to collect together his father's friends and compute with them what each was to pay. And when the day for payment came, not a penny was to be paid into the slayer's hands till the hour when he paid it over to the slain man's kindred. Then they were safe. The same course was to be afterwards adopted as regards the payments of maternal relations. The Latin version, chapter 45, proceeds to say that this legislation not having been successful in extirpating fraud and discouraging murder, King Waldemar II, Anno Domini 1202 to 1241, enacted that the murderer should be liable for the whole vergelt instead of 1/3. The agnates and cognates were not to be forced by him to contribute against their will. Within 3 days the murderer was publicly to offer satisfaction or be outlawed, in which case he would be liable to be put to death by anyone. In case, however, of his flight, his relatives, agnates and cognates, were individually to offer their proper share of 2/3 of the vergelt, or be liable to the vengeance of the relatives of the slain, so that the latter should not be deprived of all satisfaction. These clauses throw some light on ancient custom, but they are evident signs of the gradual loosening of the ties of kindred. In chapter 50 of the Latin version, the payment for a servus is fixed at 3 marks, and in chapter 52 the payment for a libertus is fixed at half that of the freeborn man. It is difficult to judge how far these are to be taken as the ancient vergelts of Scandinavian custom, or whether they had been altered in amount by changes in the currency or recent legislation. The vergelt of 15 marks of silver is exactly half of that of the normal vergelt of the Norse holt, and yet it does not seem likely that it had been reduced in amount by recent legislation, when it is considered that under the Norse laws, as we've seen, the tendency seemed to be to add sakauka to the ancient vergelts rather than decrease them. It may be noted also that in a later addition to the Danish version, it is stated that a man's bot is 30 good marks, and overbot 26 marks, and 16 ortuks. And also in the city law of A.D. 1300, the vergelt is stated at 30 marks with an additional overbot. We seem bound to consider the vergelt of the freeborn man under the Lex Scania Antiqua of the previous century as 15 marks of silver. The explanation probably may be that the bonde, and not the holt, was taken as a typical freeborn man, when it is further considered that in the Danish version of the Scandinavian law there is no mention of the holt, and that, as we have seen, the bonde seems to have been regarded as the ordinary householder, or paterfamilias of the family holding. The inference becomes probably a fair one, that the bonde was the typical ingenuus, or freeborn man, for the purpose of the vergelts. If this may be assumed, then the vergelts of the Scandinavian law accord well with the Norse vergelts, for in that case the vergelt of the bonde is 15 marks of silver in both laws. And further, the vergelt of the libertus of the Scandinavian law and that of the Norse læsing, after he had made his freedom's ale, also correspond, being half that of the bonde. It may further be noted that as in the Norse law, so also in the Scandinavian law, the payment for an eye or hand or foot was half a manbot, while the full manbot was payable if both eyes or hands or feet were destroyed. 6. Scandinavian and Lombardic custom compared. Before closing this very imperfect chapter on the Scandinavian laws, it may be well to compare them with clauses from the Lombardic laws relating to the family holding of land and property in communione. The laws of the tribes still remaining on the Baltic were 5 or 6 centuries later in date than the laws of the Lombardic emigrants who had left their old home and settled in the south upon Roman ground. And yet, in this matter, we find traces of the same ancient custom of family holdings underlying them both, notwithstanding wide separation, and what is more, of the same process of change going on notwithstanding the difference in date. Roman and Christian influences had not reached the Scandinavian district on the Baltic till the 12th century, and were only then effecting changes which in the 7th century had already been accomplished in Transylvania and Italy. The first clause to which reference may be made is section 153 of the Edict of Rothar, Anno Domini 643. It is entitled De Gradibus Cognationum. It is interesting as showing that 7 generations were necessary to the complete kindred. Quote, Omnis parentilla usque in septimum geniculum nomeretur, ut parens parenti per gradum et parentillum heres succedat, sic tanam ut ille qui succedere vult nominatione, uniquique nomina parentum antecessorum suorum dicat, that every parentilla up to the 7th knee be named, so that parent to parent by grade and parentilla the heir may succeed, so moreover that he who wishes to succeed must tell name by name the names of his antecedent parentes. End quote. 7 generations would reach back to the great-grandfather's great-grandfather, an important limit of kindred both in the Norse laws and those of the Cymric. Another clause of the same edict, chapter 167, under the heading De Fratres, qui in casum communem romanserent, enacts as follows, quote, Si fratres post mortem patris in casa commune romanserent, et unus ex ipsis in obsequium regis aut judicis aliquas res adquesiveret, habeat sibi in antea absque portionum fratrum, et qui foras in exercitum adquisiveret commune sit fratribus quod in casa demiserit, et si quis in suprascriptis fratribus gaeretix fecerit, habeat in antea qui factum fuerit. If brothers shall have remained in the common home after the father's death, and one of them shall have acquired some property in service of the king or judge, let him henceforth have it for himself without the brothers sharing in it. And if one shall have acquired anything abroad in the army, let that be in common to the brothers, which he left behind in the home. And if any one of the said brothers makes a donation, let him to whom it was made have it henceforth. End quote. The rest of the clause refers to payments to a wife brought into the family holding by a brother. The meta, or portion, has in this case been given to her on marriage out of the common property, and so the rights of the other brothers have to be considered. Quote, Et qui ex ipsis uxorum duxerit, edique rebus communis meta data fuerit, quando alteri idem uxorum tolere contigerit, aut quando ad divisionem faciandam venerit. Simile modo de communis rebus ei refundator aliut tantum quantum frater in meta dedit, de paterna autem vel materna substantia quod relicum fuerit inter se equaliter dividant. And he who of them marries a wife and her meta was given from the common property, whenever it happens to another likewise to take a wife, or whenever it comes to a division being made in the same way, there shall be refunded to him from the common property as much as the brother gave in meta. But whatever is left of the paternal or maternal substance, let them divide among them equally. End quote. Attempts to settle such questions as these, whether and how far property acquired by one's brother is to form part of the common family property, or be retained by the brother acquiring it, and again how the fact that the payment for a wife's meta had been taken from the common family property was to affect the rights of the brothers when they came to a division, are in themselves good proof, so far as they go, of the continuance of family holdings. But the changes made by these clauses show the same tendency which we've seen in the Scandinavian laws towards individual ownership and the breaking up of the family holdings. Finally, the point which in the Scandinavian laws was most suggestive of the original completeness of the family community of property, vidilicet, that originally there was no succession of sons to their father's share, but division per capita between the uncles on the grandfather's death, appears again in the Lombardic laws and is dealt with in the 7th century practically in the same way as in Scania it was dealt with centuries later. From the tribal point of view, the solidarity of the family group was the chief interest regarded, but the point of view was changed. Under the new influences, the interests of the individual came more and more into prominence. It now seemed unjust to the sons that their father's property should be allowed simply to lapse into the common stock of the family till the grandfather's death, and then left to be divided among the uncles. And to mitigate the injustice, the right to succeed was given, in the Lombardic as in the Scandinavian laws, to the limited extent that upon the grandfather's death the sons took the share of their father with the uncles in the division, as if he'd been living at the time. Section 5 of the Leges a Grimoaldo Additi is headed De Successione Nepotum, qui post mortem patris in sino avi remanserint, and is as follows, quote, Si quis habuerit filios legitimus unum aut plures, et contigerit unum ex filiis viventi patre mori, et reliquerit filios legitimus unum aut plures, et contigerit avo mori, talam partem percipiat de substantia avi sui, una cum patruis suis, qualam pater eorum inter fratribus suis perceptorus erat si vivus fuisat, similiter et si filias legitimas unum aut plures, aut filii naturalis unum aut plures, fuerint habeant legum suam, sicut in hoc edictum legitor, quia inhumanum et impium nobis videtur, ut pro tali causa exheridentur filii ab hereditatem patris sui proc eo, quod pater eorum in sino avi mortuos est, sed ex omnibus ut supra equalum cum patruis suis in locum patris post mortem avi percipiant portionem. If any one shall have legitimate sons, one or more, and it happens that one of the sons dies, the father being living, and he leaves legitimate sons, one or more, and it happens that the grandfather dies, let him, the son, take such part of the substance of his grandfather together with his uncles, as their father, if he had been alive, would have taken among his brothers. Likewise also if there were legitimate daughters, one or more, or natural sons, one or more, let them have their rights as is decreed in this edict, because it seems to us inhuman and impious that for such a cause sons should be disinherited from the inheritance of their father, because their father died in the mund of their grandfather. But let them take an equal portion with their uncles of everything in the place of their father. End quote. The continued existence of community in the family property is shown by the fact that even after the concession made in this clause, during the grandfather's lifetime, everything fell into the common stock, and not till the family redivision was made after the grandfather's death was the new rule admitting the sons' succession, along with their uncles, to take effect. To trace further the survivals of tribal custom in the Lombardic laws would lead us too far afield. The clauses already quoted are sufficient to show a remarkable similarity of custom in the case of tribes once neighbors on the Baltic, notwithstanding that they had been widely separated, and that there was an interval of 5 or 6 centuries between the dates of their laws. End of section 22, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2024.
Section 23 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 9. Tribal Custom in Scotland, Part 1. Traces of tribal custom in the laws of the early kings. The population of Scotland was so various in origin and language that it would be unreasonable to expect uniformity of custom. Even when Celtic custom was best able to hold its own, there must naturally have been a mixture of Cymric and Gaelic elements. In districts, on the other hand, where Frisian and Northumbrian and Danish and Norse influences may have once predominated, whatever survivals there may have been of tribal custom from any of these origins may well have been afterwards submerged under legal forms and ideas from Anglo-Norman sources. It is worthwhile, however, to examine what scattered survivals of tribal custom may be found in the laws of the early kings, and in the various documents collected in the first volume of the Ancient Laws of Scotland. That tribal custom as to wergild existed and was recognized is proved by the necessity to abolish what remained of it. Thus, in the Liege Quatuor Burgorum is the following clause: 17. Of Bludwit and Cyclic Thingis. And it is, to wit, at Inberg sal nacht be heard bluit na yit, stingigent, nash merchant, na hergild, na noon, sulik manner of thing. This wholesale and disdainful disregard of feudal and tribal customs on the part of the townsmen of the four burghs was followed somewhat later by an ordinance of Edward I, A.D. 1305, which again testifies to the wider survival of more directly Celtic tribal usages by forbidding their continuance. Ordene est que les usages des Scots et des Brits de Sorendroit soit defendu si que mesne soyent uses. Here we have the usages of the Brets and Scots distinctly recognized as still lingering on so late as the beginning of the 14th century in some parts of Scotland. In the laws of King David there are distinct traces of ancient custom as regards wergolds and the connection of the kindred with their payment and receipt. In section 14 it is enacted, If in any place within the peace of the king any one shall attempt to strike another, he shall pay to the king 4 cows and to the other 1 cow. If he shall really strike, but without drawing blood, 6 cows to the king and 2 cows to the other. If blood be drawn, 9 cows to the king and 3 to the person struck. If he slays the other, he shall give the king 19 key and a kolpendak, huvenka, and he shall assess to the kin of him slain after the assess of the land. Clause 15 deals with violence done in the king's court. If anyone draws a knife to another in the king's court, it shall be stricken through the middle of his hand. If he draws blood, the hand shall be cut off. And if he slay any man, he shall give to the king 20 key and a kolpendench, and he shall make peace with the kin of him slain and with the kings after the assire of the kinrick. In both these clauses, the wergild to the kin is additional to the payment to the king of 180 cows for breach of his peace. Clause 16 forbids the letting off of a thief for money or friendship. An earl or anyone having the freedom and custom of an earl who does that is to pay the king 100 cows, and other great men not of earl's rank 34 cows. The thief is to be outlawed through all the king's land. It is clear, then, that in the time of King David, the system of wergilds payable to the kindred of the person slain was generally in force, though no amount is mentioned, and that payments were made at this date mostly in cows. In the Assize of King William, under date A.D. 1180, is the following mention of the wergild, to be paid evidently for a thief who has been allowed to escape as above. 14. Of the law which is called wergild. Of every thief through all Scotland, whether that he be bondman or freeman, the wergild is 34 kye and a half. The following clause is further evidence of the continued right of vengeance on the part of the kin of a person slain. 15. Of a man slain in the king's vengeance. If anyone for theft or rapine dies by law of iron or water, and of him right be done, or if he were slain with theft found with him, and afterwards, if his kin in vengeance of him slew him that brought him to the law, the king shall have as fully right of such men slayers for the death of him, as of his peace fully broken, without concord or relaxation, unless it be through the counsel or the assent of his kin. And if it happen by chance that the king grant peace to the adverse party, unknown to the kin of him that was slain, nevertheless the kin of him shall take vengeance of them that slew their kin. Among the statutes of Alexander II, under date A.D. 1220, the following fines were imposed upon persons who held land of the king and who absented themselves from the army. Clause 2, page 68. From a thane, 6 cows and a gillet, juvenka. From an octern, 15 sheep or 6 shillings, half to king and half to the thane or the knight. From a carle, rusticus, a cow and a sheep to be divided between the king and the thane or knight, but if with the leave of the thane or the knight, then all to the king. This clause reveals a social division of classes into thanes, octerns, and carles or rustics, to which another clause, 4 A.D. 1230, enables us to add the nativus or kind-born bondman. It is not needful to pursue the inquiry into the laws of the later kings of Scotland, but among the fragmenta in Appendix 5, page 375 of the collection, there is one which must not be overlooked, although it may be difficult to fix its date. It seems to be made up of two fragments united and is interesting as containing two very different statements of the payment for the life of a man. Put into modern English, the first part is as follows. All laws either are man's law or God's law. By the law of God, a head for a head, a hand for a hand, an eye for an eye, a foot for a foot. By the law of man, for the life of a man, 9 cows. For a foot a mark, for a hand as much, for an eye half a mark, for an ear as much, for a tooth 12 pence, for each inch of length of the wound 12 pence, for each inch of breadth of the wound 12 pence, for a stroke under the ear 16 pence, for a stroke with a staff 8 pence, and if he fall with the stroke 16 pence. For a wound in the face he shall give an image of gold, a coin with the king's head upon it. The other part is as follows. And by man's law for breaking of bones 5 oars, for a wound under the clothes 12 pence, for a wound before the sleeve 16 pence, and for each visible wound except the face 15 pence. For a man's life 12 marks, for a wound above the chest 6 solidi, and under the chest 60 pence, for a foot stroke 60 pence, for blood drawn 25 shillings, and beyond the sea 6 cows. Now what are we to make of these fragmenta? Clearly, the two fragments must be taken separately, for in the first, the payment for the life of a man is 180 cows, and in the second, the payment for a man's life is 12 marks. Mr. Robertson seems to have concluded that the payment of 180 cows was the wergeld according to the assize of Scotland, or as he puts it, the man-boat for homicide throughout Scotia. But he arrived at this conclusion apparently by connecting this fragment with the clause already quoted in the assize of King David, which states that a person killing another in any place within the king's peace shall pay to the king 180 cows and a colpendach. He concluded that the payment was 180 cows from the reading 9 cows, as it is found in the Eyre manuscript of one of the clauses as already stated. But the clause itself shows that this payment to the king was not the wergeld, because after making this payment the slayer had still to assize to the king of him slain after the assize of the land. Nor does it seem any more likely that the payment of 12 marks mentioned in the second fragment was the wergeld of Scottish custom. From its amount, it seems much more likely to correspond with the payment already alluded to as the wergeld of the thief allowed to escape, which, however, might possibly represent that of persons of lowest rank. The evidence of these undated fragments leaves us in the dark as to what the wergeld of the ancient assize of Scotland may have been. Confused and mixed statements as to the wergelds are not surprising when the mixture of races is taken into account, and, after all, the phrase after the assize of the land, or after the assize of the Kynric, may refer only to those portions of the kingdom to which the laws of King David specifically applied. 2. The regime majestatum. Further traces of tribal custom are mentioned in the treatise entitled Regime Majestatum, apart from the remarkable addition to it, which also appears again as a separate document under the heading Leges inter Bretos y Scatos. The Regime Majestatum itself may be regarded as a version of Glanville's well-known treatise on English law, applied with alterations and adaptations to Scotland by a Scotch writer conversant with local custom, and probably dating between AD 1200 and 1230. As in the laws of King David and his successors, so in the body of this treatise, references to ancient usages occur with occasional survivals of untranslated Gaelic words which seem to refer them back to Celtic tribal custom. Thus, in Lib 2, Section 9, in reference to the modes by which nativi might obtain freedom, a specially Scotch addition is made to the effect that if a lord has carnal intercourse with the betrothed wife of his service, and this is proved by the vicinages, the service is thereupon released from the servitude of his lord. And then follows the phrase, Nec aliud inash habit ad domino sunisi recuperatium libertas. This untranslated Gaelic word, inash, has already been met with the enech lan of the Irish honour price, and we shall find it used again when we come to the customs of the Brets and Scots. So in Lib 4, Chapter 7, in cases of rape of the woman, according to the text of Glanville, is to make it known to men in good position, probi homines, or to the propositus of the 100. In this Scotch treatise, the writer inserts, instead of the words propositus of the 100, vice comitatus vel le tash iderach. The Gaelic toshach, or chieftain of a district, is much in evidence in the marginal records of the Book of Deer. Again in 4:12 is a passage not found in Glanville. The theft of a calf or ram, or whatever can be carried off on the back, is described in the local words, Berthinsac, Seu, Ibernanathanseca. In the same chapter is inserted the already quoted clause from the Assise of King William as to the weirgeld of a thief who has been allowed to escape. De uno quoque fuere per totem, scoxium est weirgeld, triginta vacae et una juvenca, sive fuerit liber sive servus. In 4:23, a pledge is mentioned quod vocator colrach. In 4:30 of the treatise, it is stated that if a person on horseback rides over someone going before him so as to kill him, he must render for the dead man so killed, crow et galnes, as if he killed him with his own hands. And it goes on to say that if the rider treads a man to death by riding over him when backing his horse, as it would not then presumably be his fault, he is to pay nothing but the 4th foot of the horse, which satisfaction the parentes of the man killed ought to accept. The mention in this treatise of crow and galnes payable to parentes of the slain seems to imply that the customs relating to payments for homicide were generally enforced throughout Scotland and not confined to any particular district. The words crow and galnes, apparently meaning the weirgeld, meet us again in the document relating to the customs of the Brets and Scots. The final clause, 4:54, describes the merchet of women according to the Assize of Scotland. It begins by stating that the merchet of a woman, quecunque mulier fuerit, sive nublius, sive serva, sive mercenaria, is una juvenca vel tres solidi, with 3d as rectum servientis. Surely a female slave is here intended. This seems to be the minimum merchet, for the clause proceeds, and if she be the daughter of a freeman and not of the lord of the town, dominus vile, her merchet shall be 1 cow or 6 shillings and rectum servientis, 6 pennies. Likewise the merchet of the daughter of a thane's son, or ochatherin, 2 cows or 12 shillings and rectum servientis, 12d. Likewise the merchet of the daughter of an earl, comes, and that of a queen, 12 cows and rectum servientis, 2 solidi. This clause regarding the merchet is useful as giving a scale of values in cows and shillings. Juvenca equals 3 shillings, cow equals 6 shillings, and the merchet scale. Equation: mulier, nobilis serva or mercenaria, throughout Scotland, half cow. Daughter of a liber, 1 cow. Daughter of a thane's son or ochatherin, 2 cows. Daughter of an earl or of a queen, 12 cows. End equation. The solidus of this document can hardly be any other than the Anglo-Norman silver shilling of 12 pence of 32 wheat grains, i.e. 384 wg. The cow equaled 6 of these shillings, or 2,304 wg. At the Anglo-Norman ratio of 1 to 12, the value of the cow would thus be 192 wheat grains. That is exactly the normal ox unit of 2 gold solidi of imperial standard. This curious result is not only interesting as one more instance of the tenacity of custom in retaining the traditional gold value of the animal used as the unit of payments when mating cattle, but also useful for our present purpose as affording a valuable proof that the Scotch compiler of the Regime Majestatum, in appending the important clauses relating to the customs of the Brets and Scots which follow closely upon this merchet clause, was added to his work a quite independent document, probably of much earlier date. In this added document, while the payments are again stated in cows, the value of the cow is reckoned not in shillings but in ores, which the figures, when examined, show to be ores of 16 pence. This reckoning in ores of 16 pence suggests a Norse or Danish influence, For although the Anglo-Norman reckoning in shillings of 12 pence ultimately conquered and became the prevalent reckoning in Scotch statutes, there was no doubt a period when the reckoning in ores of 16 pence was in use in Danish England, probably including Northumbria. This is shown by a law, probably of Canute's, which enacted as follows. Et ipsi qui portus custodiant efficient per overhearsenum meum et omne pondus sit marcatum ad pondus quo pecunia me recipitur et eorum singularum signator ita quod 15 ora librum facient. Those who have charge of the towns, portus, shall secure that under penalties every weight shall be marked at the weight by which my money is received, and let each of them be marked so that 15 ores shall make a pound. The ores of this law, as we shall see, were evidently ores of 16 pence, or 512 wheat grains, 16 times 32, for 15 of such ores made the Saxon and Anglo-Norman pound of 240 pence, or 7,680 wheat grains. The fact that the ore of the document describing the customs of the Brets and Scots was the same ore as that in use with both Danes and English in Danish England, and probably Northumbria about AD 1000, is an important one. For in this document, the value of the cow of the Brets and Scots is stated to be 3 ores, i.e., 1,536 wheat grains of silver, and at the Scandinavian ratio of 1 to 8, the gold value of the cow would therefore be once more 192 wheat grains, or 2 gold solidi, of imperial standard. That the Danish ratio was 1 to 8, as in the Scandinavian laws, we shall find to be involved in the Anglo-Danish compacts, making Danes and English equally dear, while as late as AD 1192, the Abbey of Kelso compounded for payments to the Pope at the same ratio, 2 solidi of sterlings, 24 pennies of 32 wheat grains, or 768 wheat grains of silver being paid for the gold solidus of 96 wheat grains. We may therefore consider that the document relating to the Brets and Scots belongs to the period of Danish influence, and is of much earlier date than the work to which it was appended by the Scotch editor of Glanville. End of section 23. Section 24 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 9, Tribal Custom in Scotland, Part 2. 3. Liege inter Bretos y Scautos. The remarkable document printed separately in Appendix 3 of the Ancient Laws of Scotland, under the above title, is given in 3 languages: Latin, Norman French, and Scottish English. The oldest version of it is that of the Byrne manuscript, now in the Register House at Edinburgh, which is considered to be of the 13th century. It appears in this manuscript as a separate document in Norman French, and therefore it would seem that we owe the statement of ancient custom to a Norman scribe. The Latin version added to the Regarium Magistrum is of later date. The earliest manuscript is of the 14th century. As given in the Regium Majestatum, it consists of 4 clauses, 55 to 58. The clauses are headed Quid sit lecreo quod angelique dictor, grant before the king, de accosis in pace regis, de celcin regis et aelorium dominorum Scosi, and de effusione sanguinis. It is printed in Appendix 3 of the Ancient Laws of Scotland among the Capitula Vestoria, under the heading Leges inter Bretos y Scatos. The Norman French of the Byrne manuscript is accompanied by the Latin from the Regium Majestatum, and a Scottish English version of unknown date. The first clause is as follows: Latin. De cro quod angeli dictor grant before the king. Statuit Dominus rex quod le cro domini regis Scoscae est mali vacae veltria mila orarum arium scicilit tres ore pro vaca. Item le cro filii regis vel Venus comitus Scosi et septies virginti et decum vacae vel tres ore pro vaca. Item le cro filii Venus comitus vel Venus dani es centum vacae. Item le cro filii dani es sectaginta sex vacae et du partes Venus vacae. Item le cro nepotus vingis thani vel Venus Ogderian es quadraginta quator vacae et viginti unus denarium et du partes Venus denari, et omes basores in parentela sunt rustici. Item le cro Venus rustica es sectessum vacae. Item le cro quies libet femine virum habentes es minor per tenacem partem quam le cro viri sui et si non habit virum tunc le cro ipsis est adeo magnum sicut le cro fratris sui si quem habet. Item le cro et le ganus et le enach Venus quisque hominis sunt pares scilit in respectu de le enach feminarium suarum. Norman French. De cro le re descolse y des altres choses. Cro le re descolse est, mille vaques un 3000 ores, y fate sauer 3 ores, a la vache. Cro avien conte descolse, y ve del file re. 7 vaques, 10 or 4 ores. Cro avin fis acunt oi avin thine, est si vaques, un 3 si ores. Cro e fis don thine est 66 vaques, par tun vaques, vi 200 ores. Cro de nu avin thine un de vin ogethine es 44 vacae, 22 denarim, de pars dun dien, y tu lipi es en la parente sut vianes, indret a vian. Cro a vien viene, 16 vacae. Cro a cecune femme, que baro at, est de la tiers parierte mains de son baro, et ciel not net de baro, duques es le cro aussi dunt que vigne de ses frères. Le cro, le galnis, le enach et chau haum, sut pairs, cao est sauer, le enach pur sa femme. Scottish English. Here follows le crew. Be Lord, be King has statute pat be crew of be King of Scotland, mk or 3 orium bot 3 arpor be cow. Item be crew of be Kingus sune or of an Earl of Scotland is 8 times 20 key and 10 key. Item be crew of Pinson of ane heir of then is j key. Item be crew of D sone of a thane is 3 key and 6 key and twapert a cow. Item be crow of be nowow of a than or of an ogathairn is 44 keer and 21 pins and twapert of a peony. Item albeer bat allar pan beer in kin al calat calas. Item be crow of a carl is 16 keer. Item be crew of yearlik women halfend husband is less be thirdpert ban be crow of here husband. And geef shoe has knocked a husband pan be crow of here is a smilk as be crow of here brother gif shoe only brother has. Item be crow and be galness and be eunuch of Euralmican all leak pat is to say in respice of eunuch of pars weefus. It will be most convenient to put these payments of the crow and galnies into a tabular form. Table, 6 rows, 4 columns. Row 1, King of Scotland, 1,000 cows equals 3,000 oars. Row 2, King's son and Colmace, Earl, 140 cows equals 420 oars. Row 3, Colmace's son and Thane, 100 cows equals 300 oars. Row 4, Thane's son, 66 2/3 cows equals 200 oars. Row 5, Thane's grandson or Ogtherin, 44 cows and 21 pennies and 2/3 pennies. Row 6, all lower in parentala or kin and rustics, 16 cows. End table. The crow and galnus seem to be substantially the same thing as the wergold. The word crow is of uncertain meaning. The crow of the Baron laws is translated property. It seems also to have had the meaning of death. The word galnus can hardly be other than the Welsh galnas or wergold. Whether the phrase crow and galnus means two things or one thing, and if two things, what the distinction between them was, it is not easy to see. But evidently the two together made a single payment for each grade of rank. The payments, moreover, are expressed in cows as well as in oars and pence, and the payment of 100 cows seems to mark the Thane as the typical and complete tribesman. The two explanatory clauses introduce a third element, the Inach. The crow of a woman having a husband is 1/3 less than the husband's crow, and if no husband she has the same crow as her brother. The crow and the galnus and the Inach of every man are alike, that is to say, in respect of the Inach of their wives, i.e. 1/3 less than the husbands. The Inach, as already said, seems to be the honor price of the Browen law. We have seen that, according to the Scotch edition and Glanville's clause, if a slave was injured by his master, he was to be set free, and his freedom was to be in the place of any other Inach. This accords well with the Irish Ecnamlan and the Welsh Sarad and the Norse Ret, all of which referred to insult rather than bodily injury. The next clause relates to homicide in pace regis, or of other lords. We have already seen that in the laws of King David, the manbote or payment to the king for breach of his peace, or for crime committed in his girth or precinct, was a thing distinct from the satisfaction to be made to the kin of the person slain, according to the assize of the Kiernick. In these early laws, the payment for slaying a man in the king's peace was, according to the corrected text, 180 cows. In the following clause, 180 cows are again the payment for breach of the king's peace, but there are payments also for breach of the peace of other classes. Latin. Deocosis in pace regis. Si quis homo sit ocois in pace domini regis sibi pertinent nuis viginti vacae. Item si homo sit ocasis in pace fili regis vel venus comitus sibi pertinent quartar viginti et decum vacae. Item si homo sit ocasis in pace fili venus comitus vel in pace venus dani sibi pertinent sectaginte vacte. Item si homo sit ocasis in pace fili venus dani sibi pertinent quadraginte vacae. Item si homo sit ocasis in pace nepotus viginus dani sibi pertinent viginti vacae et du partes venus vacae. Norman French. Si hume est oce in la pace le rey, il est fait 9 vacae. Si humain sit ocis in la pace les fils le rey, 5 in le pace vicunte, il est fait 3 vacae. Si humain ses ocis in la pace a fils du comte, vi devientan ir et fait 40 vacaes. Si vincit ocis in la pace a fils d'un thane, il est fait 26 vacae. Scottish English. Of fame, part are slain in be pace of be king and oberlordes. Gif one man be slain in beace of our lord be king till him pertinus 9 times 20 kier. Item gif, a man be slain in be space of son of be king or of an earl till him parentis 3 times 20 kier and 10 kier. Item gif, a man be slain in be of be son of earl or of a thane till him pernitus 40 kier. Item gif, a man be slain in pace be of son of a thane till him pertinus 40 kier. Item gif, a man be slain be in peke of a navo of a thane till him pertinus 20 kiers and twapert a cow. The payments were as under. Start of table, 5 rows, 2 columns. Row 1, if a man be killed in pace regis, 180 cows. Row 2, in that of the king's son or colmace, 90 cows. Row 3, in that of the king's colmace son or thane, 60 cows. Note to the person in whose peace he was killed. Row 4, in that of the king's thane's son, 40 cows. Row 5, in that of the king's thane's grandson, 20 2/3 cows. End of table. They seem to be very large, but they are not impossible, seeing that in the Norse law, while the weregeld of the haud was 27 marks of silver, or 96 cows, the payment to the king for the breach of his peace, frithbot, was 40 marks, i.e. 128 cows. The next 2 clauses, under the heading kelchin or gelchak, seem to refer to insult or wounding. The Welsh gweli equals wound. And as the word enach does not occur again in the laws of Brets and Scots, it seems probable that it may have been included under this heading, and that the kelchin or gelchat, like the Irish enach and the Welsh sarad, referred quite as much to insults to personal honor as to bodily injuries. Latin. De kelchin. Item le kelchin domini regis et centum vacae. Item le kelchin fili regis vel venus comitus es sectaginte sec vate et 2 partes venus vacae. Item le kelchin fili venus comitus vel venus thani es quadraginta quator vacae viginti venus denari et 2 partes venus obali. Item le kelchin fili thani est minor per tercium partum quam patris sui sunt viginti nuovam vacae. Vindecim denari et terci pars venus obli. Rusticus nicil habet del kelchin. Item si uxor liberi hominis sit occasia virsus habibet, le kelchin parentes eis habebunt, le cro et le galnes. Item si uxor rusticae sit ocasa dominus ipsis terra in cae manet habibet, le kelchin et parentes eis le cro et le galnes. Norman French. Geishels le rey, a 50 vach, a cant ave la fils le rey, 40 vach, e pars dune vach. Gelshach de thane vi le fils ecunt est 40 vach and 21 drachma dus par dune meler. Si femme avel franc hume est aussi son baro are le kelchin, ses parents arut le cro et le galnes. Et se femme et vilain set octis, le seigneur del fay et le bien mont aiora le kelchin, le vilain aior le teherchut a sa femme del kelchin, le parents le cro et le galnes. Scottish English. Of le kelchin. Item be kelchin of our Lord be King is 60 key and 6 k and twerpert of a cow. Item be kelchin of a thane or be of son of an earl is 44 kier and 21 pennies and twelpert of a halfpenny. Item be kelchin of be son of a thane is less be third part ben of his father, bat is to say par pertennis till him 29 kier and 6 pennies and be third part of halfpenny, and a carl has not kelchin. Item gift would be of a freeman be slain her husband shall half be kelchin, and her kin shall have be crow and be galnus. Item gift be woman of a carl be slain be lord in quas lande, he duels shall have be kelchin, and her kin shall have be crow and be galnus. Payments for blood drawn. Latin. De effusine sanguinis. Item sanguis de capite venus comitus aut filiae regis sunt nucum vacae. Item sanguis filiae comitus aut venus thani sunt sex vacae. Item de sanguine filiae thani tres vacae. Item de sanguine nepotis thani du vacae et du partes venus vacae. Item de sanguine venus rustici vena vacae. De sanguine extracto subtis anhiltum es minus per tasium partum in hominibus supraceditus. Esset mulier non habeat virum is suum eret sicut is fraters su is quem habet. Item percussio sine sanguine effuso decum denari. Norman French. Les sauces de la teste et vin cut ivi del fils el rey, est 9 vaques, del thain ivel difis, alun cut vi vaques, del fils al vin thain, 44 vaques. Les sauces de sus le iron est de la terce parte meandrin. Ensemet de lor femes est del terce part mandre, mais si femme se baron dux et alter drearter comme son frère. Et si hum es ocos in la host, son sien or le quelchen, ses parents les crocs, et le galnus les rey. 29 vachas flaha. Scottish English. Of blood drawn. Per blood of behead of an earl or of a king's son is 9 kir. Item per blood of be son of an earl is 6 kir of a thane. Item be blood of be son of a thane is 29 kir. Item be blood of nevo of a thane is 2 ka and 2 pert of a cow. Item be blood of a carl a cow. Item blood drawn under be and is a 3rd pert less of al bergangen before. And gif a woman half notched a husband, here rich salbe of her brother, gif shoe only brother has. Item stricken without blood drawn e pennies. Put into a tabular form, these payments are as follows. Table entitled Kelchin or Gelcha. 5 rows, 2 columns. Row 1, King, 100 cows. Row 2, Son of King or Comes, 66 2/3 cows. Row 3, Son of Comes and Thane, 44 cows and 21 pennies and 2/3 halfpennies. Row 4, Son of Thane, 29 cows, 11 pennies, 1/3 halfpennies. Row 5, Rusticus or Carl, nil. End of table. Start of table, titled De effusion sanguis or of blood drawn. Subtitle, Blood drawn from the head of a. 5 rows, 2 columns. Comes or King's son, 9 cows. Row 2, Comes son or Thane, 6 cows. Row 3, Thane's son, 3 cows. Parentheses, question mark 4. Row 4, Thane's grandson, 2 2/3 cows. Row 5, Rusticus, 1 cow. End of table. Additional notes within table. Blood drawn, subtis and helium 1/3 less than above. If a woman have not a husband, her right shall be as her brother, if she has one. Striking without blood drawn, 10 drachma. End of tables. That we are right in supposing the Kelchin to be analogous to the Welsh Sarad seems to be confirmed by the interesting additional information appended to the clauses. And if the wife of a freeman is slain, her husband has the Kelchin and her kin the crow and galnus. Item if the woman of a carl be slain, the lord of the fee where he dwells shall have the Kelchin, and the violin shall have his wife's terhochet of the Kelchin, and her kin shall have the crow and the galnus. If a man be killed in the host, his lord shall have the Kelchin, and his parentis the crow and the galnus, and the king's 8 cows flata. These clauses of explanation are very important when we try to understand the laws to which they are appended as a whole. Commencing with what seems to be the wergeld, the crow and gallness of the thane, who may be taken as a typical freeman, was 100 cows. We have seen that the value of the cow was 3 ores of silver, or, at a ratio of 1 to 8, 192 wheat grains of gold. The wergeld was therefore not only the usual round number of 100 cows, but also in gold value, like that of the Cymric codes and so many others. Exactly 19,200 wheat grains, or 200 gold solidi. If we try to trace the connection of this wergeld with those of other tribes, the coincidence with the normal wergeld does not help us much. It is the same as the Welsh galanas of the Okwr, and the use and the laws of Cymric and Gaelic words might lead us to look upon the wergeld as a Celtic one, but the equality in the payment is in gold and not in the number of cows. The crow of the thane was 100 cows. The galanas of the Welsh Uchwer was 120 cows. Moreover, the cows in which the Welsh galanas was paid were equated with 3 scores of silver, i.e. 3 Saxon ounces of 20 pennies, while the cows in which the crow was paid were equated with 3 ores of 16 pennies. And this seems to point to a Danish connection. All these things taken together seem to point to a mixture and confusion of influences rather than to a single origin. The gradations of rank and position disclosed by the amount of the crow or wergeld seem to be based upon family seniority and to have a character of their own. The king, of course, stands at the head of the list with a crow of 1,000 cows. His son takes equal rank with the earl with a crow of 140 cows. The earl's son is of equal rank with the thane, and they have a crow of 100 cows. Then comes the thane's son with a crow of 1/3 less, or 66 2/3 cows, and next the thane's grandson with a crow 1/3 less again, of 44 cows, and 21 2/3 pence. All below this, in parentela or kin, are classed with rustics or carls with a crow of 16 cows. Looking at the position of persons at any given moment, from the point of view of the thane, he has the earl and the king above him, and the earl's son as his equal in rank. Their children and grandchildren belong still to the chieftain class, but they are juniors or cadets of the class. Even the grandchildren of the thane are ogthairns or young thanes. In natural course they may presumably take their father's rank on his death, but not until that happens, and possibly only the eldest son of the earl or that of the thane succeeded to the official position of chieftain of his house. Beyond this, there is not much more to be gathered concerning the gradations in social rank, nor are we told anything about the division of the amount among the members of the kindred receiving or paying the crow as the case might be. We are told only that the crow and gallness belong to the kin of the person slain. Turning from the crow and gallness to the kelchin, what are we to make of it? The gradations resemble those of the crow to this extent, that the kelchin of each grade was 1/3 less than that of the one above, but the kelchin was no direct fraction of the crow. The kelchin seems, as we have said, to be something like the Welsh sarad for insult or wounding, the Irish an eclan or honor price, and the Norse ret or personal right. But it does not seem to correspond altogether with any one of them. All we know is that on the homicide of a person, whoever he might be, in addition to the crow and gallness, the kelchin had to be paid. But it was a payment which, like the Cymric sarad, according to the interesting explanation given, did not go with the wergeld proper to the kindred or relations in blood. When a wife was slain, the husband, who was not a blood relation or of the kindred to the wife, took the kelchin, while the wergeld proper, crow and gallness, went to her kindred. Turning to the payment which had to be made for breach of the peace or protection of the lord, it was a payment due to the king if the homicide were perpetrated in pace regis, and to a person of each grade in succession, even to the thane's grandson, in case the homicide were committed within his precinct. Only the carl or rustic received no payment, as presumably he was living on the land of a lord who would, therefore, claim it. The position of the carl or rustic, or in Norman French the vilain, is interesting. If his wife was killed, the lord took the kelchin. The homicide was reckoned as an insult and a loss to him. The wergeld did not go to the husband, but to the kindred of the wife, as in the case of those of higher grade, so that, so far as this at least, there was recognition of kindred in the rustic's position. His crow and gallness was just about 1/6 of that of the thane, and presumably went to his kin, as his wife's crow and gallness went to her kin. There is one other point as yet unexplained. What was the terhatret? It occurs in the clause, Item, if the woman of a carle be slain, the lord of the fee where he dwells shall have the kelchin, and the valian shall have his wife's terhochet of the kelchin, and her kin shall have the crow and the galnus. There are so many Gaelic words in this document that there can be little doubt that terhochet is one of them. It seems to have been the part of the kelchin allowed by the lord to go to the husband in respect of the insult to his wife, i.e., her share in the kelchin. Whatever it was, when the wife was slain, the husband retained it, while the lord took the rest of the kelchin, and the wife's kin the crow and galnus of their slain kinswoman. The information given is scanty, but it is difficult to make this passage mean anything else. One thing is made remarkably clear in this document, that the wife of the free tribesman did not among the Brets and Scots pass upon marriage under the full potestas of her husband. On her murder, while it was an insult to him, and he therefore could claim the kelchin, the crow and galnus passed to her kin. The wife, therefore, in a very real sense, belongs still to her own kindred. These rules of tribal custom as regards marriage needs no longer surprise us after what we have found elsewhere. They closely resemble, in principle, Cymric usage, and are, after all, what the study of Beowulf prepared us to and regard as by no means confined to the Celtic tribes. 4. Recognition of the 4th and 9th degrees of kindred in Scotland. In the foregoing sections, no distinct reference has been made to the recognition of the 4th and 9th degrees of kindred. It would be misleading to pass from the Scottish evidence without allusion to the subject. Strongly influenced as custom in Scotland must have been by both Cymric and Gaelic, as well as Norse and Danish traditions, it would be strange if no trace were left in Scotland of so marked a feature of tribal policy. It will be enough, however, to refer the reader to the interesting chapter on the kin in the 2nd volume of Mr. Robertson's Scotland under her Early Kings, in which he alludes to the words in which the northern St. Margaret is supposed to have formally renounced her kindred. All my coon I forsake to the 9th key, and to the 9 degrees of kindred, within which all connected with the Earl of Fife might claim the privileges of the Clan Macduff. And after what we have seen in the way in which the North lacing rose by steps of 4 generations into increasing freedom as a kindred grew up and around him, it may be worthwhile to recall attention once more to the reverse process by which the nativus or villanus under later law became attached to the land. Among the fragments of Scotch laws collected under the heading Quoniam Attachamenta is the clause de brevi de nativis, which may be translated as follows. There are different kind of nativi or bondmen. For some are nativi de avo et proavo, which is vulgarly called de evo et trevo, whom he, the Lord, will claim to be his nativi naturally by beginning to narrate their ancestors, if their names are known, to wit, of his great-grandfather, grandfather, and father, who were convicted by his saying that they all are his nativi in such and such a villa of his, and in a certain place within the said villa on servile land, and that they rendered and did to him and his ancestors servile service for many days and years, and this nativitas, or bondage, can be proved through the parents of the convicted one, if they are alive, or per bonum assassim. Likewise, there is another kind of bondage similar to this, where some stranger shall have taken some servile land from some lord doing servile service for the same land, and if he die on the same land, and his son likewise, and afterwards his son, shall have lived and died on the same land, then all his posterity, i.e., his great-grandsons, shall be at the 4th grade altogether in servile condition to his lord, and his whole posterity can be proved in the same way. There is a third kind of navitas, or bondage, where some freeman, pro domino habendo vel manutentia, i.e., for protection or maintenance, from some mandate, gives himself up to that lord as his nativus or bondsman in his court by the front hair of his head, per crines anterius capitis sui. Whatever may have been the date and origin of these remarkable clauses, they are valuable as showing how tribal tradition became hardened in course of time into feudal law, and how the transition from tribal to feudal principles, having been accomplished, what is known everywhere by the name of serfdom, became domiciled in Scotland. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 10, Anglo-Saxon Custom from the Norman Point of View. 1. Anglo-Saxon Custom as applied to Normans. In approaching the question of Anglo-Saxon tribal custom, it is needful to make a clear distinction between the laws of the Kentish kings and the other Anglo-Saxon laws. The laws of the Kentish kings are known only in the MS, the Textus Rofensis, compiled or collected by Emulf, Bishop of Rochester from 1115 to 1125, and are not included in the other collections containing the laws of King Alfred and Ini. The evidence for Kentish custom seems, therefore, to be independent of that of Wessex or Mercia or Northumbria. Further, in the so-called laws of Henry I at the conclusion of the statement of the customs as to homicide in section 76, it is distinctly stated that the Virgils in Kent differed much from those of Wessex both as regards villainy and baronies. It will therefore be necessary to examine the Kentish laws separately from the others. On the whole, with regards to the others, it seems best to resort to the method of proceeding from the later to the earlier evidence, and to begin with the so-called laws of Henry I as a Norman, though unofficial view of what Anglo-Saxon custom was or had been before the conquest. It may be well to inquire first what in the view of the writer took place after the conquest, when a Norman or stranger was killed, because this at once raises the question what should happen in the unavoidable absence of kindred. See Francia Gina, qui parentis non habeat murdro primitor, habeat premium natalis aegis qui murdrum abelverit. Rex dehydrete, ubi inventior 40 mark argenti, nisi intra 7 mark argenti, nisi intra 7 dies redditor, malefactor justitia regis, et talis de quo possit justitia fieri. 75.6. If a Norman, Francigena, be murdered, who has no parentes, let that person have the price of his birth who made known the murder, the king to have 40 marks of silver from the 100 where he was found, unless within 7 days the malefactor be delivered up to the justice of the king in such a way that justice can be had of him. Ad patrum vero, non ad matrum, generation, consideratio, derogator, omnibus enim Francia genus, et alia genus, debet esse brix pro cognitione et advocato, si penitus alium non habitat. 7. Consideration as to birth must be directed to the father, not to the mother, for the king ought to be in the place of maternal kindred, cognatia, and of advocate for the Norman or stranger if he absolutely have no other. Si ex parte patris, parentis non habeat qui occidatur, et ex parte matris habeat, quantum ad iam attiet, I tertia pars verigildi, sui redditor. 8. If he who has killed has no parentes on his father's side, and he has on his mother's side, let what appertains to her, viz., 1/3 of his vergeld, be paid. These clauses show that when a Norman or stranger was slain, in a certain way the king was to stand in the place of the absent kindred to see that justice was done. The maternal kindred of the slain, if such were at hand, should receive the 1/3 of the vergeld which pertained to them, and so presumably the paternal kindred, if they alone were present, should take the 2/3 pertaining to them, the king taking the share of the maternal kindred. In any case, the right of the parentes was recognized when they were present. Next, with regard to the payment of the vergeld in the case of the slayer being a Norman or a stranger. Si quis hujus modi faciat homicidium, parentes aegis tantum perbruntit, quantum pro ea reciperant, C. Occidatio. 8. If anyone commit homicide of this kind, let his parentes pay so much vergeld as they would have received if he, the slayer, had been killed. Si ex parte patris parentes habeat, et ex parte matris non habeat, et hominem occideret, redant paternientes et quantum de aegis interfeciam recipient, aeduus partes vergildi sui. 9. If he, the slayer, have parentes on his father's side and not on his mother's, and kills a man, they pay for him as much as they would have received had he been killed, i.e., 2/3 of the vergeld. Sici autem paterna cogniacium, carens mali pugnit et hominem occidat, si tunc cognationem maternam habeat, reddit ipsa tertium partem veri, tertium conglitonis, pro tertia fugiat. 10. If anyone who has no paternal relations shall fight so wrongly as to kill a man, and if he has the maternal relations, they shall pay 1/3 of the wear, the conglitonis 1/3, and for the other third let him flee. Sinec maternum cognatium habeat, redding conjudonis, dimidium, verum, pro dimidia fugiat vel componat. If he has no paternal relations, the conjudonis shall pay half, and for half he shall flee or pay. Sici occidor, aegis modi secundum legum prisnum, si parentella cariat, redentur dimidium regi, dimidium congulationibus. If any such person is killed, then according to ancient law, if he have no kindred, half shall be paid to the king, and half to the conjudonis. These clauses are valuable as showing that, to meet the circumstances arriving upon the Norman conquest, there was a recurrence as far as possible to ancient law and Anglo-Saxon custom. This was not the first time that the difficulty of absence of kindred had occurred and been formally recognized in England. The early Danish conquests had made special provisions necessary for the protection of the kinless stranger, and it was declared that, if anyone did wrong to an ecclesiastic or a foreigner, as to money or as to life, then should the king or the earl, there in the land, and the bishop of the people, be unto him in the place of a kinsman and of a protector, for moic and for mundbaron, unless he had another. Again, as regards the position of the maternal relations and the conjudonis of a stranger, it is clear that the writer of these so-called laws is copying and adopting what he finds in the laws of King Alfred, in sections 27 and 28 of the latter. In the absence of relatives, the gegildes of the slayer were to pay half the vergeld, and also in the absence of relatives of the slain person, his gegildes were to receive half the vergeld. In both cases, an artificial group of organized comrades, gegildes or congildones, seems to have been recognized as in part taking the place of kindred, and the importance of the provision of some such substitute for protection by the oaths of kinsmen is evident enough when it is considered that the ordeal of hot iron or water was the recognized alternative. On the whole, the clauses in these so-called laws relating to Normans and strangers adhere to the principle of the liability of kindred, both paternal and maternal, in cases of homicide. And this is the more remarkable because long before, especially in the laws of Edmund, as will hereafter appear, a very strong tendency had been shown to restrict the liability in case of homicide to the slayer himself. In the meantime, the attempt to apply the Anglo-Saxon custom as to vergelds to Normans after the conquest, taken together with the continued recognition of the liability of both paternal and maternal parentes, is a very strong proof that the solidarity of the kindred was not altogether a thing of the past. Tribal custom, which at the Norman conquest could be applied to the conquering class cannot be regarded as dead. 2. Norman view of Wessex custom. We pass on now to Clause 70 of the Laws of Henry I, with the heading Consuetudo Wessexa. The amount of the vergeld according to Wessex law is thus stated. In Wessexa, qui caput regni est et legum, twihindi 1 viliani, vera est 4 lib, 12 hindi, 1 thani 25 lib. 71. In Wessex, which is the capital of the kingdom of laws, the word of the twindelhindum, i.e. of the villainous, is 4 pounds, of the 12 hindinum, i.e. of the thane, 25 pounds. The Anglo-Saxon and Norman pound of silver was 240 pence, and thus the 12 hindimans vergeld of 25 pounds was the same thing as the ancient Wessex vergeld of 1200 Wessex shillings of 5 pence. 4 pounds was a rough equivalent of the twi-hindiman vergeld of 200 Wessex shillings. A little further on in the same clause is the following quotation from Ethelred II's compact with Olaf. Si Anglias homo dacum occidat, liberum, persilavat eam 25 lib vel ipsi malefactor retitor, et tandidum retit darkis de Anglico si eam occidat. 70. Section 6. If an Englishman kill a Dane, a freeman, let him pay for him 25 pounds, or the criminal himself shall be delivered up, and let the Dane do the same if he kill an Englishman. The English and Danish typical freeman of this clause, with his 25-pound vergeld, is clearly recognized in these so-called laws as the 12 hindeman, and not the twill hind man, who, though free, is identified with the villainous. In further sections of this clause regarding Wessex customs, very important statements are made with regard to the position of the wife in case of homicide, showing 1. That if she committed the homicide, her own kindred were responsible for her crime, and not her husband or his kindred, and 2. That in case of the murder of a wife, the vergeld went to her kindred, and not to the husband or his kindred. In section 12 of this clause is the following statement. Similitur, si nullia homicidium faciat, in eam vel in progenium, vel parentis aegis vendicurta, vel indi componat, non in virum suum, si clientelum innocententem. Likewise, if a woman commits homicide, let it be avenged on her, or on her children or parentis, or paid for from that side, not on her husband or innocent connections. And in section 13, si mulia occidator, sicut verigildum, aegis et reditor, et parti patris, sicut observanus in alias. 14. Si pregnans occidator, et pura et ea vivat, uterque plena vera reditor, si nondum vivus sit, dimidia vera solvitur parentibus et parti patris. If a woman be killed, whatever be her vergeld, let it be paid ex parte patris, just as we have said in other cases. 14. If a pregnant woman be killed and her child be living, let the full vergeld of both be paid. If not yet living, let half a vergeld be paid for it, to the parentis et parti patris of the child. The position of the wife under Wessex custom is further shown by the following. Si sponsa virum suum superfixiet, dotum et maritationem suum, caterum, instrumentis, vel testium, exhibitionius, e traditum, perpetualiter habeat, et morgengivum suum et tertium partum de omni collaborationem sua, pretervestis et litem suum, et si quid ex ius in alimonius vel communi necessitati consumpserit, nihil indi recipipat. Sections 22 to 23. If the wife survive her husband, let her have permanently her dower and her maritagium, given to her by written instruments in production of witnesses, and her morgan gift, and a third part of all joint acquisition, besides clothes and her bed, and let her receive nothing in respect of what has been consumed in charity or common necessity. Simulia apsci liberis moriator, parentis aegis cum marito, sua partum suum dividant. If a woman die without children, her parentes divide her share with the husband. These statements are valuable evidence that, in regard to the position of a wife, Anglo-Saxon custom was very nearly the same as Cymric custom, and that of the Brets and Scots, and they are the more important as stating, in black and white, what is only to be inferred from isolated statements in earlier laws. We now pass to C. 76, Deprecio Cogilibet, containing information as to the mode of procedure in the payment of vergeld. After stating that if a man be slain, he is to be paid for according to his birth, the clause proceeds thus: et rectum est et homicidi, postquam verigidum, patia verit inveniat, vera plegios, sicut et eam pertinevit. 1. De thano de brent dari 12 vera plegi. 8. De parti patris, et 4. De congiationis matris, et cum hoc factum erit, elevetur inter eos pax regis in omni verigildo, et debet havsang primo rete, sicut veri modus erit. And it is right that the homicide, after having given pledge for the vergeld, should find the ver pledges pertaining to it. From the thane, 12 ver pledges, 8 ex parte patris, and 4 de cognitione matris. And this done shall be raised among them the peace of the king in every vergeld. And first the half-sang should be paid according to the nature of the vergeld. Following the case of the 12 hindermen a little further, we learn that 12 hinders et homi plenus nobilis, 1 thanis cujus vera et 2 decies, si sol qui faciantus libris 25. Cujus half-sang sunt 120 sol qui faciant oldi sol 1, et non pertiat alii cognitione pecunia ista, nisi illus qui sunt intra geni. The 12 hindermen is the man pleni nobilis, i.e. the thane whose vergeld is 1200 skillings, which makes up 25 L. His half-sang is 120 S, which today equals 50 S. Norman, and it belongs to no other relation than those who are intragenu. This half-sang had to be paid on the 21st day from the giving of the pledge, and it seems to have been a token in recognition of guilt or earnest money to show that the vergeld would be paid. On the next 21st night from the payment of the half-sang, the man bought had to be paid, and on the 21st night after that, the fight wife, and on the 21st night again the first payment of the vergeld. Et sic omnibus parentibus dominisque emendationibus insidiatus persolvantur reliquum veri inter terminum quem sapientis instituent. Thus for all the parentes and lords, amends being set a-going. The rest of the vergeld shall be paid during a term to be fixed by the wise men, sapientes. Turning next to the case of persons twin-hold born. Serlisci vel villani, more details are given. After stating their vergeld to be 4 pounds, the clause proceeds. Half-sang, aegis sunt 5 mark, qui funciat 12 sol, et vi den. Est autem verbum Anglicum quod Latini sonat apprentiatio coli, their half-saying in 5 marks, which equals 12 shillings 6 pence, and it is an English word which in Latin means apprehensio coli. There is evidently here an error. 5 mark ought to be read 5 mancuses. The mancus was 30 pence, or 2 shillings 6 pence. Norman money in the half-saying, therefore, 150 pence, or 12 shillings 6 pence. Norman money is stated in the following clause. Sici et forlib per solvendis occidator, et ad it res veniat, et Persia naturalis aegis capendus sit, primo debent, ready 12 sol, et 6 den, et in vera numerari, redadantur vero patri, vel filio, vel frati, vel qui propondicior, est di patri, si predictos parentes non habeat, si omnis isto habeat, et ipsi dividant inter se. 6, if anyone is killed, to be paid for, at 4L, and it comes to pass that the price of his birth has to be paid. First should be paid the half-saying of 12 shillings 6 pence, to be reckoned in the vergeld, and this is to be paid to the father or son or brother, or failing these, whoever is the nearest of kin to the father. If he has all these, they divide it between them. Ad die qua vera fatiata est in 21 diem, sin omni excusatione et dilatione, debit half-saying ready, sicut permissimus. On the 21st day from the giving of the pledge, without any excuse or delay, the half-saying shall be paid, as we have said. Indi et 21 diem ratator ipsius mandopa, tunc et 21 diem fut vita. Indi at 21 diem redadantur ipsius, via prum gildum, 1/7 sol, et 6 den, et applicationem 20 sol. On the 21st day after that is to be paid the monbot, then on the 21st day the fit white, and then on the 21st day must be paid the frumgeld of the vergeld, i.e. 7 shillings 6 pence, to the completion of 20 shillings. Thus we learn that in the case of the Twihunderman, the half-saying of 12 shillings 6 pence and the frumgeld of 7 shillings 6 pence make up the first 20 shillings of the vergeld of 4 pounds. The clause proceeds, Indi componet qui verum solvit, terminum di 20 sol. Indi ponet terminum suum parentes mortem di 40 avibus, qui pro 20 sol, caponitur, sint ovum ovis videntes et canuti, nulla parta corporis diminuti, ultima termino reditor equius, qui pro 20 sol, numerandus est, hoc secundum legum et nostrum consuetudinem diximus, differentia tamen verigildi, multa est incantia villarorum et baronum. After that, who pays the vergeld pays at another term 20 shillings. Then the parentes of the dead fix a term for 40 sheep, which are reckoned as 20 shillings, but they must be sheep, seeing and horned and deficient in no part of the body. At the last term, a horse is given, reckoned at 20 shillings. This we have said according to law and our custom. There is, however, great difference in the vergeld of both villani and barones in Kent. Thus, both in the case of the 12 Hindi and the Twihunderman, the half-saying is the first beginning of the vergeld, and whatever may be the exact meaning of the word, it is pretty evident that it was regarded as an admission of the wrong done, and as a kind of earnest money that the rest of the vergeld would be paid. But between the half-saying, or earnest money, and the making up of the first full installment of the vergeld were the 2 other payments, the manbot and the fight weight. They have already been mentioned, but it is important to recognize what these two payments outside the vergeld mean. We learn from C80, Section 6, what the fight weight was. In contra cum si terra fiat homicidium, qui socium et sacum suum habeat, si homicida deviatio ibi vel crevitur, fivitum sipiat, si occusus et locus unius domini sint, qui socium suum habeant manabatum et vituum. On whatsoever land the homicide may be committed, he who has sock and sack shall, if the homicide there be pledged or remanded, receive fight weight. If the person killed in the place are of one lord, let him who has the sock have both manbot and fight weight. It is clear from this that the fight weight was the payment due to the lord who had the sock of the place when the homicide occurred and the vergeld was pledged. The manbot, on the other hand, was the payment to the lord whose man the person slain was. The lord of the sock might also be the lord of the man slain, in which case both fight weight and manbot were payable to him. In C69, the manbot of the Twy Hinderman is stated to be 30 shillings of 5 pence, i.e. 150 pence, and that of the 12 Hinderman 120 shillings, 600 pence, as in the Laws of Inni, Section 70, and the so-called Laws of Edward the Confessor, C12, is the following. Qui sentia figurat eam pacem regus, lege ad glorum suum ver, one precium suum, et manbot de auxius ergo dominus quorum hominis intefecti errant, manboti in dallalaga, de villano, et de showman, 12 ores, de liberis hominibus 3 marcus, manboti in legi ad glorum, regi et acius piscopo, 3 marc de hominis sui, episcopo comitatus, committee comitatus, et de fragus rigus 20 sol, baronabis ceteris 10 solid, emendationum faciat parentibus, ad gerum presiatur, undi Angli proverbium habebant, pies speri, obsidi oda beer, quod si desiri, lancium emi de lati aut veram. He who knowingly breaks the king's peace by the law of the English pays his vare, i.e. precium suum, and manbot of persons killed to the lords whose men have been killed, manboti in danalaga of villainous, and succumum 12 ores of liberis hominis 3 marks, manbot in English law to the king and archbishop 3 marks for their men, to the bishop and earl of a county, and dapfer of the king 20 shillings, other barons 10 shillings. Let him make amends to the parentes or suffer feud. Hence the English have a proverb, buy off the spear or bear it. This chapter chiefly relates to the breach of the king's peace on the king's highways, etc., but it clearly confirms the meaning of the manbot as the payment to the lord for his man, and is quite distinct from the vergeld to the parentes of the slain. It may seem strange at first sight that according to this clause, the manbot in the danalega of the villainous and the sockman should be alike, viz. 12 ores of silver, and further that the villainous and the sockman should not be included as liberi hominis, the manbot of the latter being double their manbot, viz. 3 marks or 24 ores. The explanation of the equal manbot of villainy and sockman may partly be found in the tendency after the conquest to class together all subordinate tenants, rendering manual or agricultural services to the landlord as villainy, and to ignore the differences in origin between the various classes of tenants of this kind. Still, if at this point of our inquiry the relative positions of the sockmani of the Danish districts and the villainy of the ordinary English manners were the question under discussion, it would be fair in explanation of the equality of the man-bought to point out how very nearly the services of the two classes seem to have corresponded so far as to their value to the Lord was concerned. The loss to the Lord of the 12 Hindermen was probably reckoned as of greater money value than that of the villainous or Sockerman, because of the higher grade or character of his military and judicial services, as compared with the agricultural services of the villainous and Sockerman. However this may be, these considerations confirm the importance of the distinction between the man-bought, which varies according to the value or loss to the lord of the person slain, and is therefore payable to him, and the vergeld payable to the parentes of the person slain, which varied according to the grade and social rank in which he was born, or to which he may have sometimes risen. Further, this distinction between the vergeld and the man-bought becomes all the clearer when we turn to the evidence given to the laws of Henry I regarding the custom of Wessex in respect of the homicide of slaves. In c. 70, the custom of Wessex is stated thus: Si servus servivum occidat, domino rotato 20 sol, pro man-bauta, parentibus interfecti servi 40 den. Section 2. If a slave service kills a slave, 20 shillings, question of 5 pence, is paid to the lord for man-bought. To the parentes of the dead slave, 40 pence. Si dominus auxioris, nec pro eo reddit, nec servis habet undi reddit, demeritari potest eam dominus, et sibi caveat, nisi forte cravator dum sectum est, quod si evianit, eam repentibus reddit vel indi componat. Section 3. If the lord of the slave pays nothing for him, and the slave has nothing to pay with, the lord can dismiss him so that he, the lord, may protect himself from having the slave seized while with him. But if this happen, he shall hand him over to the prosecutors or pay for him. Si liber servum occidat, simulator reddit, parentibus 40 den, et duas muflas, et unum pullum mutilatum, domini servi 20 sol, pro man-bauta blot vitam, vet 20 facum, sicut acceritit. If a freeman kills a slave, let him likewise pay to the parentes 40 pence and 2 muffles, and a capon. To the lord of the slave 20 shillings, of 5 pence, for man-bought also, blood right or fight weight, as it happens. Si servus Walliscus, Anglicum hominum occidat, debit illi cucus, servus et redere eam domini et parentibus, vel dari 40 sol, pro vita sua, si hoc capitula, nollit dari pro eo, damitat eam liberum, solvent postea parentes aegis verum illum, si cognationem habeat liberum, si non habeat, observant eam inimici, non cogitur liber cum servo meglidari, nisi velit satisfactionem feceri, nec servis cum libero. If a slave Walliscus kills an Englishman, he whose slave he is ought to give him up to the lord and the parentes, or pay 40 shillings, of 5 pence for his life. If he does not choose to pay this for his head, let him set him free. Then afterwards, let his parentes pay his vergeld if he has free relations. If not, let them regard him as an enemy. No freeman is to be compelled to join in payment with the slave unless he wishes to make satisfaction for him, nor a slave with the freeman. Thus, while under the Danelaga, the equal man-bought of the villainous and of the Sockerman was 12 ories of 240 pence, we learn from these clauses that the man-bought of the ordinary slave under Wessex custom was 20 shillings, i.e., if of 5 pence, 100 pence, while that of the Twy Hinderman was, as we have seen, only 150 pence. At first sight, it may seem strange that the man bought of value to the lord of his villainous or sockman should be no greater, or even less, than that of his theo or slave. But a moment's consideration will show that the value of the villainous and the sockman to the lord was mainly their week work and services amounting to, perhaps, half their whole time, while that of the slave or theo was the value of his whole time and also that of a marketable chattel. It may be noticed, too, how in the statements of Wessex custom some slight recognition is made of the kindred of the slave, but the amount, 40 pence, is so very small that it hardly can be reckoned as any real approach to recognition of family rights or rights of kindred belonging to the relatives of the slave. In the laws of William the Conqueror, the man bought of the slave is stated, perhaps in error, to be twice that of the freeman, and in the case of freeman a concession is made of 12 shillings of the vergeld to the widow of the slain, who otherwise, not being of the same blood or kindred with her husband, would under tribal custom have received no part of the vergeld. Si quis convictus vel confessus furiat injuri, alium oxidisi, dat versuum, et in super domini oxius, man bought, skilletit, pro homini libera 10 sol, pro serva 20 solid. Section 7. If anyone shall have been convicted of or have confessed the slaying of another, let him give his vergeld and over and above to the lord of the person slain, man body, that is for a freeman 10 shillings, a 5 pence or 12 pence, for his service 20 shillings. Et autumn verdini in mercillaneni 20 libra, in vexale cerlea 25 libra, retisi autumn si solidi, in mercillani, et simulator in vexed solidi. 8. The vergeld, however, of the thane under Mercian law is 20 pounds, i.e., 1200 shillings of 4 pence. Under West Saxon law, 25 pounds, i.e., 1200 shillings of 5 pence. Other rustic sees, of 5 pence or 12 pence in Mercia, and the same in Wessex. Divera ergo pro ossico, soluto, primo virtu 10 solidi, dentur et residium liberi et consagliarni inter se diffidant. 9. Of the vergeld thus paid for the slain person, first let 10 shillings be given to the widow, and the rest let the children and relations divide between them. Finally, it is interesting to observe that according to the so-called laws of Henry I, tribal custom was still partly recognized in the method of dealing with the homicide of a kinsman. In clause 75 is the following: Qui alicem de parentibus suis occidet, dignus apud Deum, penitentii fugitivus emendet, et in modo penitentii sit, si sponto vel casu perpetravit, et excedet emendatio patrini, sicet manbato domini, si non pentiat et utricum, et aliorum importurati, quorum sanguineus est, cogitur eum rederi, sapiatum hoc judicio, secundum genus componitor. He who shall slay any one of his parentes, let him make amends by fruits of penitence worthy before God, and let the measure of the penance be according to whether he did it willingly or by accident, and the connection of the sponsor falls just, as the man bought of the Lord. If it does not permit to him either the one or the other, and by the importunity of others, whose kinsman he is, he shall be compelled to pay. Let it be compounded for, by judgment of wise men, whatever that may be. The homicide of a kinsman was apparently still generally free from judicial interference or criminal law. The slayer is handed over to the church, and his punishment is spiritual penance. Even the man bought to the Lord, who has lost a man through his crime, fails to be paid. But should there be a fear of trouble through the importunity of any of the kinsmen of the slain, demanding compensation, then a compromise was to be effected by reference to the judgment of wise men. Tribal feeling is evidently not yet dead, although beginning in this matter to yield to the more modern view of individual responsibility for crime, without regard to the question of kindred. There is at the same time recognition of the fact that the weakened tribal feeling is no longer always able to restrain the kinsman from revenge in the case of wrong done within the kindred. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 11. Danish View of Anglo-Saxon Custom. 1. The De Institutis Londoniae of Knut. Having thus tried to obtain from the so-called laws of Henry I, whatever they may be, a Norman view of Anglo-Saxon custom, we recognize that on some points we may have learned more from this Norman view than could directly have been learned solely from the early Anglo-Saxon laws themselves. The reason of this is obvious. Special laws issued at various times by Saxon kings do not profess to cover the whole ground of existing and well-understood custom. Rather, should special laws be regarded as modifications of custom, made necessary at different periods by new circumstances. Thus, no one of the sets of laws can be expected to give a general view of custom as a whole. It is not strange, then, that we should owe some knowledge of early Anglo-Saxon custom to the Norman conquest, and the necessity after such an event to collect in a more connected and intelligible form what had formerly, to some extent, been matters of custom and tradition, and so it may be that our next chance of learning more may be found in the study of the documents and fragments belonging to the period of the Danish invasion of England, and especially the moment of transition from the English rule of Ethelred II to the Danish rule of Knut. The founding of the Danish kingdom of Knut was an epoch in English history, and indeed in the history of Europe. It was followed inter alia by the legislation in England of Scandinavian monetary reckoning in marks and ores, which had already for some time been in use side by side with the English reckoning in shillings and pounds, and this was typical of the general position of things, in full coincidence with the working of tribal feeling in other countries. Into the idea of conquest, the amalgamation of the two peoples into one did not enter. Danes continued to live under their laws, and the English under theirs, as Franks and Gallo-Romans did under Frankish rule. Certain things were enjoined upon both, but with a difference. It often happens that in documents of this period the law of the English is especially explained, while the Danish law is referred to as already known, thus revealing a Danish point of view. In the laws of Ethelred II, section 37, it is enacted that if anyone should be charged with plotting against the king, he must clear himself with the threefold ordeal by the law of the English, and by the law of the Danes according as their law may be. And so in the laws of Knut, penalties are stated as so many shillings by English law, and by Danish law as it formerly stood. So that, from the Danish point of view, it was sometimes a matter of inquiry and record what the English law had been, while knowledge of Danish law was mostly taken for granted. With regard to the coinage, this was only partly the case. Not that Anglo-Saxon reckoning in pounds and shillings was abolished, or that Danish currency was thenceforth the only one allowed, but Knut having styled himself King of all England and King of the Danes and Norwegians, London had become in one sense a Scandinavian port. The large sums paid to the army by Ethelred for respite and peace had flooded Scandinavia with English silver money of his coinage. This was so to such an extent that while the British Museum is rich in the coins of Ethelred, still more of them are to be found in Scandinavian museums, and one marked result of the increased intercourse with England was an increase also in the Scandinavian coinage, the type of which was chiefly taken from the coins of Ethelred II. London had become to some extent the commercial capital indirectly of what has been happily called the Greater Scandinavia. In the words of Mr. Keary, quote, "The Greater Scandinavia with older countries included, counting from the east to the west, a large district in the north and west of Russia, extending from Kiev to Lake Ladoga. It included Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and a strip of land in North Germany, Mecklenburg, northern England, Man, most of the western Scottish islands, the Orkneys and Shetlands, settlements in Ireland and colonies in the Faroes and Iceland, a stretch of territories inhabited by peoples closely allied in blood, in speech, and in customs." End quote. Was it likely, then, that Knut, in making London the commercial capital of his kingdom, should adopt the English monetary system unchanged without regard to that in use in the north? Happily, in the document known as De Institutis Londoniae, we have an interesting glimpse into the conditions of the port of London, and in its final clause, definite reference to the legislation of the Danish currency. This document has hitherto been placed doubtfully under the reign of Ethelred II, with some others of about the same period, but there is no evidence to show that it should be so placed rather than under the reign of Knut. It exists only in Latin, and it contains no mention of Ethelred, while its final clause becomes intelligible only, I think, if regarded as enacted after the accession of Knut. We learn from the document that Aldersgate and Cripplegate were the two gates which had guards. Billingsgate, being on the river, was treated as a port. Boats on arrival paid toll according to size, smaller ones a halfpenny, boats with sails 1 penny, a ceol vel hucus, 4d. if it should lie there. Ships laden with wool paid 1 timber from their cargo. Those coming with fish to the bridge also paid toll. Men from Rouen, with wine or whale, paid 6 shillings per ship, and the 20th lump of the whale. Men of Flanders, Normandy, and France declared their cargoes and paid toll. Goods overland through Holland and Belgium were also examined and paid toll. Men of the Emperor who came in their ships were to be held worthy of the same good laws as our people, sicut nos. From this, it would appear that a good deal of the trade from the Baltic was an overland trade and in Frankish hands. The men of the Emperor who were treated on equal terms with our people were probably the merchants whose successors ultimately established the Hanseatic towns, and 2 or 3 centuries later, the Hanseatic League. The final clause is as follows, quote, "Novem et ut monetarii pauciores sint, quam antea fuerint, in omni summo portu 3, et in omni alio portu sit unus monetarius, et illi habeant suboperarius suos in suo crimine, quod purum faciant et recti ponderis per eandam vitam quam prediximus, et ipsi qui portus custodiant efficiant per over hiernesam meam, ut omne pondus sit marcatum ad pondus, quo pecunia mea recipitur, et eorum singulum signatur ita, quod 15 ore libram faciant, et custodiant omnes monetam, sicut vos docere praecipio, praecepto, et omnes eligimus. And that there be fewer moneyers than there formerly were in every chief town, 3, and in every other town, let there be 1 moneyer, and let them have their sub-workers under their responsibility, so that they make pure money and of right weight under the penalties aforesaid. And let those who have charge of the towns secure under penalties that every weight shall be marked at the weight by which my money is received, and that each of them is so signed that 15 ores make a pound, and let all maintain the coinage in accordance with the orders we have chosen to enjoin upon you and all men." Unquote. This clause has already been alluded to in connection with the laws of the Brets and Scots. The ore of 16 pence in which the payments of those laws were to be made was the ore described in this clause, for the ore of 1/15 of the pound was the ore of 16 pence. The wording of the clause is very distinct. There were to be monetarii, mintmen, at the several mercantile centres, 1 at each lesser town, and at the chief towns, 3, and every weight used by them was to be marked to the weight at which my money was received, and every one of the weights was to be marked so that 15 aures make a pound. The pound was no doubt the Frankish and English pound, which, since the time of Charlemagne and Offa, contained 7,680 wheat grains, and was divided according to English reckoning into 12 ounces of 640 wheat grains, or 20 pence of 32 wheat grains. The Danish ore of 1/15th part of the pound was therefore of 512 wheat grains, or 16 pence. And there is good reason to believe that this ore was the ore in general use in Scandinavian commerce. We have seen that the Scandinavian ore, like the Merovingian ounce, when reckoned in wheat grains, was the Roman ounce of 576 wheat grains, but that in actual weight it had sunk below the Roman standard. The ortug, or stater, had apparently in actual weight fallen back to the weight of the stater of the ancient Eastern or Merovingian standard, vide licet 8 to 18 grams, so that the ore or ounce of 3 ortugs of this weight would weigh 24 to 54 grams, and this was almost exactly 1/15th of the Anglo-Saxon pound. We may therefore with some confidence regard the ore legalized by Knut for commercial use as practically identical in weight of silver with the ore of 3 ortugs in use in the Baltic and generally in Scandinavian trade. Moreover, when we turn to the actual coinage of Knut, we find that by a sweeping change he reduced the weight of the silver penny from 1/20th of the Anglo-Saxon ounce to apparently 1/20th of this ore, intending, it would seem, to make his ore pass for payments as an ore of 20 pence instead of 16. When these facts are taken together, we can hardly, I think, be wrong in assigning the De Institutis Londoniae to the time of the foundation of the Danish kingdom by Knut, and in considering its final clause as recording the legalization of the Danish monetary system with its marks and ores for use in England and for purposes of international trade. The fact that the ore of 16 was in use not only in the laws of the Brets and Scots, but also in the Domesday Survey, for example, in the district between the Mersey and the Ribble, is a lasting proof of its use wherever Scandinavian conquest and commerce extended, possibly before and certainly long after it was legalized for English use by Knut. 2. Fragment of Grith and of Mund. Having gained from the De Institutis Londoniae some sense of the greatness of the change to England consequent upon the accession of Knut, and also of the importance of England to Knut's Scandinavian kingdom, we may now turn to the consideration of certain documents which seem to be attempts made during this period of change to realize and record what had been Anglo-Saxon custom. The first clauses of Knut's church laws refer to the maintenance of the rights of the church as to grith and frith, because God's grith is of all griths the best, and next thereto the king's, it is very right that God's church grith within walls and a Christian king's hand grith stand equally inviolate, so that anyone infringing either shall forfeit land and life unless the king be merciful to him. A homicide within church walls was to be bottless, unless the king granted life against full bot. In this case, the homicide must pay his full ware to Christ or the king, as the case might be, and so in law himself to bot. Then the bot was to be the same as the king's muntbryce of 5 pounds. These clauses seem to be taken from another document of this period, headed Of Church Grith, which is printed by Thorpe among the laws of Ethelred. Again, the laws decreed by Ethelred and his Feutan at Montague respecting frithbot commence with the decree that grith should stand henceforth as it originally stood in the days of his, the king's, forefathers, so that again ancient custom is confirmed rather than new law enacted. This decree of Montague relates not, like Knut's law, to the grith of the church, but to the grith of various assemblies or courts. Crimes committed within the grith or piece given by the king's own hand, that is, the king's hand grith of the other documents, is again botless. The grith which the ealdorman and the king's reeve give in the assembly of the 5 burghs if broken, involves a bot of 1,200 shillings. That given by a burgh assembly, 600, that by a wapentake, 100, that in an alehouse for a dead man, 6 half-marks, and for a living one, 12 ores. In a further clause, section 12, it is stated that in a king's suit, the deposit or wed was to be of 6 half-marks, in an earl's and bishop's of 12 ores, and in a thegns of 6 ores. Here both English and Danish currencies are used. The law is common to both peoples. The principle of the grith, or frith, is alike for both English and Danes, and it does not seem that Knut had any intention of altering what had been law in this respect under his English predecessor. In section 3 of Knut's church laws, dealing with crimes less than homicide, he seems to treat the grith of his new law and the mundprijs of old law as practically the same thing. And this clause, according to the text of manuscript G, contains an interesting allusion to Kentish as well as other English law. Quote, He fod ministers grithprijs is het bot worthum thingo bij singus munde. These mid 5 pundum on Engla lages su on Sentlande et the mundprijs 5 pund the singse su threo sa arses su medemram ministers mit et 120 shilling. These be singres vete. Su zonnegeit lesan their little theodum sic su leger sto there sic mit 320 shillings, and felt Kirician their legersko nesic mit 30 shilling. The grithprijs of the chief minister in cases entitled to bot is according to the king's mund, that is £5 by English law, and in Kent for the mundprijs £5 to the king and 3 to the archbishop, and of a minster of the middle class 120 shillings, that is according to the king's wite, and of one yet less where there is little service, provided there be a burying place, 60 shillings, and of a field church 30 shillings. End quote. Further, there is a separate document belonging to this period entitled Of Grith and of Munt, which seems to have been a careful statement of what formerly had been law among the English, the Kentish people, the South Angles, and the North Angles, respectively. It is too long to be quoted at length. It states again that God's grith is of all griths of the first importance, and next thereto the king's. Formerly among the English, when a man fled for his life to the king, the archbishop, or the atheling, he had 9 days' grith. If he sought a bishop or ealdorman, he had 7 days' grith. Then it goes on to state that in the law of the Kentish people, the king and the archbishop had a like and equally dear mundprijs, while the archbishop's property, according to Kentish law, was compensated for 11-fold and the king's 9-fold, though the mundbeurt of Christ's church was the same as the king's. Next, the grith law of the South Angles is described. The king's mundprijs is stated again to be £5 by the law of the English, an archbishop and an aetheling's mundprijs £3, other bishops and an ealdorman's £2, and if anyone fight in the presence of an aetheling or archbishop, the bot was 150 shillings. If in that of another bishop or ealdorman, 100 shillings. Lastly, the document records that in the North Angles law, quote, it stands that he who slays anyone within church walls shall be liable in his life, and he who wounds shall be liable in his hand, and let him who slays anyone within church doors give to the church 120 shillings, according to the North Angles law, and let a freeman who harms a living person in his mundbeurt pay 30 shillings. End quote. In section 59 of the secular laws of Knut, under the heading of boorprijs, is a statement that if any one break the king's boor, the bot is £5, an archbishop's or aetheling's boor £3, a lordbishop's or ealdorman's boor £2. This is a reenactment of clause 3 of King Alfred's dooms. In the latter, the words boorprijs and mundbeurt appear to be interchangeable. Both mean the breach of protection or mund. There is finally a fragment which fixes the extent of the king's grith to be 3 miles and 3 furlongs and 3 acre breadths, and 9 feet and 9 hand breadths, and 9 barleycorns from the Berget, where the king is. Within this area the grith or protection of the king extends, and the use of the word grith seems to place this fragment among those belonging to the Danish group. In this grith or area of protection, taken together with the grith of various persons in regard to the duration of the protection, and the grith of the various assemblies or courts, and finally in the munt of various persons marked by the amount of the munt price, there is surely a foundation in ancient custom for the jurisdiction involved in the sack and sock of the later period. We have seen in the clauses of the so-called laws of Henry I allusion to the sack and sock of the lord on whose land a homicide has been perpetrated, and under whose jurisdiction the ved or pledge has been given for the payment of vergeld. According to earlier phraseology, the lord's grith or peace has been broken. He has a territorial jurisdiction over the giving of the ved by which it is to be restored, and he is entitled to fight accordingly. If his own man has been slain, whether on his own land or not, his munt has been broken, and the man-bot of his man is payable to him. The phrase sock and sack is probably of Scandinavian origin. It does not seem to go back earlier than the time of Knut. It is not found in his laws. But the principle at the root of the grith and the munt was not one newly introduced at this period. We shall find it again in the earliest laws, and we have already found it at work under Irish custom. The Irish chieftain's precinct, or area of protection, extended on his green as far as he could throw his hammer, and the value of his protection varied, as we've seen, with his honour price. 3. The frith between Ethelred II and Olaf Tryggvason, Anno Domini 993. The real Danish invasion of England, which ended in the accession of Knut to the kingdom of all England, commenced with the arrival of Olaf Tryggvason, afterwards King of Norway, in Anno Domini 991. The fatal battle of Malden had been fought, and £10,000 of silver paid for a temporary peace. At length the treaty was made between Ethelred and Olaf, on the latter embracing Christianity. The article on homicide in this frithmal is the only one which need be quoted here. Quote, Gif Englishman Danishne avsle, frikman frigne, gelde heine mit 5 puntum of hon man fone han deden agefe, su. Dose daniska thone, engliskan swagif he heine avsle. Gif Englishman Danishne frel avsle gilde heine mit punde söv, se daniska Englishne swagif he heine avsle. If an Englishman slay a Dane, a freeman, let him pay for him with £25, or let the slayer be delivered up, and let the Dane do the same by an Englishman if he slay him. If an Englishman slay a Danish thrall, let him pay for him with £1, and so a Dane in like manner by an Englishman if he slay him. End quote. The points to be noted here are these. It is for the crime of a freeman slaying a freeman that the vergeld of £25 is to be paid, and this vergeld of £25 of silver is the vergeld of 1200 Wessex shillings, so that the freeman of this clause is the 12 hindemen. For the purpose of this frith between Ethelred and Olaf, the 12 hindemen, and not the 2 hindemen, is the typical freeman, and the Dane also is to be paid for by a 12 hindemen's vergeld. The 2 hindemen escapes without notice. No class is mentioned between the 12 hinde freeman and the thrall, whether Danish or English, is paid for with £1 of silver. Finally, the compact is described in Anglo-Saxon pounds, not in Danish marks and ores. It is an English statement of the frith between the English king and the army that Olaf, and Justin and Gutmund, Stegitas' son, were with, and accordingly at the end of clause 7 is recorded the humiliating admission that £22,000 of gold and silver were given to the army in England for the frith. End of section 26. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2024.
Section 27 of Tribal Customs and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 12. Anglo-Saxon Custom from the Viking or Northman's Point of View. 1. The compact between King Alfred and Guthrum, A.D. 886. At the date of the compact between Ethelred II and Olaf Tryggvason, more than a century had passed since the earlier compact between Alfred and Guthrum, and during that century the successors of Alfred had gradually succeeded in recovering their hold upon the English nation. During the whole of this time, following continental tribal usage, both English and Danes had presumably lived under their own laws and customs. But whether it be right to speak of the Northmen of the time of King Alfred as Danes or not, it is necessary to distinguish the difference between the two invasions. Cnut's invasion was avowedly intended to establish a kingdom, or rather to bring England within the area of his great Danish kingdom. Olaf was on the point of making himself King of Norway, and the founding of kingdoms was, so to speak, in the air. It was an era of conquest, and Cnut's invasion of England was in fact the first step towards the Norman conquest. The Vikings, who invaded England in the days of Alfred, on the other hand, were independent chieftains, the last of the class of the early Frankish and Anglo-Saxon type. Their invasion was not a Danish invasion in the sense that it came from a Danish kingdom. The Vikings of this earlier period were chieftains of moving armies living upon the country they invaded. Their armies were composed of Northmen, and again, to quote the words of Mr. Keary in the History of the Scandinavian Nations, they were the representatives in the countries of their origin of a bygone or passing order of things, the opponents of the extended sort of kingship, which was the new order of the day in Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. Let us for a moment follow the course of the movements of these Viking armies which preceded the compact between Alfred and Guthrum. In 867, the army was in the north, took possession of York, and subdued Northumbria. In 868, Mercia was invaded. Until 871, the incursions were practically confined to Northumbria and Mercia, and parts of East Anglia. In 871, the invasion of Wessex commenced, and in the same year, Alfred, on the death of his brother Ethelred, became King of Wessex. In 874, the army was again chiefly in Mercia and Northumbria, and began definitely to settle in the latter. The southern half of Northumbria became the Kingdom of York under Halfdan, A.D. 876. The other part of the army, under Guthrum, proceeded to attack Wessex, and the winter of 877-8 was marked by the retirement of Alfred into the island of Ithany. In 878 came the victory of Eithudun, which was followed by the baptism of Guthrum and the partition of England. In 880, Guthrum and his army settled in what became the Danigla, and in 886 the final compact was entered into between Alfred and Guthrum, the text of which has been preserved. It will be convenient first to consider this compact and then the various fragments of Northumbrian and Mercian law, the production or preservation of which may be traced to this period. The text of the compact is preserved in the 10th century manuscript B. Its first clause defines the boundaries between that part of England which was to remain English and the Danaglia. With this matter, at the moment, we are not specially concerned. Then follows the most material clause, 2. And high quaidon gif mon off slagen, worth, il we late effen diern, Inglesine et Denisine. Eth is 2, 8, health Markham, asondes gold, Booten, Tham, Seoral, The, on Gauful land, sit et Eora, Lysingen, Thasinden, ec effen dir, Eorgrith twa hund seal, and gif man singe, Thegen, beto man, sleetas, et he hein ladian dur he the mid 12, singe, Thingus et gif mon thone man, betathone, the beth lysa maga, lady hein, 11 his, Galicia et annam, singes, Thegen. And they ordained if a man should be slain, we estimate all equally dear, English and Danish, i.e., at 8 half-marks of pure gold, except the ceorl, who sits on Gauful land, and there the Danish lysings, they also are equally dear, either at 200 shillings. And if a man accuse a king's thane of manslaying, and he dare to clear himself, let him do that with the 12 king's thanes, and if anyone accuse that man who is of less degree, let him clear himself with 11 of his equals, and with 1 king's thane. Now, in the first place, it is evident that this text describes the wergeld of 2 classes or ranks of persons. Dane and Englishmen of the first class are to be held equally dear at 8 half-marks of pure gold. The other class embraces the Saxon ceorl, who sits on Gauful land, and the Danish lysing. These also are equally dear at 200 shillings. Let us look at these 2 classes separately. The first class of Dane and English men, without other definition, are to be paid for by 8 half-marks of gold. The money is Danish. 8 half-marks contained 32 oars. And this, as we have seen, at the Norse ratio of 1 to 8, was the same thing as 32 marks of silver. The wergeld of the hald of the Gulthing law we found to be most probably 30 marks of silver. The Danish man of this clause thus seems to be represented in Norse law by the hald. In other words, Guthrum, from his point of view, took the hald as the typical freeman, just as we found him so taken in the Gulthing law. It will be remembered that this wergeld of the hald was equated with 96 cows, and that in its gold value reckoned in wheat grains is amounted to 200 Merovingian gold solidi. From the English point of view, it was not far otherwise. The 12 hindmen, with a wergeld of 1,200 shillings, was evidently the typical freeman Alfred had in view. 1,200 Mercian shillings of 4 pence, i.e. 4,800 pence at the Norse ratio of 1 to 8, equaled 600 gold tremisses or 200 gold solidi. 1,200 Wessex shillings of 5 pence at a ratio of 1 to 10 would also equal 200 gold solidi. The equation was therefore well within the range of reasonable compromise, and behind both these wergelds, that of the hald and that of the 12 hindmen, there seems to be the curious traditional, conscious or unconscious, reference so often repeated to the ancient normal wergeld of 200 gold solidi and the heavy gold mina. At this normal wergeld, Dane and Englishmen were to be held equally dear. Turning now to the other class, the wergeld is described in English shillings, and the wergeld is that of the 2 hindmen, 200 shillings, i.e., 1/6 of the wergeld of the other class. On the Danish side, the equivalent of 2 hindmen was the lysing, i.e., the lysing or newly made freeman of the Gulthing law, who had not yet made his freedom ale, and whose wergeld was 1/6 of that of the hald, according to his ret. Here again the correspondence is complete. The English 2 hindmen is put by this compact on the same standing as to the wergeld as the Norse lysing, or newly made freeman, who had not yet made his freedom ale. But we gain another point from this remarkable clause. We are warned by it not to be drawn too easily into a rash generalization from the use of the Saxon word ceorl. It is not the ceorl as such who is the 2 hindmen, and put upon the same social level as the Danish lysing. It is clearly only the ceorl who sits on Gauful land. It is on the last words that the distinctive emphasis must be put. If we had nothing but this clause to guide us, we might conclude that all above the ceorl who sits on the Gauful land were 12 hind. 2. The course of procedure in payment of wergeld. There are 2 statements of the course of procedure in the payment of wergelds which may conveniently be mentioned at this point. The first occurs in the laws of King Edmund, who reigned A.D. 940 to 946. And the other is contained in a fragment belonging probably to the time following soon after the compact between Alfred and Guthrum. King Edmund, in order to abate the manifold fightings resulting from the system of feud and wergeld, made stringent regulations under which wergelds were to be claimed, making it voluntary on the part of the kindred to join in payment of the wergeld. Gif wa hanen forth, eining man offslay, Thihi weeg sylf, Thafehoth, Bhutan, he hath mid, Freonda, Feistel binnen 12th monthum, forgild, befullen, where, si swa, boren, swa, he si, gifhein, thone, say, megaeth, forlate, and him forgilden, nellen, thonen, will, ectheal, say, megaeth, si unfa, buten, tham, hand, datum, gif hi him, sibben, ni, duth, meet, nemund, gif thone, sibben, whilk his magna hein, fiormage, thone, bay, he, skildig, eels, thace, be he, age, with, thone, signing, et, weege, ba, fahoth, with, ba, magoth, forbum, hi, hein, forsken, air, gif, bone of, bear, uth, magoth, thwa, phrace, do on, angium, orthum, men, bhutan, on, bam, rith, handaiden, saihi, gefa, with, bone, signing, et, with, eel, his friend, and, polage, eelis, bice, be he age, gif, hwa, sirkin, gierski, othemine, bur, et hein man, bear, sec opth, iflige, ba bay, de, sin, beir, eelkin, skilditch, behit, her, beforen, swaith, and ik nelly ith anig, fight with, opth, man boat, forgiveth, sigh. Edmund Secular Laws, Section 1. If any one henceforth slay any man, that he himself bear the feud, unless with the aid of his friends, and within 12 months he compensate it with the full wear, be he born as he may be. But if his mage forsake him, and will not pay for him, then I will that all the kindred be unfey, free from the feud, except the perpetrator, if afterwards they do not give him either food or mund, protection. But if any one of his kindred feed him, then be he liable in all that he possesses to the king, and bear the feud with the kindred, because they had previously forsaken him. But if any one of the other kindred take vengeance upon any other man, then the real perpetrator, let him be foe to the king and to all his friends, and forfeit all he owns. 2. If any one take refuge in a church or in my burh, and one there seek him or do him evil, be those who do that liable in the same that is heretofore ordained. 3. And I will not that any fight white or manbot be forgiven. This relaxation of the rules as to payment of Vergeld seems to leave matters very much as they were, with the one exception that for the sake of peace and to lessen the risk of manifold fightings, a year was given to the slayer's kindred to save his life by helping him to pay the Vergeld if they chose, while if they chose to forsake him and did not harbor or help him in any way, they were free. The kindred of the slain in the meantime were left to pursue their feud, but only upon the slayer. This, of course, was another instance of the partial breaking down of the ancient tribal solidarity of the kindred in favor of the principle, long before adopted in some of the continental codes, limiting the punishment of crime to the criminal himself. Whether this innovation of King Edmund's was adhered to the evidence of the laws of Henry I may lead us to doubt, but for our purpose the law making the innovation is evidence of the ancient solidarity of the kindred, the attempt to loosen which had become necessary in the 10th century. A clause which follows shows that it was expected that Vergelds would still be paid. Witten, Skylan, Faith, Setten, Ernst, after, Folkright, Slaga, Skiel, his, Forspekken on hand, Seelen, et se Forspekka magnum, se Slaga, Wheel betten with Megoth, Bonnie Sibben, Gibred, the man, Sille, Bice, Slagen, Forspekken on hand, Theslega, Mot mid, Grith, near, et self wears, Wedian. Done he, bais bewoted, habe, bone fiend he, perto, werebor, bone, the gilden, sibone, rare man, synergies, Monday of, bam digi on 21 night guild, man, heelsfang, buys on 21 night manboat, buys on 21 night buys, where thumfrum guild. 7. The witan shall appease feuds. First, according to the folkrite, the slayer shall give pledge to his forspecka, and the forspecka to the kindred that the slayer will make bot to the kindred. Then, after that, it is requisite that security be given to the slayer's forspecka, that the slayer may in peace come near and himself give wed for the weir. When he has given wed for this, let him find thereto a werebow. When that is done, let the king's mund be levied. Within 21 days from that day, let the halfsving be paid. 21 days from that, the manbot. 21 days from that, the frumgeld of the weir. The further course of procedure is best given in the earlier fragment alluded to. The fragment is headed, How a 12 hindman shall be paid for. It opens with the statement, A 12 hindman's weir is 1200 shillings. A 2 hindman's weir is 200 shillings, and then it proceeds. Gifman afslagen, weareth gild hein, man swahi geboren sai. And writ is the sea slaga sibin he wears bewadded, habe finde parto wereborn be pombe perto gibring. Thisat 12 hindum were gibrio, 12 men to wereborg. 8 ferden megeth, 4 medren megeth. If any one be slain, let him be paid for according to his birth. And it is right that the slayer, after he has been given wed for the wear, find in addition a werebow according as shall thereto belong. That is, to a 12 hinds weir 12 men are necessary as werebow, 8 of the paternal kin and 4 of the maternal kin. This is in accordance with the clause in Alfred and Guthrum's compact, which, however, makes the additional provision by way of precaution that one of the 12 co-swearers must be a king's thane. The clause continues, Doni thigidon sibane rare man synerges Monday. This thai ile gamaimum handum of igorith megorth on enum weepin Sam Samande Silin, Thosiniges Mund stand. When this is done, then let the king's mund be established, that is, that they all of either kindred, with their hands in common upon one weapon, engage to the mediator that the king's mund shall stand. The king's mund bird, as we have seen, was equal to 5 pounds according to both English and Kentish custom. Of them dig on 21 nighten guild, man 70 shilling, to Heelsfang eit 12 hindum were. Heelsfang, Gimbreth, Bairnum, Bruthdom, et Feardum, ne Gabreth, Nanum, Maige, the Foy, Boot, Tham, Si, Binnen, Tanow. Of them derge be Thoheels fang a golden sai on 21 nighten guild, man, the manbot, thighs on 21 nighten, the fire white, thighs on 21 nighten, thigh swears, the frim guild, at swa fourth, the full golden sai on them first be witten Gerardin, Shibin man motmid loof ofgin gif man wheel fully fredondondre haben. Il man skill at cerilsum were be bear marth done be him to Jebraith swa we be 12 hindum tilden. In 21 days from the day let 70 shillings be paid as Heelsfang at 12 hinds wear. Heelsfang belongs to the children, brothers, and paternal uncles. That money belongs to no kinsman except to those that be within the knee. In 21 days from the day that the Heelsfang is paid, let the manbot be paid. In 21 days from this, the fight white. In 21 days from this, the frumgild of the wear, and so forth till it be fully paid, within the time that the Witan have appointed. After this they may depart with love if they desire to have full friendship. All men shall do with regard to the wear of a cyril that which belongs to his condition, like as we have said about a 12 hindman. These steps in the procedure are very nearly the same as those quoted in the so-called Laws of Henry I, and these clauses may probably be looked upon as more or less repeating for the benefit of both peoples what Anglo-Saxon custom may have been before the Viking invasions of England, but of this we cannot be certain. 3. Fragments of Mercian and the North People's Law. We now have to consider a group of fragments of uncertain date which seem to belong to the period of the Northmen settlement in Northumbria and invasions in Mercia. The settlement of the Viking invaders made it necessary to fix the relation of their Weregelds to those of the conquered English, and also to gather up fragments of Mercian custom. As the dooms of Mercian kings have not come down to us, these fragments have a special value. The importance of Mercia in King Offa's time gives a special interest to any information on Mercian custom, and in other respects, scanty though it be, the retrospect of early Anglo-Saxon custom from the invader's point of view could ill be spared. There are 2 valuable fragments on Mercian law. The first as follows. B. Mercian Oath. 12 hinds mans elforsent. 6 Seorla e Forbum gif man, thon 12 heiden man, recan scald he bith, full reckon on 6 Seorlan et his weirgeld bith 6 Seorlan weirgeld. Of the Mercian Oath. A 12 hindman's oath stands for 6 Cyril's oaths, because if a man should avenge a 12 hindman, he will be fully avenged on 6 Cyrils, and his weirgeld will be 6 Cyrils' weirgelds. This fragment of Mercian law is preceded in the group of fragments on oaths in Thorpe's edition of the Laws by the following, which may or may not be of Mercian origin. Masse praetos ath et worldren thegans es on Ingla laga, gelten effen dire et for sam safen circ hadden, si masse pres ber goids gif gebas, the hiath he bith pagan wraith wyth. A mass priest's oath and a secular thane's are in English law reckoned of equal value, and by reason of the 7 church degrees that the mass priest, through the grace of God, has acquired, he is worthy of thane right. The other fragment of Mercian law is as follows. Seorlus weirgeld is on Mersna lag 100 seal. Danish weirgeld is 6 swa, minsel thebith 12 hund seal. Donebith singes anfeld weirgeld 6 thegna weir be Mersna lag thith is 30 busend skita et thebith eels 70 punda. Swamesiel is thus weirgeld on Folsies folkrights b Mersna lag, and for tham sindom gerborth orth swilk to boat on Seingild, sewer gibrath magum et seo sign bot tham leodum. A Cyril's weirgeld is by Mercian law 200 shillings. A thane's weirgeld is 6 times as much, i.e., 1,200 shillings. Then is a king's simple weirgeld 6 thanes were by Mercian law, i.e., 30,000 Scots, and that is altogether 120 pounds. So much is the weirgeld in the people's folkright by Mercian law, and for the signdom there is due another such sum as bought for Seingild. The weir belongs to the kindred and the signbot to the people. The Mercian weirgeld of both 2 hind and 12 hind men is thus stated in shillings as usual, and the king's weirgeld 6 times the thane's would equal 7,200 shillings. The Mercian shilling was 4 pence, and thus, as stated in the text, the king's weirgeld would equal exactly 120 pounds, or 28,800 pence or Scots. in round numbers 30,000 Scots. This is useful as evidence that the Scot of this Mercian weregild was a silver penny of the Anglo-Saxon currency of 28 to 8 wheat grains, i.e., of the Scot series, before Offa and Alfred, following the examples of Charlemagne, superseded the Scot by the penny of 32 wheat grains. The fragments printed by Thorpe under the heading North People's Law and by Schmidt in his Anhang 7 seem to belong to Northumbria, or more generally to the Danelaga. Schmid suggests that the North people were the North folk of East Anglia. This, however, is perhaps more than doubtful, especially when it is considered that the Viking armies had established themselves not only in East Anglia and Mercia, but still more completely in Northumbria many years before the struggle with Wessex had ended in the compact between Alfred and Guthrum. The fragment of the North People's Law opens with a statement that the King's Guild is 30,000 thorismas, 15,000 for the weregild and 15,000 for the people, leodum. In another manuscript, the wording follows the statement of Mercian law very closely and agrees with the above in describing the amount in thorismas. Dice, synergies, weregild, Sai, mid Ingla, sign on folkright, Preitig, pusend, prisma, et bere, 15, sign, bas, wares, et uthra, 15, embais, signdums, se ware, belempath, 2, baith, migath, bais, sign sins, et Thasignbot to Sam land leod. Let the king's weregild be with the English race by folkright, 30,000 thorismas, and of these let 15,000 be for the weir, and the other 15,000 for the signdom. The weir belongs to the kindred of the king, and the signbot to the people. Now, in the first place, what was the thorisma, which occurs in these clauses for the first time? A statement a little further on in one of the two texts of the same fragment fixes the value of the thorisma at 3 pence. The statement of the North People's Law proceeds as follows. Arses et Aerolingus weregild is 15 pusend prismund. Biscops et Aldornmans 8 pusend prisma. Holdus eth singus heith geifen 4 thousand thorisma. Mais, Thagan, et world, Thenes, 2,000 thorisma. Seors weregild is 100 et 66 thrim, bith 200 skill be mersna lage. 2. An archbishop's and an atheling's weregild is 15,000 thorismas. 3. A bishop and an alderman's 8,000 thorismas. 4. A holds and a king's high reeves, 4,000 thorismas. 5. A mass thanes and a secular thanes, 2,000 thorismas. 6. A cereal's weregild is 200 and 66 thorismas, that is 200 shillings by Mercian law. Put into tabular form, these weregilds would be as follows in thorismas and Wessex and Mercian shillings. Table. 6 rows by 4 columns. Column 1, weregild. Column 2, thorismas amount. Column 3, Wessex shillings of 5 pence amount. Column 4, Mercian shillings of 4 pence amount. Row 1, King's weregild 15,000, signbot 15,000. 30,000 thorismas. 18,000 Wessex shillings of 5 pence. 22,500 Mercian shillings of 4 pence. Row 2, archbishops and athelings, 15,000 thorismas. 9,000 Wessex shillings of 5 pence, 11,250 Mercian shillings of 4 pence. Row 3, bishop and edelmans, 8,000 thorismas. 4,800 Wessex shillings of 5 pence, 6,000 Mercian shillings of 4 pence. Row 4, holders and king's high reeves, 4,000 thorismas, 2,400 Wessex shillings of 5 pence, 3,000 Mercian shillings of 4 pence. Row 5. Mass thanes and secular thanes. 2,000 thrymases. 1,200 Wessex shillings of 5 pence. 1,500 Mercian shillings of 4 pence. Row 6. Sea orals. 266 2/3 thrymases. 160 Wessex shillings of 5 pence. 200 Mercian shillings of 4 pence. End of table. The sea oral has a twine-hide weregold and Mercian shillings, and the thane a 12-hind weregold and Wessex shillings. There seems to be so far some confusion, but on the whole this reckoning seems to justify the opinion generally held that the Northmen, coming as conquerors into Northumbria, or the Danelaga, had, at the date of these fragments, doubled the weregold of the hold or hald as compared with that of the English thane. If, as all seems reasonable, these fragments may be referred to the period following upon the Viking conquest and settlement in Northumbria and the foundation of Halfdan's kingdom of York, A.D. 876, then the doubled weregold of the hald may be perhaps the high watermark, as it were, of the invasion, the point of vantage at which it was natural for the conquerors to treat the conquered as a tributary race. And if it may rightly be so regarded, then it gives an added interest to the compact between King Alfred and Guthrum in 886. For then, the tide of the battle having turned, the two kings at length met on equal terms, and, undoing the earlier unequal settlement, now agreed to make Dane and Englishman equally dear. A still more interesting point than the doubling of the conquering hold's weregold, as compared with the conquered thanes, is found in the subsequent clauses of this fragment, which seems to refer back to ancient traditions as regards the position of the non-Saxon subjects of Anglo-Saxon kings. And gif wilskmen gebbeth thee habeth whisk lands et maj singe gauful forthbringen thone bith his weregold 120 skill, and gif he negatho buten to helfni hid thone says his were 70 shill, and gif he ein land nepth et the frith sid for gild hein man mid 70 shill. 7. And if a Willicksman thrive so that he have whisk lands and can bring forth the king's gaufel, then his weregold shall be 120 shillings. And if he only comes up to a half hide, then shall his ware be 80 shillings. And if he have not any land and yet be free, let him be paid for with 70 shillings. The other version is practically the same. En Wielsik mans weergeld gif he be to them gewelden, the hyrid et age et tham sing gaufel gilden, mig hit bith bone 220 shilling, and he ne bith buten to hif hide gearson thone sai his weir 80 shilling. Gif he land naib ac bith fraith gild moan 70 shilling. 7. And a Wielsix-man weregold, if he be so enriched that he has family and goods, hired in it, and can pay the king's gaufel, shall be 220 shillings, and if he be risen but to half a hide, then shall his own ware be 80 shillings. 8. If he has no land but is free, let him be paid for with 70 shillings. Now, Hysk and Hide both seem to mean family. In a roundabout, indirect way, familia and hide meant apparently very much the same thing, but as the word hide is used in the same clause, the more direct meaning may surely, in this case, be the more important one. It is probable that these clauses are variations or fuller expressions of the tradition described in Chapter 32 of King Ein's Laws, which is as follows. Gift Wilsik man habe hide loans his weir bith 120 shilling, gif he thine hab hilf 80 shilling, gif he nine habeth 60 shilling. If a Wilsic man have a hide of land, his ware shall be 120 shillings, but if he have half a hide, 80 shillings, if he have none, 60 shillings. and the additional information amounts practically to this, that the possession of a hide seems to have been held generally equivalent to the possession of a family homestead, family and goods, enabling a man to pay the king's gallful. It is when we pass on from these clauses to the next that fresh and welcome light seems to be gained upon the connection of the growth of a family and kindred with rise in status and social rank from a ceorlsic or 2-hind position to that of a gestkund or 12-hind position. We are now no longer dealing with the Wilsic man, but with the ordinary twin-hide ceorl, and the mention of the payments in Thrymus reminds us that we are still looking at things from the North people's point of view. The clauses in the two versions are as follows. 9. And gif Ceorlsic man, gith et he habeth 5 hind lands to Cygnus utware, at hein man offsly forgild man hein mid twam thousand thesma. 10. And he getheth he habeth helm et birnum et gold fated sweard, give he the land naufeth hebeth ceorl swa theme. 11. And give his sunu et his sunu the gibithu he swa misil lands haben sibben bith say offspring gisunth sins betwam Thusanum. 12. And give he Thnaboth ni to Tham Gebeth ni Magan Guild men Cersli. 9. Give Cyril C. Geweldgeld to Tham he age 5 Hydra lands eat mon hein offs the guild hein mon mid 2 Thrisma. 10. And give he begato the habeth Björn et helm et offergilden sweerd thur vithi he nand nabeth hebith secund. 11. And give he sunu e Saus soon Thouth begotten the swa miso lands habeth sneen Hiora after ging Pas secunda sins e guild tham mon mid thismas. And they may be translated thus. 9. And if a churlish man thrive so that he have 5 hides of land to the king's upwear, and any one slay him, let him be paid for with 2,000 thrymuses. 9. If a ceorl be enriched to that degree that he have 5 hides of land to the king's upwear, and any one slay him, let him be paid for with 2,000 thrymuses. 10. And though he thrive so that he have a helm and coat of mail, and a sword ornamented with gold, if he have not that land, he is nevertheless a ceorl. 10. And if he acquire so that he have a coat of mail, and a helmet, and an overgilded sword, if he have not that land, he is sithkund. 11. And if his son and his son's son so thrive that they have so much land, afterwards the offspring shall be of Geistkund race at 2,000 thrymuses. 11. And if his son and the son's son acquire that they have so much land, let their successors be of the Sithkund kin, and let them be paid for with 2,000 thrymuses. 12. And if they have not that, nor to that can thrive, let them be paid as Corlish. These passages are very important as the most direct evidence we possess of the way in which under early Anglo-Saxon custom families became Geistkund by the gradual growth of a kindred whose kinsmen, like the Odelmen of the Norse laws, could reckon 4 generations in succession of sufficient landholding. The evidence is all the more interesting because it seems to come from the point of view of the Norse or Danish invaders, making inquiry respecting English tradition and recording what had once been the custom of the conquered districts. The same remark applies equally to another of these valuable fragments, of people's ranks and law. It, too, seems to look back and to record what once had been the custom of the conquered people. Hitwise wheelum on Ingla lagum, Theloid it lagu for be Gethinko Kuthum. Et thla werin beod witten weroth skypes worth elk be his merth, earl et serl, begen et bergen. 1. It was whilom in the laws of the English that people and law went by ranks, and then were the witten of worship worthy, each according to his condition, earl and serl, thegan and theoden. These are the phrases of a writer looking back with regret upon ancient custom, which to him is past or passing away. After this following clauses, in one of which the word hydra and the phrase having so many hides to the king's upwear again occur, words that seem to suggest that this fragment, while describing ancient English custom, hails from a somewhat similar source as the North People's Law. And gif Cyril giveth et he helft fullus fifth hirda Agnes lands, circin et kiersenen, belshus et birgut, settle e sundernut on Cygnus heel, thones was he, thonen foroth, begen right, worthy. And if a Cyril thrived so that he had fully 5 hides of his own land, church and kitchen, bell house and burgheat, seat and special duty in the king's hall, then was he thenceforth of thane right worthy. This seems to be practically identical with clause 9 of the previous fragment. Then follows, and gif begen girben et he benode singe et his rad steph rad on his hirde, gif he bonne hafte begin be him philidi, be to singus ut where, fifth haida hafte et on singus, selle his helford, benode e birwa, mid, his ernde, gifor to singe semosta sibben mid his foreth, his helford, asperlin et miskelton neoden, et his on spears gierkin, mid right swa where swa he scalode, et seb swa gilbone forthwith, and naphid swore for sealn after his right ups his Polanded, and gif began Girbid, Thewerth, to Errol, Thurn, where's he sibben, Earlwraith, worthy. And if a thane thrived so that he served the king and on his summons, Rad Stephanie, rode with his household, Hirde, if he then had a thane who him followed, who to the king's upwear 5 hides had, and in the king's hall served his lord, the thane, and thrice with his errand went to the king, he might thenceforth with his fore-oath his lord represent various needs, and his plaint lawfully conduct wherever he ought. 4. And he who so prosperous a vicegerent had not swore for himself according to his right, or it forfeited. 5. And if a thane thrived so that he became an earl, then was he thenceforth of earl right worthy. These passages we shall have to consider further when we sum up the evidence against the Anglo-Saxon division of classes. But there are 2 peculiarities which may be marked here as pointing to the archaic character of these precious fragments. First, the alliteration and rhythmical character of some of them, which points to an early and traditional origin, and secondly, the direct relations of the classes mentioned to the king. The Wilsic man has to bring forth the king's galful. The Cyril, who has 5 hides, has them to the king's upwear, and he becomes Geiskun and Thane right worthy, with special duty in the king's hall, while the Thane is all the greater when he has a Thane under him, who has himself 5 hides to the king's upwear, and goes with his errands to the king. These are marks of direct relationship and service of the Geiskund classes to the king, to which we shall have to recur. They seem to point to the Geiskund class with its completeness of kindred as a privileged class in a semi-official position, and from which the king's officials were chosen. It is not until this relationship by service to the king has become established that a Cyril finds an entrance into the Geiskund class, and he does not become eligible for such service till he is surrounded by an adequate kindred. In the meantime, we may be thankful to the exigencies of the Viking invasions for the preservation of these valuable fragments of ancient custom which might otherwise have been lost. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 13, Early Anglo-Saxon Custom. Part 1. 1. King Alfred's Dooms. In order that the examination of early Anglo-Saxon custom may be free from the intrusion of elements introduced by the Northmen, it is necessary to go back to evidence of earlier date than the laws of King Alfred. Though collected mainly from early sources, these laws took their present form probably after the compact with Guthrum had been made. They do not profess to be a full statement of early West Saxon law. King Alfred himself declares that he dared not add much of his own. Quote, "But those things which I met with either of the days of Ine, my kinsman, or of Offa, king of the Mercians, or of Ethelbert, those which seem to me the rightest, I have here gathered together and rejected the others." End quote. Under these circumstances, it will be more convenient to refer back to King Alfred's laws, when needful, in connection with the earlier evidence, than to consider them as a separate whole. There is, however, one subject upon which the evidence of King Alfred's laws may properly be considered before passing on to the earlier laws. We have seen that in the compact with Guthrum, the Anglo-Saxon Ceorl, who sits on Yaffle land, and who was made equally dear at 200 shillings with the Danish leasing, was, if the words may be taken strictly, not necessarily a typical or representative member of the Ceorlish class as a whole. Only some of the Ceorlish class may have been Jalfogeldas on other people's land. It is important, therefore, to examine whether King Alfred's laws afford contemporary evidence that the Ceorlish and the Trihunde classes were practically the same, and whether they were, as a rule, Jalfogeldas. We have seen, from the precious fragments before quoted, that under ancient English law, a Ceorl could rise out of the Trihunde class and become entitled to a 12-hunde weregeld of 2,000 thrumsas. If such a statement had been found in West Saxon law, the inference might at first be that the Ceorlish class could hardly have been mainly a class of Jalfogeldas. The laws of Alfred surely ought to throw some light upon this important matter. In section 39 is the following. Quote, "Ye fra orn Ceorlishes mones flete, ye feorte mid suxil, ye bete tham Ceoro. Yv he wabne ye brede and no feote, see be halfum tham. Yv 600 thisa whather ye limpe, 3 fauliche, arise be thare, Ceorliscan bote, 1200 main 12 fauliche, be thas 600 bote. If anyone fight in a Ceorlish man's fleet with 6 shillings, let him make bolt to the Ceorl. If he draw his weapon and fight not, let it be half of that. If, however, either of these happen to a 6-hunde man, let it increase threefoldly according to the Ceorlish bolt. To a 12-hunde man, twofoldly according to the 6-hunde's bolt." End quote. The Ceorlish man in this section takes the place of the Trihunde man in contrast with the 6-hunde and 12-hunde classes. The payments are the bolts payable to the owners for fighting within their sacred precinct or enclosure, and the amounts following the proportions of the weregelds of the 3 classes are Ceorlish mans, 6 shillings, 6-hunde man, 18 shillings, 12-hunde man, 36 shillings. In this section, the Ceorlish class seems clearly to take the place of the Trihunde class. They seem to be identical. Section 40 gives similar evidence in connection with the burg or burg bruche or breach of the fence of the sacred precinct. Quote, Kyrninges borgbruche bi hun trentie skil, archebishope huns nigontie skil. Othres bischepes and eldermones feowetie skil. 1200 mones, 3 skil. 600 mones, 15 skil. Cheorles edobruche 5 skil. The king's burgbruche shall be 120 shillings, an archbishop's 90 shillings, any other bishop's and an elderman's 40 shillings, a 12-hundman's 30 shillings, a 6-hundman's 15 shillings, a cheorl's edor breach 5 shillings. End quote. Here again the cheorl takes the place of the 3-hundman, and the burgbruche is graduated accordingly, the 12-hundmans being 6 times the cheorls. Kings, 120 shillings, archbishops, 90 shillings, eldermans or bishops, 60 shillings, 12-hundes, 30 shillings, 6-hundes, 15 shillings, cheorls edor breach, 5 shillings. There may well be some delicate significance in the word borgbruche being applied only to the 12-hunde or 6-hunde men and not to the cheorl, as though the word borg could not be applied to the cheorl's homestead. His fleet, surrounded by its edor or hedge, was perhaps too humble to be classed with the moated or walled enclosure of the borg of the higher landed classes without a change of epithet. But there is nothing to show that the cheorl of this clause is not identical with the ordinary 3-hundman. Lastly, in sections 10 and 18, the 3 classes are again described as 12-hunde, 6-hunde, and cheorlish, while in sections 29, 30, and 31, they are described as 12-hunde, 6-hunde, and 3-hunde. All this seems to show that for general purposes, 3-hunde and cheorlish were convertible terms. It can hardly be said that there is anything in King Alfred's laws making a distinction between the 3-hunde class and the cheorlish class. There seems to be nothing to suggest that the 3-hunde weregeld was confined to any particular section of the cheorlish class, and therefore, so far as the laws of Alfred are concerned, the description of the 3-hunde class in the compact with Guthrum as Jaffelgeldas, equally dear with the Danish leasing, would seem to apply generally to the cheorlish class as a whole. In this being so, it would seem probable that, speaking broadly, by King Alfred's time, the chief practical division of classes had already resolved itself into that between the landed classes on the one hand and their Jaffel-paying tenants on the other. It is quite true that under King Alfred's laws there is a 6-hunde class between the 12-hunde and the 3-hunde or cheorlish class, but his laws tell us nothing about this 6-hunde class, except what may be inferred from the fact that its members certainly were not included in the cheorlish class. It can hardly be likely that King Alfred could, in his compact with Guthrum, have confined the 3-hunde class to the cheorl who sits on Jaffel land, leaving out the 6-hunde class altogether, if in his laws he meant by the 6-hunde class the cheorls who did not sit on Jaffel land. It might have been possible to suppose that he used the word cheorl in his laws in a wider sense, as including both 12-hunde and 3-hunde, had he not introduced the 6-hunde class between them and restricted the meaning of the word cheorlish to the 3-hunde class. He used it apparently to distinguish the 3-hunde from the other classes which by inference were not cheorlish. What the 6-hunde class was, and what the cheorlish class was under West Saxon law 2 centuries earlier than King Alfred's day, must be left to be discovered from the evidence of the dooms of Ine. In the meantime, the consideration of the position of the cheorlish class, having brought before us the penalties for breach of the precinct and for fighting within the precinct of the various classes, it may be well to consider also the evidence of King Alfred's laws upon the Mundbeard, or borgbruche, of what we may regard perhaps as the official classes, and in which apparently at this date even the 12 Hunsmen had no part. The Mundbeard, or borgbruche, seems to be confined to those in official or judicial position. Already in King Alfred's laws we have lost the word grief, as we had already in Knut's laws lost the later phrase sock and soak. But the tribal principle underlying the meaning of the words remains the same and becomes all the clearer as we go back in the evidence. In Section 3, the borgbruche and Mundbeard of the king are stated to be 5 pounds of myra peininga, and archbishops 3 pounds, and those of the ealdormen and lesser bishops 2 pounds, exactly as they were reported to have been in Knut's time in the Grieth law of the South Angles. The almost indiscriminate use of the two terms in this clause suggests again the very slight distinction between them. The man who by giving his pledge placed himself artificially, so to speak, under the mund or protection of a person in a judicial position or authority, and broke his pledge, became guilty of borgbruche or mundbeard, it hardly mattered which. The penalty apparently included both crimes in one. If we might use the Brechon phrase, it was the eneklan, or honor price, of the person whose dignity was injured, which had to be paid. But as we have seen, these penalties were not only personal, but also connected with the sanctity of what under Brechon law was called the mayin, or precinct. The Brechon Tract, which declares the extent of the inviolable precinct of the Boaire chief, to reach as far as he can throw a spear or hammer from the door of his house, also states that those of higher chieftains extended by multiples of this according to their honor price, so that the inviolable precinct of the Rhi Tuath extended to 64 spear casts from his door. We have already quoted a fragment fixing the extent of the king's grieth at, quote, 3 miles and 3 furlongs and 3 acre breadths and 9 feet and 9 handbreadths and 9 barleycorns from the Burgjeat, where the king is, end quote. Under King Alfred's laws, as we have seen, the penalties for breaking into this precinct and committing crimes in it were payable to the person whose peace was thus broken, and were not confined to the official classes as the Mundbeard or borgbruche were. They went back to the tribal root idea of the sanctity of the hearth and homestead of every tribesman. They extended from the king to the ceorl through all grades. The penalties for fighting within the precinct were practically the same in amount as those for the breaking into it. The penalty for fighting in the ceorlishman's fleet was practically the same as that for breaking through his door into it. When all these penalties are put side by side in the form of a table, 2 points become evident. First, how far removed the social position of the 12 Hunsmen was from that of the ealdormen. The penalty for fighting within his precinct is not much more than 1/3 of that of the bishop and ealdormen, the inference being that his official position was much lower than the ealdormen's. Secondly, when we compare the figures in the 3 columns, while the borgbruche and feitwite of the 12 Hunde, 6 Hunde, and 3 Hunde classes are both graduated in proportion to their weregelts and very closely resemble one another, it is curious to notice that the feitwite is based upon a duodecimal and the borgbruche on a decimal system of reckoning, as if they had derived from different original sources. If King Alfred had originated them, he would probably have made them alike. In the following statement collected from the several sections of King Alfred's laws for purposes of comparison and future reference, the amounts are stated in Wessex shillings of 5 pence. Of the king, borgbruche and mundbeard, 5 pounds, or 240 shillings. Borgbruche of the king, 120 shillings. Feitwite in the king's doom. Of the archbishop, borgbruche and mundbeard, 3 pounds, or 144 shillings. Borgbruche of the archbishop, 90 shillings. Feitwite of the archbishop, 150 shillings. Of the other bishops and ealdormen, Borbruce and Mundbeard, £2 or 96 shillings. Borbruce of other bishops and ealdormen, 60 shillings. Fight Wite of other bishops and ealdormen, 100 shillings. Of other bishops and ealdormen in his Yemot, Fight Wite, 120 shillings. Of the 12 hundsmen, Borbruce, 30 shillings. Fight Wite, 36 shillings. Of the 6 hundeman, Borbruce, 15 shillings. Fight Wite, 18 shillings. Of the Cheorlishman or Tree hundeman, Borbruce, 5 shillings. Fight Wite, 6 shillings. 2. The Dialogue of Egbert, Archbishop of York, A.D. 732 to 766. Ecclesiastical Oaths and Weregelds. There is a gulf of nearly 2 centuries in the West Saxon evidence between the laws of Alfred and the dooms of Ine. Footnote: Ine came to the throne in AD 688, and Alfred's treaty with Guthrum was in AD 880. End footnote. We are taken at a leap, not only beyond all thought of the Northmen's invasions, but also half a century behind another great epoch of European importance. The empire of Charlemagne formed a kind of watershed in Anglo-Saxon as in European history, and was marked, as we have seen, by a permanent change in the currency of the Western world. The courts of Offa and Egbert were intimately connected with the imperial court of Charlemagne, and the transition from the early Anglo-Saxon currency of sha'ats to that of the heavier pence was a typical result of the influence of the empire. It may be that the supremacy of Wessex under Egbert was indirectly another result of it. The kingdom of Egbert did not extend over Northumbria, and Northumbria had its own independent connection with the court of Charlemagne. It had its own mode of monetary reckoning in Thrumsas, and from the Northumbrian fragments already examined, we have gained some glimpses into its ancient customs. The document next to be examined refers to Northumbria, and, as it dates from the period immediately preceding the time of Charlemagne, it helps to bridge over the gulf between the laws of Alfred and Ine. It is in the form of a dialogue or set of questions put to Egbert, Archbishop of York, by his priests, with his answers thereto, and its date may be about AD 750. Egbert, Archbishop of York, was an important figure in Anglo-Saxon history. The brother of Eadbert, the Northumbrian king, the recipient on his accession to his episcopal dignity of the remarkable letter of Bede describing the religious anarchy of his diocese, the founder of the great school at York in which his pupil Alcuin was educated and from which he migrated to the court of Charles the Great, Egbert was an important personage and the center of beneficent influence in the Northumbrian church and kingdom. Moreover, this document, so far as it goes and as regards the matters mentioned in it, deals with the questions raised by it avowedly from an ecclesiastical point of view. The great ecclesiastic comes down upon his diocese from a wider world. He had been educated and ordained deacon at Rome, and just as in the monastic rules of Saint Benedict, Roman weights and measures were adhered to. So when this archbishop has to speak of money matters, ignoring all local currencies, he still thinks and speaks and calculates in the terms of the Roman imperial currency and not in Anglo-Saxon sheats and shillings or in the thrumsas of Northumbrian usage. The dialogue contains several interesting clauses. The first to be noticed is in answer to the question as to the value to be attached to the oaths of the bishop, priest, deacon, and monk. The reply is, quote, Ordines supradicti secundum gradis promotionis habeant potestatum protestandi, presbyter secundum numerum centorum vigentorum tributariorum, diaconus vero juxa numerum quadragentium manentium monachus vero secundum numerum trigentiorum tributariorum, sed hoc in criminali causa. Caeterum si determinis agrorum oritur altercatio presbytero liceat juramenti sui attestatione terram vidilicet unius tributari in ius transfere ecclesiae, duobus quoque diaconis id ipsum conceditur, testificatio vero trium monachorum in id ipsum sufficiat. The said orders, according to their grade of promotion, shall have power of protestation. The priest to the number of 120 tributari, the deacon up to the number of 40 manentes, the monk to the number 30 tributari, i.e., in a criminal cause. But if the dispute has arisen about the boundaries of lands, it shall be lawful to the priest on attestation of his oath to transfer, into the right of the church, land, i.e., of 1 tributarius. To 2 deacons also the same is conceded. Let attestation of 3 monks suffice for the same. End quote. Now it seems very unlikely that such a question as this about the value of oaths should be asked of the archbishop if it had already been settled by law in Northumbria. And so we seem to see him here making a claim and laying down a principle for the first time in Northumbria, the following of which resulted in his priests being put upon a par with a secular thane as regards the value of their oaths. The principle that one man's oath was worth more than another's we have seen already stated in the undated fragment on Mercian oaths, which very possibly represented ancient tradition. A 12-hunde oath stands for 6 ceorls oath, because if a man should avenge a 12-hunde man, he will be fully avenged on 6 ceorls, and his weregeld will be 6 ceorls weregelds. Page 360. In further, the right of the priest to be put on equal footing with the thane we have seen recognized in another fragment. A mass priest's oath and a secular thane's are in English law reckoned of equal value, and by reason of the 7 church degrees that the mass priest, through grace of God, has acquired, he is worthy of thane right. Page 361. The same principle was recognized in the further fragment on the North people's weregelds. The usual statement in continental and Anglo-Saxon laws as regards compurgation is that a man must clear himself by his oath and the oaths of so many oath-helpers. But in the laws of Ine, with which the archbishop was doubtless conversant, another method was followed in some cases. A man must clear himself, not with the oaths of so many oath-helpers, but with an oath of so many hides. The claim of the archbishop seems to favor the view, suggested but hardly established by various passages in the laws of Ine, that the 12-hundeman's oath was reckoned at 120 hides. Footnote: see Schmid's glossary Subwoke Eide Schulfe. There is only one mention of oaths of so many hides in the later Anglo-Saxon laws, namely in Alfred, section 11, in which it is stated that a woman must clear herself from a charge of previous unchastity with 60 hides. End footnote. All that one can say is that the archbishop, in claiming that the Northumbrian priest's oath should be regarded as one of 120 tributarii, seems to have had in his mind what was afterwards generally conceded. In other words, that the priest should be put in social position on a par with the thane or 12-hundeman. Moreover, the archbishop's use in this connection of the phrase so many tributarii or manentes instead of so many hides is interesting. It helps us to understand that the hide as used in the laws of Ine was probably the same fiscal or jaffel paying unit as the familia of Bede. Another clause in this interesting document bears more directly upon the question of homicide, and it is valuable as giving information quite independent of the laws. It is the answer of the archbishop to the question, quote, What if a layman shall kill a cleric or a monk, whether the praesium sanguinis, according to the law natalium parentum, shall be paid to his near relations, or whether his seniores are to be satisfied by a larger amount? Which does your unanimity sanction?" End quote. The reply is as follows, quote, "Quicunque vero ex laecis occederet episcopum presbyterum vel diaconum aut monachum agat ponitentiam secundum gradus ponitentiae constitutos et redat praesium ecclesiae suae. Pro episcopo secundum placitum universalis concilii, pro presbytero octogentos cyclos, pro diacono sextingentos, pro monaco vero quadragentos argenteos, nisi aut dignitas natalium vel nobilitas generis maius reposcat precium, non inem justum est, ut servitium sanctae professionis in meliori gradu perdat quod exterior vita sub laeco habitu habuisse iure parentum dinoscitur." Whoever indeed of laymen shall have killed a bishop, priest, or deacon, or monk, shall do penance according to the constituted scale of penitentials, and let him pay the price to his church, for a bishop according to the decision of a general council, for a priest 800 siclii, for a deacon 600 siclii, but for a monk 400 argentiae. Footnote: the monk's oath was 1/4 of the priest's in value, so 400 argentii equals 1/4 of 800 sicli. End footnote. Unless dignity of birth or nobility of kindred demand a greater precium, for it is not just that service in a holy profession and a higher grade should lose what secular life and lay dress may be recognized to have by right of parentage. End quote. The weregelds here stated for the clergy are stated in sicli and argentii. The Roman argentius, as we have seen, after Nero's time, was the drachma of silver, and the siclus was a didrachma, or quarter of an ounce. The archbishop, therefore, was claiming 200 ounces of silver as the weregeld of his Northumbrian priest. Whether he knew it or not, this amounted in value to 4,000 sheats, or 20 to the ounce, i.e. 800 Wessex and 1,000 Mercian shillings. So that, in claiming for his priest a weregeld of 200 ounces of silver, he does not seem to have had in his mind either the Mercian or the Wessex 12 hundmans weregeld of 1,200 shillings, or 5 or 4 sheats, but possibly, as we shall see, a Kentish weregeld of 200 Kentish shillings of 20 sheats. The archbishop's claim, falling short of what was ultimately granted in Northumbria, is curious as showing that Northumbrian law, at this time, before the inroads of the Norse invaders, was still unsettled, and that the archbishop may have been influenced by Kentish rather than by West Saxon or Mercian precedents. It was after another century, and after the Norse invasion and conquest, that the weregelds of the mass thane and secular thane in the North People's Law were stated to be alike at 2,000 thrumses, or 1,200 Wessex shillings. How much earlier the equation was made in Northumbria we know not. The next clause to be noticed is that in reply to question 8, namely, quote, "If any monks shall mix themselves up with sacrilege, should you now prosecute, if the avengement of the crime pertains to laymen who are their relations?" End quote. The reply is as follows, quote, "Apostolos dicit, omnes causas ecclesiae debere apud sacerdotes diudicari, si qui vero ecclesiastici crimen aliquod inter laicos perpetraverint homicidium, vel fornicationem, vel furtum agentes, hos placuit a secularibus, in quos peccaverant omni modo occupari, nisi animo fuerit ecclesiae pro talibus satisfacere. Laeci vero qui sacrilega se contagione miscuerint velatis, non eodum modo quo lex publica fornicarios puniri percensuit, set duplicato trigentorum cyclorum pecunia, hoc est quadragentos argenteos volumus dare ecclesiae adulterantes, quia graves causae graviores et acriores querunt curas. The apostle declares that all ecclesiastical causes should be settled by priests. But if any ecclesiastics have perpetuated any crime among laymen, homicide or fornication or theft, it has been decreed that they be followed up in every case by laymen against whom they have sinned, unless it be the intention of the church to make satisfaction for them. But the laymen who shall have joined in sacrilegious intercourse with nuns shall be dealt with not in the same manner as the public law decrees fornicators to be published, but double, by the sum of 30 sicli, i.e., we wish adulterers to give to the church 40 argentii, because severe cases require severer and sharper cures. End quote. This passage once again makes it clear that in this ecclesiastical document of the Archbishop of York, 30 sicli equals 60 argentii, or Roman drachmae. And apart from this monetary question, the clause is interesting as marking the claim that all ecclesiastical causes should be settled by the clergy themselves. In case of crime by an ecclesiastic against a layman, the church reserved the right to stop the layman's prosecution by payment of the wehrgeld or other satisfaction. At the same time, the church was to claim double compensation from laymen committing crime against nuns. It is impossible to disassociate this document from the letter of Bede describing the religious anarchy of the diocese caused by the abuses of the loose monastic system in vogue, and urging the newly appointed prelate, who was not yet archbishop, to undertake their energetic reformation. But for the present purpose, the real worth of these statements is the independent evidence they give of the continued strength of the wehrgeld system and the force of tribal custom in the Northumbrian kingdom before the Norse invasions. The sense of individualism in Christianity was opposed to the solidarity and joint responsibility of the kindred. But instead of fighting against the wehrgeld system, the church had actually succumbed to it, and adopted it for its own advantage, placing a money price upon the blood of its several ecclesiastical ranks, making the value of the priest 4 times that of the monk. The system of compurgation, again, was a part of tribal usage. The church adopted it and graduated the worth of the oaths of its various grades according to secular usage, making the oath of the priest in evidence 4 times the value of that of the monk. In other words, in England, as on the continent, the clergy, instead of combating tribal customs in these matters, took their place in the order of secular rank according to their several grades, bishops claiming the wehrgeld of princes, and priests that of thanes, with, however, the obviously useful reservation that if their secular rank by parentage and birth should be higher than their ecclesiastical grade, the higher wehrgeld should be theirs. All this we see in the course of being introduced into Northumbrian usage in answer to local inquiry and local needs, upon the authority of perhaps the very wisest of Saxon prelates. The wisdom of such accommodation as this on the part of the church to pagan tribal usage is not the matter in question. The point of the evidence is the proof it gives of the continued strength of tribal usage in England after many generations of occupation and settlement. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Tribal Customs in Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Tribal Custom in Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 13, Early Anglo-Saxon Custom, Part 2. 3. The Dooms of Ina, AD 688 through 725. The dooms of King Ina occupy so important a position as the earliest direct information upon Anglo-Saxon custom, apart from Kent, that they demand careful, separate study. We ought to be able to learn something from them of the aim and spirit of legislation in Wessex 2 centuries before King Alfred added them to his laws. There is no reason, I think, to suspect that the text of the Dooms of Ina was altered by Alfred. The words already quoted, in which he says that in his dooms he collected together what he thought rightest of those things which he met with of the days of Ina and Offa and Ethelbert, without adding much of his own, are quite consistent with his preservation of King Ina's laws as a whole, though in some points differing from his own. King Ina came to the throne in AD 688, and he states in his preamble that he issued his dooms with the counsel of Senred his father, and of the bishops of Winchester and London, who had already had 12 or 13 years' experience in their sees, and also with the counsel of all his eldermen and his witan. Pite right a 7 right sign domas, purg folk gefastenod, 7 getrimade veran, te naning eldermona, ne us under geblahedra, efter pem, where awende pas domas. So that just law and just kingly dooms might be settled and established throughout our folk, so that none of the eldermen nor of our subjects should hereafter pervert these our dooms. We mark then at once that at this period the most prominent public official was the elderman. From Clause 8 and Clause 9 we learn that private revenge for a wrong was forbidden before justice had been demanded from a skierman or other judge, and that the elderman was a shireman we learn from another clause, Clause 36. Sepe peof gefeth ape him mon, gefange a gift, 7 hehaina pona, alete, ope pa, pifte, gerdene, firgeld pon peof, be his ware. Gif he elderman se pole his skyer, buten hem kining erin will. 36. Let him who takes a thief, or to whom one taken is given, and then lets him go, or conceals the theft, pay for the thief according to his ware. If he be an elderman, let him forfeit his shire, unless the king be merciful to him. Here, as in Alfred's laws, the elderman is an official with a judicial jurisdiction, and we learn more about his social status compared with that of other classes from S. 45. Bergbreis monskill beten 120 skills, Keinig 7 biscopes, per hes reis bith, eldermanes 80 skill, Keiniges pegnes 60 skill, Geiskekendes mons landhabendes 35 skill, 7 bay pon and sacken. 45. Bot shall be made for the king's burgbreis and a bishop where his jurisdiction is, with 120 shillings, for an elderman's with 80 shillings, for a king's thanes with 60 shillings, for that of a Geiskund man having land with 35 shillings. According to this, let them make legal denial. The burgbreis is the same as the burbreis, the breaking into the bur. And if we compare the bots of this clause with the burbreis of King Alfred's S. 40, supra, page 372, we see that he was not merely copying King Ina's clause. Nearly as they may resemble one another, there are marked differences between the two clauses. The king's burbreis in King Ina's laws is the same as King Alfred's. The elderman's is 80 skillings instead of 60. The king's thane takes the elderman's place with 60, and the Geiskundman's burbreis in King Ina's laws is practically the same as the 12 hindmen's in King Alfred's laws. The Geiskundman we have met before in one of the fragments of early English law, but so far as relates to Wessex, he appears in the Dooms of Ina for the first and last time, and we shall have to consider by and by how far he is the same person as the 12 hindmen. but for the present it is sufficient to note that he is mentioned along with the king's thane and the ealdorman, apparently in order to state the extent to which his oath was to be taken as valid in judicial evidence, or whatever is meant by the words, and according to this make legal denial. The chief obstacle to the maintenance of the peace seems to have been the frequency of thefts and homicides of all kinds. The connection between homicide and theft is the subject of several clauses in the laws of Ina, and as they bring into notice the liability of the kindred, it may be well to consider them in order. These are some of the clauses in the laws of King Ina with reference to the slaying of a thief. Gif payoff si gefangen svelt, he dethe ape his lif be his were man alice. Kirlisk man gif he oft begetten, where gif he et sebesten si gefangen slaya man hand of appa fat. Gif feorkund mon appa fremde, butan wege geond wudu gonge, and ne hrime ne horn bois, for peof he bith to profian ope to slayan ope to aleseon. 12. If a thief be seized, let him perish by death, or let his life be redeemed according to his ware. 18. A corlisk man, if he have often been accused, if he at last be seized, let his hand or foot be cut off. 20. If a far-coming man or a stranger journey through a wood out of the highway, and neither shout nor blow his horn, he is to be held for a thief, either to be slain or redeemed. Then comes the question, what happens if a man should seize a thief and slay him as a thief? The next clause goes on to state that in the case of the thief slain in the wood, the slayer must declare that he slew the man for a thief, and then neither the lord nor the gegeldus of the slain could demand a vergeld. But if he should conceal the slaying, and it became known after a time, the way was open for the kindred of the supposed thief to exculpate him by oath, and so claim his wergeld from the slayer. Where there is no concealment, the kindred of the thief must swear that there shall be no vengeance on him for delivering up the thief. Se pay off gefeth, he a 10 skill, 7 si signa pon, pay off 7 pamegas, him swearen athas un faitha. 28. He who seizes a thief shall have 10 skillings, and the king the thief, and let the kindred of the thief swear to him oaths of unfaitha. If the man who had seized the thief let him go, he was liable to pay white, and if, as we have seen, an ealdorman did so, it was at the risk of losing his shire. Theft seems to have been an increasing crime, for further on in Ina's laws there are repetitions of some of these clauses with slight additions, showing that the dooms of Ina were added to from time to time. S. 35 and S. 27. We have seen how severe a penalty was attached to the crime against the king's peace of letting a thief once seized escape. The following clause is even more severe upon anyone harboring a fugitive thief or other outlaw, and it introduces again the division of classes as regards vergeld in the Geithskund and Korlisk, but without mentioning the vergelds of each class. Gif man serlisken manan, fleeman forme, teo be his agnum, vergladig hihain, gif he ne mage geldehain, be his genum ver 7 se Geithsman, eak swa be his ware. 30. If a man accuses a Corlisk man of harboring a fugitive thief, let him clear himself according to his own ver. If he cannot, let him pay for him according to his own ver, and the Geithsman in like manner according to his ver. This clearing himself according to his own ver alludes evidently to the oath of himself and his oath helpers, and shows that the oath required to clear the Geithskund man from the charge was a greater one than that required to clear a Korlisk man. This was doubtless the case throughout, but apparently it had become needful to strengthen the oath of both classes. The following clause required that in the oath of both the Geithskund and Korlisk men, in denial of homicide, there should be among the oath's helpers a king's oath of 30 hides. Sepe bith ver faith begoten 7 he on sakan, Wille pe slages mid eith pon scale bion, on per heidenen en keinen, eith. Be 30 heide swa be geithskundum, men swa be kerskum, swa heither, swa hit si. Gif heine mon gilt pon, mot he gesellen on par heidenen, gewaker monen and, but not in h. Birnen 7 sweord on p vergild gif hi parf. 54. He who is charged with werefaith, and he is willing to deny the slaying on oath, then there shall be in the hunden 1 king's oath of 30 hides, as well for a geithskundman as for a korliskman, whichever it may be. If he has to pay him, then may he give the man of any one of those hindens a coat of mail and a sword in the vergeld if he need. The last part of the clause is ambiguous, but on the whole, taking into account the Latin of the Quadriparotus and Lieberman's suggested translation, and the difficulty of the various other suggested readings, I think it is most probable that the meaning may be that if the man charged cannot get the required king's oath, or that of another hinden without paying for it, he may give a coat of mail and a sword to the hinden if it should be needful. We may have to recur to this section, but without attempting to build anything upon this more than doubtful addition to it. Nothing important, I think, turns upon it. The following is important as showing that both the Geithskund and the Korlisk classes were under the military obligation to follow to the Fyrd. Gif Geithskund mond langeden forsit Fyrd gesell 120 skill 7 poli his landis, un landegend 60 skill, Kerlisk 30 skill to Fyrd fight. 51. If a Geithskund man owing land neglect the Fyrd, let him pay 100 s, and forfeit his land. One not owning land 60 s, a Korlisk man 30 s as Fyrd white. The recurrence in so many clauses of Eina's laws of the division of classes into Geithskund and Korlisk leads to the conclusion that it must have been a very prominent one. It was accepted in the laws of Eina as a fact existing and of common knowledge, with no mark upon it of novelty or innovation. The distinction was evidently ancient and radical, and yet the word Geithskund is not met with in any later laws. Throughout the 76 clauses of the laws of Einan, only one makes direct mention of the division of classes into 12 hind and twi-hind, the distinction so generally made in the later laws. And in this clause, as in King Alfred's laws, the 6 hind class also appears. Et twi hindmen wermont scale, Selwyn to mon bot 30 skill, et vid hinden 80 skill, et 12 hindem 120. 70. With the twi hindmen's ver shall be given as man bot 30 skillings, with the 6 hinds 80 skillings. Question 60 s. With a 12 hinds 120 skillings. The man bot was, as we have seen, the payment to a lord for the loss of his man. There is an indirect mention of vergelds in S34, which states that anyone who has been in a foray in which a man has been slain must prove himself innocent of the slaying and make bot for the foray according to the vergeld of the slain. If his vergeld be 200 s, he must make bot with 50 s, and the like justice was to be done with respect to the dearer born. We may assume from this and the later evidence that already the vergeld of the 12 hindeman was 1200 skillings, and that of the twi hindemen 200 skillings, though in the dooms of Eina this is not otherwise directly stated. The laws take it for granted that the amount of the vergelds was common knowledge, as in so many other cases. The mention of the 6 hinde class in addition to the 12 hinde and twi hinde classes makes it a matter of importance to learn what manner of persons were included in the 6 hinde class. The laws of King Alfred, as we have seen, generally mention the 6 hindemen with the other classes, but without giving any clue to an answer to the question to what social rank he belonged. In the laws of Eina, however, a distinct clue is given, and it is one which accords with continental usage and suggests a reason for the disappearance of the 6 hindemen from the later laws. He is mentioned again after King Alfred's time only in the so-called laws of Henry I. The clauses related to this subject are important enough to claim consideration in a separate section. One other important social distinction or division of classes appears already in the laws of Ina, viz. That which existed between possessors of land and gefalgeldas and gebers, who were, as we should say, tenants on the land of others. We shall have to return to the consideration of this distinction and to note the fact that it is in these laws of Ina that the geber appears as almost the equivalent of the gefalgelda, which they afford incidental evidence also that the typical holding of the gefalgelda, and thus of the geber, was the yard land or veergate of open field husbandry. The mention of the gefalgelda and the geber occurs in S6. Gif hwa gefat on signes hus, sai he skaldig, ellas his irfe 7c, on signes dome hoether, he lif aj peinage, gif hwa an mystery gefat hund 12 skilling gebet. Gif hwa on eldermans hus, gefat appa, on orther, gepunges witan 60 skill, gebet he 7 other 60 gesell to white. Gif he pone on gefel galden hus, appa un geberes gefat 120 skill, to white gesell 7 payum, geber 6 skill. And paya hit si un midum felda, gefatan hund 12 skill, to white si agafen. 6. If anyone fight in the king's house, let him be liable in all his property, and be it in the king's dooms whether he shall or shall not have life. If anyone fight in a minster, let him make bot with 120 skillings. If anyone fight in an elderman's house or in any other distinguished witness, let him make bot with 60 skillings, and pay a second 60 skillings as wit. But if he fight in a gefalgelda's house or in a geber's, let him pay 120 skillings as wit, and to the geber 6 skillings. And though it be fought on a midfield, let 120 skillings be given as white. This clause is intelligible if we follow the principle that fighting anywhere is a breach of the king's peace. The king, therefore, in every case and wherever it happens, is entitled to a white of 120 skillings. But if it happens within the house or precinct of an elderman or of any other chief member of the wighten, the amount is divided between the king and his official. If the fighting is in the precinct or house of a gefalgelda or geber, the king still gets his full white of 120 skillings, and an additional 6 skillings is to be given to the geber, just as in King Alfred's laws the same amount is to be given to the Corlisk man for fighting in his flet. This clause forms a valuable groundwork of evidence as to the position of the gefalgelda under West Saxon law, and we shall have to recur to it when we further consider the position of the Corlisk class at the date of King Ina's dooms. The omission of the Geiskund class from this section, unless included as distinguished members of the Witan, can hardly be accidental, but it is not easy at first sight to define a plausible reason for it. Let us for a moment try to recognize the position to which so far the dooms of Ina have brought us. We seem able in those already quoted to trace a process at work combining distinctions of classes of different origins and based upon different lines of thought. We find a very marked and prominent division of classes into Geiskund and Corlisk, alongside of hardly more than incidental mention of the divisions of classes so prominent afterwards into Twelvehind and Twyhind. In King Alfred's laws we could trace no practical distinction between the Twyhind and Corlisk classes. We could not distinguish between them. All distinction at any rate evaded our notice. We have now to ask the double question, what was the distinction between Geiskund and Twelvehind, as well as what was the distinction between Corlisk and Twyhind? The chief question raised by King Alfred's laws was whether any great distinction existed between the Carl who sits on Gefalland and other members of the Corlisk class. The laws of King Alfred gave us no clue on this point. It seemed as though, after all, the Corlisk class must have been so generally gefalgeldas that practically the Twyhind and Corlisk class might be spoken of roughly and inclusively as Corls who sit on Gefal land, and that this sitting on Gefal land might be, after all, the fairly distinctive mark of the Corlisk class for whom King Alfred claimed a twihind vergeld as equally dear with the Danish leasing. And now in this clause 6 of King Eine's laws, we find the gefalgelde, or geber, put directly into the place of the corliss command of King Alfred's laws, with the same penalty of 6 skillings payable to him for fighting in his house or his flet. King Alfred's laws, S. 39. If anyone fight in a corliss man's flet, with 6 skillings let him make bot to the curl. King Eine's laws, S. 6. But if he fight in a gefalgede's house or in a geber's, let him pay to the geber 6 skillings. It might be said at first sight that here surely is a clear trace of the degradation of the curl into a gefalgede during the 200 years between the laws of King Eine and King Alfred. For it might be said that the curl of King Alfred's laws has the same bot for the fighting in his house as that which the gefalgelde had under Eine's laws 200 years earlier. This may be so, but how do we know that the gefalgelde of King Eine's time was not already the typical curl as he seems to have been in King Alfred's time? In that case, there would be no sign of degradation of the curl into the gefalgelde. Or at any rate, if there had been a degradation from some original higher position and status, it had already taken place before the time of King Eine. Our judgment on the position of the corliss class under King Eine's laws must still be reserved. End of section 29. Section 30 of Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tribal Custom and Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 13, Early Anglo-Saxon Custom, Part 3. 4. The position of strangers in blood under King Eine's laws. The 6 hindmen. The question of the position under West Saxon law of strangers in blood is one of much interest, and we have reserved the clauses relating to it for separate consideration. There may have been several different classes of strangers. How far there was a considerable substratum of conquered Romano-British inhabitants is a very vexed question. That there were such in the outlying and recently conquered districts is certain. Mr. Coote's view may not be wholly mistaken that a Romano-British population, living as on the continent, under their own laws and customs, existed in most districts, especially in the towns. These strangers may some of them have had land, and some of them not. Certainly not all of them were regarded as theos or thralls. To what class, then, did they belong? And how were they treated? What degree of freedom was granted them, and what was their wergeld, if they had any? It is to the laws of Eine that we must go for the answers to these questions, and we start on the inquiry seeking light also upon the position of the as yet unexplained 6 hind class, so often mentioned in the laws of King Alfred, but never in the later laws. The only hint we have had as yet as to the meaning of the 6 hind class is whether Gaiskind men, not having land, may not have belonged to it. The weregelds of the ordinary classes of tribesmen were doubtless too well known to require more than incidental mention in King Eine's dooms, but there are several clauses, or fragments of clauses, especially mentioning the weregelds of the well and of the willisk man. Wel gef he hefath hif heide hith bith 6 hinde. Gif willisk mon haba hide londes his wer bith 120 skill. Gif he pona habe helf 80 skill. Gif he nangen habe 60 skillinga. Signings horse whale sepa him mage Gerendian pas wergeld bith 200 skill. 24. A wheel, if he has 5 hides, he shall be 6 hind. 32. If a wilslick man have a hide of land, his wear shall be 120 skillings. But if he have half a hind, 80 skillings, but if he have none, 60 skillings. 33. The king's horse wheel, who can do his errands, his weregeld shall be 200 skillings. It will be noticed that the weregeld of the Willisk man with 1 hide of land is 1/5 of the weregeld of the Wea with 5 hides, so that the Wales and Willisk men seem to be treated on the same lines, as if the two words meant the same thing. It is not easy to draw a distinction between the Wel and the Willisk man. Willisk is certainly used as the adjective corresponding to Wel, though sometimes, as e.g. in Willisk ale, for something especially Welsh. In the Lex Gallica, as we have seen, the Gallo-Roman living under Roman law, according to the Malberg gloss, was a walla, with a weregeld half that of the ingenuus living under Scalic law. And, without pushing this meaning so far as Mr. Coote was inclined to do, we may fairly, I think, look upon the word well as generally embracing not only native of Wales and West Wales, but also the wider class of persons of the conquered populations, whether Welsh or Britons or Romano-Britons, who were not recognized as of Anglo-Saxon blood. We may call in the later evidence of the Northumbrian priest's law into illustration. The use of oars and half-marks in this document and its being, so to speak, domiciled in York seem to connect it with the period of the Northmen's conquest of Northumbria, when York was its capital, and as yet the tide of battle had not been turned, i.e., shortly before the date of the compact between Alfred and Guthrum. In this priest law, the penalty for the practice of heathen rites on the part of a king's thane was 10 half-marks, and if he wished to deny the charge, it must be with 10 named by himself, 10 named by his kindred, Maga, and 10 wallerwent, and if he failed in the denial, he had to pay the 10 half-marks, half of which went to the church and half to the king. And so also in the case of the Landagenda man, who had to pay 6 half-marks, he too must deny with as many of his like, Gallicanna, and as many went as the king's thane, and so also in the case of a Searlisk man. It is quite clear that these Wallerwenta were free inhabitants of the district, for their oaths were taken in evidence, which would not have been done had they been Theos. The Wallerwent were, on the other hand, not recognized as Corlisk Saxons. They were obviously the native Celtic inhabitants of the Great Plain of York, the Gwent, or basin of the Derwent, and the Ouse, the locality fixed by the clause which restricts the Sabbath day's journey on necessity to 6 miles out of York. Now, we have seen that under Frankish laws, the Gallo-Roman population living under Roman law had half weregelds. If the free man living under Salic law had a weregeld of 200 solidi, the Romanus possessor had a weregeld of 100 solidi. And so in the same way, returning to the laws of Ina, while the Geithskund or other landed Wessex freeman was a 12 hindeman, the whale who had 5 hides was reckoned as a 6 hinde. We have seen that the English carol, who rose to the possession of 5 hides and paid gaffel to the king, and with coat of mail and over-gilded sword followed to the field, became Geithskund with a weregeld of 1,200 skillings. It is quite in accordance with the tribal feeling as shown in continental usage that the stranger in blood, whether Welsh or Romano-British, who had risen in the same way to the possession or occupation of 5 hides, should be 6 hinde with a half weregeld of 600 skillings. We have quoted the Northumbrian priest law and noted that its penalties in half-marks and oars suggest that it belongs to the period before King Alfred's compact with Guthrum, during which York was the capital of the Northmen's kingdom. It is interesting to see that in the fragment of North People's Law quoted in the previous chapter, belonging probably to the same district and to the same period, some of the clauses with reference to the Willisk man are evidently copied from the laws of Ina, though with some additional matter and perhaps some slight errors in the figures. And if a Willisk man thrives so that he have a hide of land and can bring forth the king's gaffel, then his weregeld 120 skillings. And if he thrive not, except to half a hide, then let his ware be 80 skillings. And if he have not any land, let him be paid for with 70 skillings. Question 60. And it is worth notice that it was in this very document that the Northmen as conquerors, while leaving the English weregeld of the thane at 2,000 thrysmas, or 1,200 skillings, gave to their own hold a double weregeld of 4,000 thrithmas. We may therefore regard the 6 hindemen of King Ina and King Alfred's laws as probably the Willisk man with 5 hides or more. There does not appear to be anything in King Alfred's laws to lead us away from this conclusion. Any other would leave the complete silence of King Alfred's laws with regard to the Willisk class unexplained, unless it could be considered that in the turmoil of the Northmen's invasions and the stress of the war, the Willisk class had already become more or less amalgamated with the Saxon population by the force of their common interests against the invaders. The silence of the later laws as to a 6 hind class may probably be explained by the same considerations. Passing from the Willisk man, who was 6 hind in consequence of his landed position, to the Willisk man viewed simply as a stranger in blood, there is further evidence that as a stranger he was regarded as only half as worthy as an Englishman. In S. 46 of Ina's laws, it is stated that an oath-worthy person charged with theft is to deny the charge with an oath of 120 hides if the accuser be an Englishman, but with only 60 hides if the accuser be a Williskman. Donna man mannen, betaith pe he, cape forstel ape forstolen, geforme pane scale, he be 60 haida, on saken pare pif gif, he hada word bath. Gif pona inglesk, anstal gaforth, ansas pon betwe feldum. Gif hit pona bid wilsk, constal ne bid se had ne pa mara. 46. When a man charges another that he steals or harbors stolen cattle, then he shall deny the theft with 60 hides if he be oath-worthy. If, however, an English charge of theft come forward, let him then deny it with twice as many. But if it be a Willisk charge, the oath shall not be the increased oath. This clause does not tell us whether the Willisk man was considered to be oath-worthy or not. Probably he would not be as against a Saxon. It only states that when the charge of theft was made by an Englishman, the oath was to be one of twice as many hides as would be required to deny the charge of a Willisk man. Corroborative evidence as regards the half-weregelds and oath-worthiness of the wheel class may be found in an ordinance of later date, but belonging to Wessex, and it may be quoted as throwing strong light upon the position of the Willisk or well class, Wheelpede, in apparently a border district, where Saxons and Wheels met together with a boundary of a river between them. It is entitled An Ordinance Respecting the Dun Satas. The leading fact throughout this document is that the two people met avowedly as strangers. Its aim was to keep the peace and to protect the owners of cattle on each side of the stream from the raids of their neighbors on the other. They are recognized as strangers to each other and on principle treated reciprocally as such. Denial of a charge by oath and oath helpers, unless by special agreement, is assumed to be of no use and evidently out of place between strangers in blood. Consequently, the ordeal was the only answer to a charge of theft. Ne stent nan other lad et titlan, but ordal betwixt Welen and England, but man Pafian will. There stands no other purgation in an accusation, save the ordeal between Welas and English, unless it be allowed. This was fully in accordance with tribal custom, no less than the further fact that their weregelds were, obviously for the same reason, to be half weregelds. Gif wel englisking man of slain perf, he hein heide offer butan be helfan, where gildan ne englis, wisklin gon offer pe ma si he, pagan boren, si he, coral boren, helf where pe et feoth. If a whale slay an Englishman, he need not pay for him on this side except with half his ware, no more than the Englishman for a Willisk on that side, be he Thane-born, be he Coral-born, one half of the ware in that case falls away. In this document, the whale is treated according to tribal principle as a stranger in blood, both as regards recourse to the ordeal and the half-weregeld. And the word Wilsine is used as the appropriate adjective distinguishing the whale from the Englishman, so that in this case, whale and Willisk mean the same thing. Further, this evidence, though later in date probably than King Alfred's laws, is practically Wessex evidence because, though the geographical position of the Dun Cetas is not accurately known, their connection with the West Saxons is the one thing which is clear. Returning to the laws of Ina, as the weregeld of the Willisk man with 5 hides was half weregeld of 600 skillings, it might be supposed that the ordinary Willisk man's would be a half weregeld of 100 skillings. But it was not exactly so, for according to S32 above quoted, the Willisk man with 1 hide had a weregeld of 120 skillings, one with half a hide 80 skillings, one without any land 60 skillings. In an isolated clause added to S23, a somewhat different statement is made. The whale Gefagelde has the same weregeld as if he had a hide of land. In the whale Theo, the same weregeld as the Willisk man without land. Whale Gefagelde, 120 skill. His Sunu, 100. Deone, 60. Somwelke, 50 gum. Whale's hide, 12 23. A whale Gefagelde, 120 skillings. His son, 100. A Theo, 60. Some 50. A whale's skin, 12. That the Theo of this passage is the whale Theo with a weregeld of 60 skillings is clear from sections 54 and 74, the first of which relates to the Willisk White Theo. White Penau Monen Wilskin Mon Scale Bedriffen be 12 hidem swa peon to swingum. Ingliskin be fair and prettig hida. 54. A Willisk White Theoman shall be followed up with 12 hides like a Theo to the scourging, and English with 4 and 30 hides. The White Theo was a person who had once been free, but from debt or calamity had sunk into thraldom. The English White Theo is dealt with thus in the laws of Ina. Gif White Pio Engliskman, Heine for Stali ho Heine mine, and 9 gild his Holford. Gif Heine mon ofsley, ne gilde hein, mon his magium, gif hi hein, on 12 monthum, ne alisten. 24. If a White Theo, an Englishman, steal himself away, let him be hanged and nothing paid to his lord. If anyone slay him, let nothing be paid to his kindred if they have not redeemed him within 12 months. His free kindred might ignore him if they liked. There was no need for them to pay the weregeld of a kinsman who had forfeited his freedom. Section 74 relates to the Theo whale, but this term would seem to apply to the case of the whale White Theo. Gif Theo well Englisking monen ofslith thon scale seth heine I whereupon heine to Honda Halaford 7 magium othe 60 skill. Gesalen with his fior. Gif he thon thone sep now for gesalen thon mot heine se Halaford gefreogen gelden sithen his megas thon where gef hi megberg habe freo. Gef he habe heden his tha geffen. Ne theraf se Phrygia me tham Theowen me Geldian Bhutan he him will faith off Vesapian ne se Theoa mid thigh Phrygian. 74. If a Theo will slay an Englishman, then he who owns him shall deliver up to the Lord and the kindred, or give 60 skillings for his life. But if he will not give that sum for him, then must the Lord enfranchise him. Afterwards, let his kindred pay the ware if he have a free magbur. If he have not, let his foes take heed to him. The free need not pay the magbot with the Theo, unless he be desirous to buy off from himself the feud, nor the Theo with the free. This clause is repeated in the so-called Laws of Henry I, 170, but the amount named is 40 skillings instead of 60 skillings. 60 skillings is double the man bought of the Twihinde man in S70 of Ina's laws, and it may be the double value of the whale Theo to his lord. 5. The 12 Hinde and the Twihinde men and their hindens of oath helpers. The silence of the Dooms of Ina upon some of the most important matters relating to ancient custom is no doubt disappointing, but their position as almost our only direct evidence of the customs of Wessex for the first 2 or 3 centuries after the conquest of Britain gives to every hint a value. Some of the clauses are so isolated that if we could not approach them with light from other sources, we should lose the right clue to their meaning. It is only by following the course we have adopted of working backwards from the known to the unknown that we can rightly interpret some of the clauses by reading into them some things not directly mentioned by them. And yet, if we try to understand such a fundamental matter as the meaning of the division of classes into 12 hinde and 2 hinde, it is to the Dooms of Ina we must go. It is in these dooms that the meaning of the words 12 hinde and 2 hinde is most clearly connected with the system of compurgation and the oaths of the oath helpers. It is moreover in these dooms that at first sight the mystery is made still more mysterious by the statement of the value of the oaths in so many hides. The fact of this connection between the value of the oaths and hides was first brought to our notice in the dialogue of Archbishop Egbert, apparently as a matter already well known and established. And it was his claim that the oaths of his priests should be reckoned as oaths of 120 hides, which confirmed what, from the laws of Ina, was hardly more than doubtful inference that this was the value of the oath of the Geithskund or 12 hind class. The archbishop's mention of it confirmed it, but left its meaning and origin as obscure as ever. And yet the whole question of the structure of Saxon society is so mixed up with the right understanding of the 12 hind and 2 hind division of classes, that unless further light can be let into it, a good deal of what we should like to see clearly must remain unhappily enveloped in fog. Archbishop Egbert's substitution of the phrase so many tributari, or manentes, for the so many hides of the laws of Ina, obliges us to regard the hide of Ina's dooms in this connection as equivalent to the familia of Bede. The Saxon translator of the Latin text of Bede translated the word familia sometimes by hide and sometimes by hiwisk, or family. In this connection, it is also worth noting that although writing a century later than Egbert and 2 centuries after the date of Ina's laws, the translator of Bede had not cast off all traces of tribal tradition, for he consistently used the word Megeth as the equivalent of Bede's provincia. He still thought of tribes and peoples rather than of districts and provinces. His ideas in these things ran on tribal rather than on territorial lines. So to him the hide was still the family unit, and the greater kindred or tribe, as in Beowulf, was the Megeth. In Beowulf we saw that some of them conquered others and made them pay tribute. So they did in Bede's time. While then we are obligated to connect the value of oaths reckoned as of so many hides with hides which were family holdings, or as Egbert calls them, manets and tributari, the original meaning of the connection must be sought for in tribal conceptions. It seems to be quite clear that in saying that the 12 hindmen's oath was an oath of 120 hides, and the curls presumably of 20 hides, we have not yet necessarily struck the real train of thought underlying the connection between oaths and hides. For it is absurd to think that the 12 hindmen could pretend to the occupation or possession of 120 hides, or family holdings, or the coral to 20 hides. They could do no such thing. The coral, in later times at all events, who had the twi-hind wergeld, was the coral who sits on Gaffel land, a Gaffalgelda on someone else's land. And to the great-grandson of the coral who had risen to 5 hides, the continued possession of 5 hides was sufficient to qualify him for a Sithkund status worth a wergeld of 1,200 shillings, or 2,000 thrithmas. The question, therefore, needs closer examination if we would rightly understand the meaning underlying the distinction between the twi-hind and the 12-hind social status. Let us then in the first place try to understand the meaning of the word hind, which gives to the distinction between twi-hind and 12-hind its important significance. The word separated from its prefix apparently occurs in only 2 places in the laws. It occurs for the first time in an important clause of the laws of Ina, and once more it occurs in the laws of Athelstan, in the Judicia Civitatis Londoniae. a word which occurs again in Anglo-Saxon laws after an interval of more than 2 centuries, may and perhaps must have had a well-known original significance as a legal term, though found nowhere else in Anglo-Saxon literature. In Ina S. 54, the word is used twice. The first part of the clause, which has already been quoted, is as follows. 54. He who is charged with werfetha, man-slaying, and is willing to deny the slaying on oath, then there shall be in the hinden 1 king's oath of 30 hides, as well for a Geithskind man as for a Corlisk man, whichsoever it may be. In this first mention of the hinden, the word must mean the set of oath helpers supporting their kinsmen with their oath, and the clause lays down the rule that in every such set of oath helpers in the cause of slaying, there must be a king's oath of 30 hides. But what is this king's oath of 30 hides, which is to be in the hinden of oath helpers of both the 2 hind and the 12 hind man in case of manslaying? In the compact between Alfred and Guthrum is a clause, already quoted, immediately following the statement of the weregelds of Dane and English, and the declaration that they were to be equally dear, which seems to be almost a repetition of the clause in Ina's laws, but without using the word hinden. 3. If a king's thane be charged with manslaying, if he means to clear himself by oath, let him do it with 12 king's thanes, and if a lesser man than a king's thane be charged, let him clear himself with 11 of his like, and with 1 king's thane. We have seen that the king's thane is mentioned in the laws of Ina, S. 45, and that his social position was much higher than that of the ordinary Geithskind man. The bot for his burg-bryce was 60 skillings, i.e., halfway between that of the elderman at 80 skillings and that of the Geithskundman, having land at 35 skillings. The king's thane's oath seems then to be what is meant by the king's oath of 30 hides in the laws of Ina. But the king's thane's oath of 30 hides being the oath of a class higher than that of a Geithskundman, how is it that the oath of the latter could be a 120 hide oath, i.e., worth 4 times as much as that of his superior, the king's thane? At first the two statements seem to clash, but on reflection a spark of light seems to come from the collision. The king's thane's oath in this case is only 1 oath in the hinden of 12 oath helpers, supporting the 12 hind or 2 hind man. When a king's thane was himself charged with manslaying, the later law declares that he must clear himself with 12 king's thane's oath. The full oath of the whole hinden, himself and his co-swearers, would therefore be equivalent to an oath of 360 hides, i.e., worth 3 times the 120 hide oath of, may we not now say, the 12 oath helpers forming the hinden of the Geithskundman. The king's thane's official position was sufficient to justify the threefold value of his oath and that of the several oaths of his hinden. And if the 120 hide oath of the 12 hindemen be the full oath of himself and his hinden of oath helpers, then his single oath would be a 10 hide oath, which is much more within reason. The analogy would be complete were it not for the necessity of including in the hinden of the Geithskind man a king's thane's oath of 30 hides, but this may have been an afterthought. The mention of it in the law of Ina is in itself presumptive evidence that it was a new and an additional requirement beyond what Wessex custom had originally required. So far, then, it seems to be pretty clear that the 120 hide oath of the 12 hindemen was the 12-fold oath of himself and his hinden of oath helpers, each of whose single oaths was, like his own, a 10 hide oath. Adhering then to the meaning of hinden as the set of oath helpers, we have next to keep in mind that the oath helpers were naturally kinsmen representing the slayer's kindred and the responsibility for the vergeld of the person slain if their kinsman was the slayer, and by this consideration we are once more thrown back upon tribal custom. And when in the compact between Alfred and Guthrum we see the Ceorl who sits on Gafelland put in the same position as the Norse Lysing, or newly made freeman whose kindred was imperfect, howbeit in course of being widened by each generation, we seem again to be put upon the scent that the twi-hind condition of the Saxon Ceorl may also originally have had something to do with his imperfect kindred. When further, in the remarkable fragment already quoted, we see the Saxon Corl himself rising in the social scale, getting land to the king's Utware, having a coat of mail, helmet, and over-gilded sword, and doing direct service to the king, until at last, his son's son having had that land in succession, the great-grandchildren become of Scythkund kin with 12 hind weregelds. The scent seems to lie all the more strongly in the direction of the tribal rules of kindred. For it is as though we had watched the process of the growth of kindred in this case till the Scythkund condition was reached, and the full hinden had been produced, thus raising the 2 hind into a 12 hind man. The lysing, we learned from the Norse laws, being a newly made freedman, had at first no freeborn kin from whom he could inherit or who could inherit from him. He had no one of his kin to swear for him or to fight for him till he had sons and grandsons. For 3 generations the descendants were lysings still. And though during that time kinsmen enough may have grown up around them to swear for them, yet still their oaths may well have been reckoned of lower value than those of the Hald, each of whose oath-helpers had a full kindred behind him to support him. It took another 3 generations to put the lysing in this position. There may then perhaps be involved in this matter of imperfect and perfect kindred a principle of tribal custom originally underlying the terms 12 hind and 2 hind. The oath of full value under tribal usage would be the oath of a man with a full kindred, i.e. with 12 hindens, each of full kindred behind him. Only with a full kindred to support him was his protection complete, because without it he could not secure a full oath of 12 sufficiently influential and powerful oath-helpers. If he could claim from his kindred such an oath, then he may well have been considered properly a 12 hindman, because such an oath meant practically that he had the support and protection of 12 hindens of kinsmen in case of need. This might at first seem an unnecessarily large requirement if the oath were regarded only as clearing a man from the charge of manslaying. But going back to tribal usage, it seems no longer too large when the alternative is considered. The alternative was the ordeal, and on failure of the test of innocence, the feud or the payment of a weregeld of, as we have seen, normally 100 head of cattle. In either case, the slayer was powerless if alone. He was powerful only in having a full kindred behind him bound by ties of kinship and tribal usage, first to swear for him instead of his being put to the ordeal, and secondly to fight for him or to assist him in finding the 100 head of cattle required to buy off the feud, according to the proverb, buy off the spear or bear it. In either case, the completeness of his kindred was the measure of the power of protection behind him. The Twihindman, considered as the lysing or freedman, would not be in this strong position. His social status, resulting from his imperfect kindred, must be a low one. If he slew a 12 hindman, from the point of view of the feud, he would be helpless. The kindred of the 12 hindmen slain by him could not be satisfied merely by the slaughter of an inferior. Tribal custom of the continental Saxons allowed vengeance for homicide by a thrall to be taken upon 7 thralls. Under Mercian usage, as we have seen, it had been settled that the oath of the quarrel was to be taken as worth 1/6 that of the 12 hindmen, because the life of 6 curls was held to be equivalent in the matter of vengeance to that of 1 12 hindman. And thus it may be that in the case of manslaying, his oath and that of his oath-helpers, all of inferior value, came under Anglo-Saxon custom to be reckoned in comparison with that of the man of full kindred as worth only 2 hindens against his 12. In the other passage in which the word hinden occurs, it has not so distinctly the meaning of oath-helpers. It is not used in relation to homicide or weregelds, but still its use and its meaning are instructive. The use of the word in the Judicia Civitatis Londoniae is in connection with the organization of frithgegildas for the prevention and punishment of theft. These frithgegildas were groups or hindens with a common purse, and contributions were to be made for the common benefit. In the 8th clause, it was enacted that the hinden men should be collected every month, each 12 to a common meal. And if it should then happen that any kin be so strong and so great within land or without land, whether 12 hinda or twihinda, that they refuse us our right and stand up in defense of a thief, that we all of us ride thereto with the reeve within those manung it may be. And if it should then happen that any kin be so strong and so great within land or without land, whether 12 hind or twihind, that they refuse us our right, and stand up in defense of a thief, that we all of us ride thereto with the reeve, within whose manong it may be. These hindens were not directly groups of kinsmen and oath helpers, but they were artificial groups formed and bound by a pledge for mutual protection, and the use of the word hinden in this sense is significant. There were hindens of oath helpers under tribal custom, and now in the city, hindens of frithgegeldas were formed for mutual defense against powerful kindreds outside their city, who were in the habit of protecting thieves from justice. This was the way, apparently, that a substitute was found in the towns for the absent kindreds. And as time went on, these artificial hindens of gegeldas or congildones, no doubt, in some measure, took the place of hindens of kinsmen in cases of homicide as well as in cases of theft. Naturally, in the course of time, the possession of property and social status would gradually take the place of the completeness of kindred, and the two elements in status would easily be associated together in common estimation. The value of a man's oath would depend more and more on the number of hides of land he was reckoned to possess, or for which he was responsible to the king's utware. If we may follow Schmid's translation of utware as hirban, and picture to ourselves the carle who had risen to the social position of a man with a kindred and having 5 hides to the king's gaffel, with his coat of mail and helmet and over-gilded sword, coming up at the call of the king to the feared with so many followers, whether kinsmen or tenants, from the 5 hides under his charge, and so becoming Geithskund in regard to the king's service, then there would be force in the further clause which declares that although he had acquired a kindred and a coat of mail and helmet and over-gilded sword, yet if he have not that land, he is still but a carle. The power and strength and status of a person would still depend upon the combination of the two elements, and both would have to be reckoned with. A passage has already been quoted in which the possibility is admitted of a kindred becoming so powerful, magna et fortis, as to defy the king's law and defend the thief. There is another passage relating to breaches of the peace in Kent, in which the two sources of this power of defiance are mentioned together. The dangerous person may either be so rich or be of so great a kindred that he could not be punished. Adeo dives, vel tante, parentale, ut castigare non posset. End of section 30. Section 31 of Tribal Customs in Anglo-Saxon Law. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Tribal Customs in Anglo-Saxon Law by Frederic Seebohm. Chapter 13, Early Anglo-Saxon Custom, Part 4. 6. The Geithskund and Korlisk classes in their connection with land. Pursuing the question of division of classes mentioned in the Dooms of Ina, we turn now to the consideration of the most prominent distinction which runs through the clauses of the Dooms, viz., that of Geithskund and Korlisk. Roughly speaking, the two distinctions may have been gradually coming more and more to mean much the same thing. As a rule, no doubt, in King Ina's time, Korlisk men were 2 hind and Geithskund men 12 hind. The same class which, regarded from the point of view of the Vergeld, possessed completeness of kindred and the 12 hind oath, when looked at from another point of view, was Geithskund, i.e., more or less directly in the service of the king and belonging to the official and landed class. So that the value of the oath of both 12 hind and Geithskund men may have become easily associated with a territorial unit of 10 hides of land. Now, the fact of the connection of the value of the oath with 10 hides of land is pretty good proof that for practical purposes and in common usage, the holding of 10 hides was looked upon as in some way or other a typical unit of holding of the Geithskund or landed class. There is nothing new in this suggestion, but its lack of novelty does not detract from its value. And an examination from a tribal point of view of the isolated passages in the Dooms of Ina relating to this typical holding of 10 hides may possibly throw further and useful light upon the position of the Geithskund class. While we speak of the Geistkund class as almost equivalent to the landed class, it is obvious that it would be wrong to consider every Geistkund man as a landowner. Attention has already been called to the following clause. 51. If a Geistkund man owning land neglect the fyrd, let him pay 120 s, and forfeit his land. One not owning land, 60 s. A Korolisk man, 30 s, as fyrd white. The Geistkund man not possessing land may either be one who has forfeited his land, or a cadet of the class not having yet attained to the position of landholding, and yet being Geistkund by birth. Nor would it do to let modern notions of land ownership intrude themselves so far into the question as to make us regard the Geistkund and landed class as a class of land owners in the modern sense. If the typical holding of 10 hides be that of the Geistkundman, we may have to regard him rather as a Geiths of the king put into possession of the 10 hides by way of stewardship than as anything like the absolute owner of them. The typical holding of 10 hides may perhaps be usefully regarded, from a fiscal point of view, as a unit for purposes of revenue, at a time when that revenue under tribal custom consisted chiefly of food rents paid in kind for the king's or the chieftain's use. Clause 70 of the Dooms of Ina fixes in detail the food rent of 10 hides to Fostre or on Feorn. If the unit of 10 hides were not the customary unit for these food rents on the royal domains, why should the details of the food rent of 10 hides have been made the subject of an isolated clause like this? Again, if we turn to the grants made by King Ina to the monasteries, they become unintelligible if the system of management of the royal domains in units and multiples of 10 hides may be understood to underlie them. When Ina grants to Aldhelm, then abbot of Malmesbury, 45 cassati in the county of Wilts, the grant is found to consist of groups of manentes in 4 different places, and the groups consist of 5, 20, 10, and 10. When Ina makes a grant to Abbot Bernarald of land in Somersetshire, it consists of 3 groups of 20, 20, and 20 cassati, or manentes, from 3 different estates. And when he makes a similar grant to Glastonbury, it consists of 10, 10, 20, 20 hides, and 1 hide in 5 different places in Somersetshire. So also when Bede mentions the donations by King Elsie to the Abbess Hilda of 12 possessioncula terrarum, he adds that 6 were in the province of Viera and 6 in Bernicia, and that each of them consisted of 10 familiae, so that in all there were 120. Now it would seem that as ealdormen were set over shires, so Geistkund men may have been set over smaller units of 10 hides, or multiples of 10 hides, holding them as laneland, not only for services rendered, but also with some kind of subordinate official or even judicial functions. Schmid long ago pointed out that the translator of Bede in 6 passages translated the Latin comes by Geiths or Geistkundmen. This seems to imply that his position was in some sense an official one, subordinate indeed to the ealdormen's, as we may also learn from the translator of Bede. For while he translates the Via Comitis of Bede as the Geith's house, he translates the Via Regis as the residence of the king's elder, Baro Signes Eldor. We found in S. 45 of King Ina's laws, above quoted, that the Geithkundsman Bergpreis was 35 skillings, while the ealdorman's was 80 skillings. Still, though the lowest official in the scale, it was something that he should be named with the king, the ealdorman, and the king's thane, as having a Bergpreis, according to which he was to make legal denial, and sakon. The omission from this clause as to Bergpreis of classes below him seems to mark that while even the Korolisk man, i.e. even the Gefelgelde or Geber, was responsible for the peace within his flet, and received a fight white when it was broken by fighting in it, the Geithskundmen belonged to the class with some sort of extra jurisdiction beyond that which attached every man whose homestead was by long tribal custom a sacred precinct. And there is a clause in the laws of Ina which seems to refer to the something like judicial duties of the Geithskundmen, for it shows that the neglect of them causing a suit which he ought to have settled to be carried to a higher court, before the ealdorman or the king, deprived him of his right to share in the white raden, whatever they were, appertaining to the suit. Gif geiskendmen thingad wid seinig appa wid keiniges ealdormannen for his inhuiwan appe, wid his halford por theo appe for frige naha per nan viterden se geised for pon he him nolde ir leifels gesterian et ham. 50. If a Geitskenman has a suit with the king or with the king's ealdorman for his household, or with his lord for bond or for free, he, the Geist, shall not there have any whereten, because he would not correct him before of his evil deeds at home. That he had special duties to discharge in connection with the feared was shown not only by one of the qualifications of the Geitsken status, being the possession of a coat of mail, helmet, and over-gilded sword, but also by the fired white of 120 skillings and the loss of his land if he neglected the fired. That he was put into his landed position under conditions to secure the management of the land for the provision of the king's gefal is shown by the following clauses, which in regard to one important particular at least point out what was expected of him, and further suggest that there was reason to fear that sometimes he might be inclined to desert his post without having performed the conditions upon which his land was held. Bei Geiskens mon fair. Gif Geisken mon fair thon mot se haben her Gerfan mid him 7 his schmid, 7 his killed festren. Sev hafed 20 hilda, se scale teknan, 12 haida gesets lands thon hin fairen will, se hafed 10 haida, se scale teknan, 6 haida gesets landes. Se pahaba preo haida takne oders helfs. If a Geiskund leaves the land, 63. If a Geiskund leaves, then may he have with him his reeve and smith and his foster nurse. 64. He who has 20 hides, he shall show 12 hides of Geset land if he want to leave. 65. He who has 10 hides shall show 6 hides of Geset land. 66. If he have 3 hides, let him show 1.5. These clauses suggest very clearly that the Geitskund man had been entrusted with 10 hides or 20 hides, or sometimes a smaller number, under the special obligation to provide the food rent by settling tenants upon the land. Let us pass, then, to what evidence the dooms of Ina afford as to the customary method of settling tenants on the land. The very next sections to those just quoted are as follows. Begarda Londens. Gif mon Gethingath Geard Landes Opa Mer, to Rad Gefal 7 Gareth, Gif se Halford him Wal P land Araren, to where 7 to Gefal, ne perf he hem onfon gif he him non bottle ne seld. 7 Poli para Acera. Gif mon Geiskunde monen adrif, fordrif, pi bottle, nes para seten. Of a yard land. 67. If a man agrees for a yard land or more to Gefal and plows it, if the Lord wants to raise the land to work into Gefal, he need not take it upon him if he, the Lord, does not give him a bottle and let him give up the acres. 68. If a man drive off a Geiskundman, let him be driven from the bottle, not the seten. Working from the known to the unknown, in a former volume we found that under the open field system of husbandry, the hide at the time of the Domesday survey and earlier was generally held to contain 4 vergets, or yard lands, and that so far as arable land was concerned, each yard land was a bundle, so to speak, of about 30 scattered strips or acres. Tracing the yard land further back, the interesting point was gained from the 10th century document known as the Rectitudines, etc., that in some regions the custom in allotting a yard land to a tenant, called a geber, was to give him with his yard land to land saten, 7 acres already sown, and a pair of oxen, and certain other things theoretically by way of loan, so that on the geber's death everything returned to the lord, though in practice the holding and land saten were no doubt continued to his successor on payment of a relief. And this system of settling gefelgeldas and gebers, or whatever such tenants might be locally called, on yard lands, seems to be that alluded to in the Dooms of Ina. The clauses incidentally referring to gefelgeldas, gebers, and yard lands thus become intelligible and important in the light of the later evidence. This I endeavored to show in a former volume. Now, this system of settling tenants on yard lands by allotting to each a pair of oxen, so that 4 of them should be able to combine in forming the common plow team of the hide, obviously belongs to a time when agriculture had become sufficiently important for the unit of occupation, and so of gefel paying and services, to be generally agricultural rather than pastoral. But while the hide thus seems to have been connected in the Dooms of Ina mainly with arable farming, it does not follow that it always had been so everywhere. The word hide may have originally been applied to a holding devoted more to the grazing of cattle than the growing of corn. The remarkable document, which has been called the Tribal Hidage, to the meaning and date of which Mr. W. J. Corbett has opened our eyes, shows that 40 or 50 years before the date of the Dooms of Ina, the whole of England, then subject to the Anglo-Saxons, was, as we should say, rated in hides according to its tribes or megaths, possibly for the fiscal purposes of the Bretwaldership. And it would seem likely that under common designation of hides, pastoral as well as agricultural units for food rents must have been included. This seems to be indicated by the fact that the hides and veergates of the pastoral districts of West Wales in the Exon Domesday Book are many times greater than those of other parts of England, and vary very much in area. In the pastoral or grazing districts recently conquered from West Wales, early tribal usage would be very likely to survive, and there may well have been some continuity in the methods of tribal agriculture. Judging from what we know from the Cymric codes, there might not yet be permanent division of the fields into strips and veergets, but rather co-aeration of such portions of the waste each year as suited the requirements of the tribesmen. The open field system of agriculture was, in its main principles and chief methods, common to German and Celtic tribes. But we are told that the Germans knew nothing of cooperative plowing and the team of 8 oxen on which the agricultural hidage of England was so clearly based. For the team of 8 oxen, we must go to the Cymric codes and the practice in the Isle of Man and Scotland. It was common to these Celtic regions, even to its details, the yoke of 4 oxen abreast and the driver walking backwards in front of the team. In such a matter as method of plowing, there may well have been continuity. We seem to see in the laws of Ina the process going on of transition from the tribal form of the open field system, the co-aeration of the waste, to the more fixed forms of settled and permanent agriculture. Thus, without pressing analogies too far, there may be a root of tribal custom discernible even in the system of settling gebers on yard lands. Something very much like it was followed on the continent under Roman usage. But the case of the veteran to whom a pair of oxen with seed of 2 kinds was given as his outfit only partly resembled the case of the geber. In the case of the geber, the outfit of oxen remained in theory the property of the lord and returned to him on the death of the tenant. This was the essential point which created the semi-servile tenancy. With the homestead went the satain, or outfit, and the corresponding obligation, not only of gaffel, but also of weak work, and out of the peculiar relation so established may have grown up in West Wales, as in Wales itself and Ireland, very easily the doctrine that after its continuance for 4 generations, the tenant became adscriptus glebe. The allotment of stock by the Irish chieftain formed, as we have seen, in a cattle breeding rather than an agricultural community, the traditional tie between himself and his tenants, whether tribesmen or strangers. The Cymric chieftain of a kindred followed very nearly the same traditional practice when he gave to the young tribesman on his attaining the age of 14 his da, or allotment of cattle for his maintenance, thereby establishing the relation of man and kin between him and the chief. The same tribal principles were, moreover, applied to strangers both in Ireland and Wales. The Irish, feud here, thus settled on the chieftain's land, became, as we have seen, after 4 generations, adscriptus glebe, and so did the Ailt or Altud settled on the Cymric chieftain's land. And the same number of generations attached the nativus to the land under early Scotch law. Now, if under tribal usage this was so, it need not be surprising that in the newly conquered districts of West Wales, or more generally in Wessex at the time of King Ina, when the extension of agriculture was an immediate necessity, something like the same traditional system should continue or come again naturally into use, producing something like the same kind of dependence of one class upon the other. It is necessary to point out that this method of settling tenants on yardlands with an outfit of a pair of oxen, etc., was more or less general, because doubts have been recently thrown upon it. Its prevalence as a custom does not rest entirely on the evidence of the rectitudines, but on several incidental mentions of it in various and distant quarters. For instance, in the will of a reeve named Abba of Kent, about A.D. 833, it is the gift of a half swulung, i.e. what else would have been described as half a hide, and with that land were to go 4 oxen, 2 cows, and 50 sheep, that is, 2 oxen and 1 cow, and 25 sheep to each gioch or yardland. And again, the Inquisition of Glastonbury, A.D. 1189, describes the holder of a yardland almost in the same terms as those used in the rectitudines, in the description of the Geber. He is said to hold a yard land for 32 d, probably 1 d per acre, and every Monday he must plow a half acre and harrow it, and he works every day in the week but on Sunday. He has from his lord 1 heifer, a vernum, and 2 oxen, and 1 cow, and 7 acres of corn sown, and 3 acres of oat to start with, 10 acres in all sown, and 6 sheep and 1 ram. King Ina made grants of land, as we have seen, to Glastonbury, and it is interesting to find the custom of allowing 2 oxen, 1 cow, and 6 sheep to the yardland, as described in the Rectitudines, still going on in West Wales 500 years after Ina's time on the estates of the abbey. Take again the charter MLXXIX mentioned by Kemble, I.P. 216. This charter shows that the Bishop of Winchester, A.D. 902, had leased 15 hides of land to a relative of the bishop, requiring that he must settle there, in Berthan, men who would be fixed, Hametan, to the place. He himself had Hamet Luf and her 3 bairns, and Luhan and his 6 bairns, and these must remain on the land, whoever might hold it. There were also 3 white theos, Berbede, and 3 more Theauberde belonging to the bishop, with their descendants and higher team. At this date, the settling of new tenants, may we not say, some of them as Gebers and some as Theos, was still going on in Wessex, A.D. 902. It is quite true that the holders of these yard lands are not everywhere always described as Gebers, but we are dealing with the thing, not the name. The word Geber, however, was of much wider use than merely in 1 or 2 localities. It is not only in the Rectitudines that the Geber and his services are mentioned. On the Tiddenham manor of King Edwy, on the Gazette land, there were Gebers with yardlands, Geerda de Fallenens, as mentioned in the former volume, page 150, and other examples may be quoted. In the will of Winfled, there is mention of lands at Shaftesbury and the Gebers that on those Gefallens sit. Paragebura di on Pam Gefallens sitath. And as incidental evidence that the Gebers became in course of time adscripti glebe, it is worthwhile to remember that early in the 11th century, the monks of Ely, in connection with their manor of Hatfield, kept record of the children of the Gebers on their estates who had married with others of neighboring manors, so that they might not lose sight of them and their rights over them. and the importance with which their rights were regarded is emphasized by the fact that the record was kept on the back of an ancient copy of the Gospels, belonging presumably to the altar of St. Ethelreda. Now, if such in part was the relation between the Geistkindman and the tenants of the yardlands of his Geset land, arising from the allotment or loan of stock, may not something of the same kind lie at the root of the relation between the Geistkindman himself and the king? Lord as he may have been over his Korlisk Gefalgeldas, was not the Geistkindman himself a servant of the king, looking after the king's Gefel, a kind of middleman tied to his post with the elder man above him in the hierarchy of royal service, liable to lose his land if he neglected his duty? It is an interesting question how far the Korlisk class were adscripti glebe under the laws of Aina, but when we try to find this out, we discover that both classes seem to be under some kind of restraint as to going away. Faire. If a Geistkindman fare, we have seen under what restrictions it must be. There is another clause which deals with the case of persons who shall fare without leave from their lords. Gifhwa fare anleft from his halford, ape on other skir heine, bestella 7 heine mon gesig, fare per he with 7 gesella his halford, 60 skill. S39. If anyone go from his lord without leave, or steal himself away into another shire, and he be discovered, let him go where he was before, and pay to his lord 60 skillings. Judged in the light of later laws to the same or nearly similar effect, this clause must probably be regarded rather as early evidence of the relation between lord and man, established generally for the maintenance of the public peace, than as bearing directly upon the question of the attachment of the smaller class of tenants to the soil. And yet, if the relation of the ordinary freeman to, let us say, the elderman of the shire was such that he might not move into another shire without leave, and until it was ascertained whether his action was bona fide, or perhaps with the object to escape from debt or vengeance for a wrong committed, the restriction would be likely to be still stronger when a tenant was under fixed obligations to his lord, or had, by taking a yard land and homestead, settled on his lord's land and accepted stock under conditions of gefel and week work regulated by general usage. The idea of freedom as a kind of masterful independence of the individual was not one inherited from tribal modes of thought, nor likely to be fostered by the circumstances of the times which followed upon the Anglo-Saxon conquest of Britain. When this fact is fully recognized, the gulf between the Geitskund and Korlisk classes does not seem so deep, after all, as it would be if instead of approaching the question from a tribal point of view, we were looking for allodial landowners on the one hand and expecting the Korl to be a member of the village community of independent peasant proprietors on the other hand. But we are not doing this, and returning to the Geistkindman, perhaps we have, after all, taken for granted quite enough that the general environment in Wessex was agricultural rather than pastoral. Even as regards King Ina himself, there may have been a good deal of the tribal chieftain still left in his relations to his Geitskind followers and officials. We have spoken of his tribal food rents, but how did he gather them? No doubt the king's Gefel may partly have been paid in money, but so far as it was paid in kind, it must have been carried by his tenants to his Winchester Palace, or one of his other manors according to the system prevalent at the time, followed for centuries after in West Wales, viz., the system of the night's entertainment, firma unius noctis, a system followed by tribal chieftains and their royal successors in Scandinavia as well as in Britain. When the Domesday survey was made of what was once West Wales, there was found still existing, especially in Dorsetshire, the survival of a very practical arrangement of royal food rents, which may have been in use in King Ina's time and date back possibly before the West Saxon conquests. Some portions of the Terra Regis scattered about the county of Dorset are grouped in the survey so that each group might supply the firma unius noctis, the money equivalent of which is stated to be 104 L, i.e., 2 L per night's entertainment for one night each week in the year. This mode of providing the firma unius noctis is illustrated by the legend which represents King Einar himself and his queen as moving from manor to manor for each night's entertainment, their movable palace of poles and curtains being carried before them from place to place upon sumpter mules. Now, if we might regard the Geizkindmen as one of a class to whom 10 hides or 20 hides had been allotted by King Einar on a system providing in this practical way inter alia for the night's entertainments, it would be natural that the food rent of the unit of 10 hides should be fixed. And further, it would be natural that if the Geizkindman should wish to throw up his post and desert the land entrusted to his management, he should be restricted, as we have seen, by conditions intended to secure that the provision for the king's entertainment or Gefel in lieu of it should not materially suffer. We have seen that as the elderman was to lose his shire if he let go a thief, so the Geizkindman was to pay a fyrd and to lose his land if he neglected the fyrd. It was possible then that he might have to be evicted. And a clause in the Dooms of Einar has already been quoted which seems to refer to the eviction of a Geizkindman. Begeiskundes mons dref of land. Gif mon geiskunde mannen a drif, for drif pi botel nes pere seten. 68. If a Geizkindman be driven off land. If one drive off a Geizkindman, let him be driven forth from the homestead, botel, not the seten. If he was evicted, he was to be driven from the botel, or homestead, not the seten. What can the seten have been? The land granted or entrusted to the Geizkindmen for the performance of corresponding duties is not likely to have been mere waste. Part of it might surely already be geset land, let to tenants of yardlands. On the rest of it, still held in demesne, there would probably be some herds of cattle. In these early days, the cattle and corn on the land were far more valuable than the mere land itself. If, therefore, a fixed food rent was payable to the king, may it not be inferred that sometimes the typical holding of 10 hides included the stock let with it, just as, according to the Rectitudines, the yardland did? Following strictly the analogy, the original stock on the land and in the hands of the tenants would be the seten of the Geizkindmen, theoretically, like the land itself, belonging not to him, but to his lord? It might have been sometimes so, but at the same time there might be other cases in which the possession of cattle may have led to the tenure. The coral or the whale, who had risen to having 5 hides, might have brought the cattle or seten with him, and to evict him from his own cattle and crops, as well as from the bottle, might be unjust. The text as it stands seems to mean that the Geizkindman is not to be evicted from the seten, and the clause seems to be intended to protect his rights and to prevent his being evicted from his own stock and crops on the land. The clause is not clear, but it adds to the sense that in the case of the Geizkindman, we are not dealing with a landowner who can do what he likes with his own, any more than in the case of the Korlisk Gelfageldas, we are dealing with a class of peasant proprietors. Difficult as it may be to come to a clear understanding of some of these isolated passages in the Dooms of Einar, they may at least have saved us from the pitfall of a fatal anachronism. Their difficulties, forcing us to think, may in some degree have helped us to realize the point of view from which the two classes, Geizkund and Korlisk, were regarded in early Wessex legislation. Throughout Wessex, speaking generally, they seem to have been regarded as the two prominent classes in practical agricultural life. The general facts of everyday observation marked off the Geizkindmen as belonging to the ruling class, holding land direct from the king as a king's Geiz, while the Korliskmen, speaking generally in his relation to land, was the Gefogelde, or Geber, sometimes probably holding his yardland on the king's dems, but mostly perhaps more and more often as the tenant of the Geizkindmen. This, it would seem, had become so general that in King Alfred's day, and perhaps even in King Einar's, ignoring the exceptional classes between the Geizkund and the other class, there was no absurdity in King Alfred's claiming that equally dear with the Danish Lysing, the Kerl who sits on Gaffel land, should have a Twyhind Wergeld. The division into Geizkund and Korlisk classes was doubtless a somewhat rough and wide generalization. There were, we know, men without land who belonged to the Geizkund class, and Kerls who were not tenants of yardlands. And even among the tenants of yardlands, some paid Gaffel only, and others both Gaffel and week work. But for our purpose, the fact to be noted is that the generalization was sufficiently near the truth for it to be made. We must not infer that these two classes included strictly the whole population. Judging from continental evidence, Wessex must not have been very exceptional indeed if there were not everywhere numerous theos or thralls. From this class, Anglo-Saxon wills and other documents show that there was a constant stream of freedmen or theos who by emancipation were allowed to creep up into the corlisk class, partly as the result of Christian impulse and partly, probably, from the lack of tenants to occupy the yardlands left vacant by the desolation caused by the constant wars. Thus, while broadly speaking the Geitskind and Corlisk classes may have corresponded to the 12 hind and twi-hind classes, they were not absolutely identical. The two lines of distinction had not the same origin and did not run absolutely parallel, but they may well have worked in the same direction. The original distinction, founded upon the possession or absence of the perfect kindred and hindens of oath helpers, was rooted in tribal instincts and never wholly extinguished throughout Anglo-Saxon history. The Geitskind class, most perfect in their kindred and nearest in their relation to the king, influenced perhaps by traditions of Roman land management, naturally grew up into 12 hind and landed class, while the Corlisk class, recruited from outside and from below, just as naturally became their tenants. Thus, in England, as elsewhere, we may easily believe that the gulf between classes resulting from tribal instincts and confirmed by difference in weregelds was hardened and widened by the conditions of landholding in the conquered country, which tended to raise the one class more and more into manorial lords and depress the other into more or less servile tenants. The compact between Alfred and Guthrum affords the strongest evidence that already in King Alfred's time the process was far enough advanced for a pretty hard line to be drawn between them. 7. Comparison of Wessex and Mercian weregelds with those of continental tribes. Before passing from the Wessex to the Kentish laws, it may be well to mark the position to which the evidence hitherto examined has brought us with regard to the amount of the weregelds. We have had again and again to come back to the question of the status of the 12 hind and the twi-hind classes as shown by their weregelds. By the compact between King Alfred and Guthrum, the English weregelds were brought into line with Norse and other continental weregelds. The statement of the higher weregeld in gold made possible a comparison of the Anglo-Saxon with continental weregelds. The result of the inquiry into the continental weregelds of the full freemen was that they seemed to fall very distinctly into two classes. The Frankish and Norse weregeld of 200 gold solidi on the one hand, and the Frisian, Saxon, Alemannic, Bavarian, and possibly Burgundian weregeld of 160 gold solidi on the other hand. The ratio between these two weregelds is as 5-4. Now, this is exactly the ratio between the two 12 hind weregelds of the Anglo-Saxon laws, i.e. of Wessex and of Mercia. Both were of 1,200 skillings, but the Wessex skilling was of 5 pence and the Mercian of 4 pence. Finding 12 hind and twi-hind weregelds in the laws of Ina, we seem to be bound to regard the distinctions between the two classes as going back to a time 2 centuries at least before the inroads of the Northmen. The position of the dooms of Ina as they have come down to us, annexed to the laws of King Alfred, might possibly have raised a doubt as to whether the incidental mention of the weregelds might not have been inserted in the text by the scribes of King Alfred. But if the Mercian weregelds were of ancient tradition, independently of the Wessex evidence, the statement of the Wessex weregelds in the dooms of Ina need not be doubted. At the same time, the amount of the Wessex weregeld is confirmed by the weregeld of the secular thane in the Northumbrian statement, for 2,000 thrysmas are equal to 6,000 pence, and thus the weregeld of the thane accords with the Wessex 12 hindmen's weregeld. And as this statement seems to have been rescued from times anterior to the Northmen's invasion, it is so far independent evidence. In the same document, the Corps' weregeld of 200 Mercian skillings is also mentioned. The concurrence of independent traditions thus seems to trace back the difference between the Wessex and Mercian weregelds, as well as the difference between the 12 hind and twi-hind classes in both cases into the early Anglo-Saxon period. And if we may date them back to the time of King Ina, 2 centuries before the invasion of the Northmen, they may well go back earlier still. For weregelds which have already become traditional in the 7th century may not improbably have been brought by the invading tribes with them into Britain in the 5th and 6th centuries. The fact that the Mercian and Wessex weregelds differed makes it unlikely that the traditional weregelds were first adopted in Britain or acquired from the Romano-British population. That they differed exactly in the same ratio as the two classes of continental weregelds differed is a fact which points still more strongly to a continental origin. Moreover, the Wessex and Northumbrian weregeld of 1,200 skillings of 5 pence, i.e. 6,000 pence or scaets at a ratio of 1 to 10, was equal to 6 tremises or 200 gold solidi. The Mercian weregeld of 1,200 skillings of 4 pence, i.e. 4,800 pence or scaets, at the same ratio was equal to 480 tremises or 160 gold solidi. That the ratio of 1 to 10 was not an unlikely one is shown by its being the ratio under the Lex Scalica between the 40 scripula of silver and the gold solidus before the Merovingian reduction of the standard weight of the latter and the issue of silver tremises. It was also the ratio at which 12 Roman argenti or drachmae of silver were apparently reckoned as equal to the Merovingian gold solidus. The correspondence at this ratio of the Wessex 12 Hind weregeld with the Frankish weregeld of 200 gold solidi, and of the Mercian 12 Hind weregeld with the other continental weregelds of 160 gold solidi, is sufficiently striking to be taken into account in any speculation as to the respective origins of the West Saxon and Mercian invading tribes. But that is not the object of this essay. It is enough to have noted a fact which may or may not turn out to be of some historical significance. The value of the weregelds to this inquiry consists in the light they throw upon the solidarity of tribal society and the position and social rank of the various classes of Anglo-Saxon society. But we have yet to examine the laws of the Kentish kings, and it will be best to suspend any further judgment on these points until this remaining part of our task has been done. End of section 31.